Good morning. My name is Hans Butzer. I am Dean of the Christopher C. Gibbs College of Architecture, and it's my honor to welcome you to Resilient Futures, Interdisciplinary Perspectives on Climate Change, Migration, and Habitation. I would like to start the morning by introducing Gibbs College PhD student Felipe Flores, who will share a land acknowledgement. Felipe.
Good morning, everyone. Long before the University of Oklahoma was established, the land on which the university now resides was the traditional home of the Hassani, Caddo Nation, and the Kerikerish, Wichita, and affiliated tribes. This land was also once part of the Muscogee Creek and the Seminole Nations. We acknowledge this territory once also served as a hunting ground, trade exchange point, and migration route for the Apache, Comanche, Kiowa, and Osage nations. Today, 39 federally recognized tribal nations dwell in what is now the state of Oklahoma as a result of settler colonial policies designed to assimilate indigenous peoples. The University of Oklahoma recognizes the historical connection our university has with its indigenous community. We acknowledge, honor, and respect the diverse indigenous people connected to this land. We fully recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereign rights of Oklahoma's 39 tribal nations. This acknowledgement is aligned with our university core values of creating a space for diversity and inclusion. It's our institutional responsibility to recognize and acknowledge the people, culture, and history that make up our entire OU community. Thank you.
Thank you, Felipe, for that important recognition. And this land acknowledgement reminds us that we would be hard-pressed to find a more appropriate place to explore issues of forced migration, whether at human hands or caused by natural hazards. As we start the day, I wish to thank the Fred Jones Jr. Museum of Art, especially John Fowler, for hosting us. I would also like to thank Professors Angela Pearson, Stephanie Pilot, and Dan Bucco, along with Felipe Flores and Camille Germany, for bringing us all together today. We are grateful to the Bruce Goff Chair of Creative Architecture for making this event possible, and as well as for the sponsors of this important event. The OU Institute of Resilient Environmental and Energy Systems, the OU Arts and Humanities Forum, the OU Data Institute for Societal Changes, the OU Institute for Community and Societal Transformation, and the OU School of Visual Arts. The idea for this symposium grew out of our recognition that the global challenges we face cannot be solved by one discipline alone. Changes in the Earth's climate necessitate an urgent rethinking of how and where we can live. As severe weather intensifies, coastlines erode, forests burn, and water sources evaporate. Millions of people are forced to migrate in search of habitable environments, jobs, and safety. The scope of the challenge presented by climate change requires a coalition of climate scientists, engineers, artists, social scientists, landscape architects, planners, and activists, and so many more. Simply having the scientific knowledge to address the challenge is not nearly enough. The challenges presented by climate change and the new flows of migration caused by it require a collective approach. We need knowledge from the social sciences on the ways in which policies, demographics, and economics influence individual and community responses. We seek expertise from professional disciplines, particularly architecture, engineering, construction science, landscape architecture, and regional and city planning, to envision strategic solutions to infrastructure and housing challenges. Humanists are needed to understand and interpret the dramatic global shifts unfolding on our lives. And of course, we need artists to inspire understanding, empathy, outrage, and action. We began this conversation last night with our keynote lecture from Dr. Tracy Rose Ryder. She helped us understand the broader context for a resilient future in terms of environmental, social, and economic resilience. Today, we will hear from scholars across our own campus whose work engages one of the many facets of climate change, migration, and habitation. Our hope is that by learning more about the work happening on our own campus, we may be inspired to reach out, to connect, and to develop strategies and projects for future collaborations and impact. We hope to inspire students and faculty to work together to envision a future world that is healthy, resilient, and just. And now, we open this symposium. I would like to start by inviting Dr. Pilot and Dr. Connolly up to the stage to introduce our first session.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all. My name's Stephanie Pilot, and I'm the director of the Division of Architecture here at OU.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm Shane Connolly, and I'm the director of the Institute for Community and Society Transformation. Our first session this morning features 5 presentations that explore climate change, environmental justice, urban and rural resilience. First, we'll have Rachel Riley, the director of the Southern Impacts Climate Planning Program, who will provide us with an overview of climate change projections and impacts. She'll be followed by Simone Dominique, a postdoctoral research fellow in the Department of Geography and Environmental Sustainability. Dr. Dominique will connect discussions of resilience to social justice and equity. Next is Francesco Cianferrani, an assistant professor in architecture. Dr. Cianferrani will help us understand the role urban design and housing plays in envisioning a resilient future.
Our fourth presenter is Angela Zhang, an assistant professor in journalism and mass communication. Dr. Zhang will discuss community resilience perceptions. And we'll wrap up with Tom Muller, an assistant professor in geography and environmental sustainability, who will conclude our session this morning with a talk on rural America. Rachel, would you like to get us started? Oh, do I need to switch this?
Welcome, everyone. It's great to be here this morning, and I was tasked to start off this day to talk about climate change and its implications for the U.S. and also Oklahoma. So it's a tall order to do this in 20 minutes, but I'm going to do my best. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Southern Climate Impacts Planning Program, or SCIP, we're a multi-institutional, NOAA-funded, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration-funded program led by OU, as well as involving other institutions around the region. And we cover the 4-state region of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. So the focus of today's symposium is related to migration and habitation, and I found it ironic that a few days ago I came across this headline talking about a small but growing number of Americans who you might consider to be climate migrants who are searching for other places to live that aren't quite as hazardous as their current locations. And this is something that about a decade ago was talked about by climate scientists and others, but it was still kind of a theoretical thing at that point. But in recent years, we're starting to see some of this issue actually happening. In its most recent report, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said that it is indisputable that human activities are causing climate change and making extreme climate events, including heat waves, heavy rainfall, and droughts, more frequent and severe. So as you all know, and you'll hear more today, of course, this is an issue that is really important and something that we need to take action on. But first, let's start with some of the basics. What is the difference between weather and climate? So weather is the state of the atmosphere at a particular time and place, mainly with respect to human activities. Climate is more complex. There's multiple definitions depending on the spatial and temporal scales that you're dealing with, but one definition is the average of the weather conditions over a period of time relative to the departure from the average. In general, weather determines operations, whereas climate determines planning and design, or at least it should be affected by planning and design, but we could actually do a better job of accounting for climate in the planning and design of our infrastructure, which many of you in the room can hopefully help with. So there's different factors that determine our climate. We have what's called the Earth-Atmosphere Energy Balance, and I don't have time to talk about all the details, but essentially it is describing how the incoming radiation from the sun is absorbed on Earth, reflected, absorbed into clouds, et cetera, and kind of moves about. And different places on the Earth have received different amounts of radiation depending on if you're closer to the equator or closer to the poles. The Earth's revolution and tilt is also a factor, as well as rotation, the latitude where you live, your elevation, and then there's a difference between land and water and how they deal with the energy. So land heats up and cools down more quickly than water. Other natural factors include solar variability. So there's about a 10-year cycle that the sun goes through that produces minimum and maximum solar output. But overall, it's not a giant factor in the climate that we experience. Also, ocean circulations affect what the climate is in the air masses above. On very long time scales, tectonics, moving the continents around and forming mountains, it changed, where a location's climate is. And then we also have atmospheric gases, such as volcanic emissions, that for large eruptions will send particulate matter into the upper atmosphere that can have a temporary cooling effect, as occurred with Mount Pinatubo in 1991. So there are several different greenhouse gases, and we need our atmosphere in order to survive on Earth. But carbon dioxide is one of those greenhouse gases that it is present naturally, but because of human activities, we are increasing the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And this is a problem because it lasts a long time. So it's either absorbed into our oceans and our land, or it stays in the atmosphere for thousands of years. Another greenhouse gas that isn't talked about quite as much, but is also one to be aware of and potentially concerned about, is methane. So methane doesn't last as long as carbon dioxide, but its warming potential is much, much greater than CO2. So here's a graph of carbon dioxide over the last 800,000 years. And most of these measurements are based on proxies or ice cores. So that's the blue, oh, it's not showing up very well in there. But the blue squiggly line is the ice core data. So what it's showing is, until very recently, the carbon dioxide concentration was variable from about 170 parts per million to about 300 parts per million. But recently, it has gone way up. Again, it's you can't see it very well on this screen, but in the year 2020, the average concentration was 412.5 parts per million. So this is much higher than any period in the last 800,000 years. Now, what climate scientists are able to do is take into account the carbon dioxide and apply it to their models. So this graph is showing the black line is the observed temperature, change in global surface temperature from 1850 to the year 2020. And then what they'll do is they model, climate scientists will model what the temperature would be without any human factors, so without carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that humans are affecting. And you get the blue squiggly line. But when they add in the carbon dioxide and other human factors into the model, which is represented by the light tan color, that more closely aligns with the actual observation. So that's how we know that it is indeed, CO2 and other greenhouse gases that we're adding to the atmosphere that are affecting the temperature. So there's a lot going on these graphs. But the point I want to make is that climate scientists and modelers will then, take their models and project out into the future of what's going to happen based on the amount of greenhouse gas emissions. So, if we keep going business as usual and, keep increasing at the rate we've been, the temperature will just rise even greater. The green line is showing that what would happen if we drastically cut our carbon emissions. And even with drastically cutting them, there's still going to be a little bit of a rise in temperature. So this is essentially showing that, the choices we make and what we do with carbon can affect the temperature in the future. So let's drill down a little bit closer to home and look at the United States and what's going on with climate in the U.S. recently. So these maps are showing temperature trends comparing a recent 40-year period to 1901 to 1960. And the one on top is showing annual temperature changes. And as you can see, much of the U.S. has warmed, but at least as of 2016, which is the latest that this map is showing, there was still this kind of what we call a warming hole in the southeast U.S., which has since been determined to be likely due to reforestation that occurred in the southeast U.S. You can also see that temperatures have warmed more in the winter. And in the summer, there's been much warming in the western U.S., but some of the central and eastern U.S. actually had cooled at that period. So what are their projections? The map on the left is showing projected change in number of days above 90 degrees by mid-21st century, so about the year 2050. And you can see that depending on where you are on the map, anywhere from 10 to over 70 more days over 90 degrees per year. So that's going to, of course, impact our cooling demands and energy systems. The map on the right is showing the projected change in number of days below 32 degrees or freezing. And again, it's showing fewer days below freezing per year. This map is showing trends in precipitation for annual amounts. So there's lots of different ways to look at precipitation patterns, and this is just one of them. So it's comparing, again, the recent 40-year period relative to 1901 to 1960. The western U.S. had, a little bit of a variability with some areas drying, some areas getting wetter. The central U.S. and the northeast had a wet trend of increasing precipitation. So a lot of times, the interest is what's going to happen with extreme rainfall and the heavier events that cause, flooding and, wash out roads and bridges and potentially are life-threatening. One way to look at that is the projected change in daily 20-year extreme events. So these are the values where in 24-hour period, it's based on the statistics, it's currently considered a 20-year event. So for reference, I put on the right side a couple of cities of what the current 20-year events are. So for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for example, that's 3.7 inches in 24 hours. In Oklahoma City, it's about 6.25 inches. New Orleans, which is very wet, theirs is about 10 inches in 24 hours. So these maps are showing mid-centuries on the left and late centuries on the right, the percent increase in those 20-year extremes. So take, for example, the Oklahoma City value of 6.25 inches, and then add 13% to that, and that would be the new 20-year extreme. So all in all, the heavy rainfall and extreme precipitation is getting more intense and projected to continue to get more intense. Drought is another hazard we deal with, and it's a natural part of our climate overall. There's different kinds of drought, including meteorological, agricultural, and hydrological. And as of the 2017 Climate Science Special Report, which is part of the National Climate Assessment, for those who have heard of that, the 1930s Dust Bowl era remained the drought of record for the U.S. in terms of geographic scale and duration. Now, the western U.S., as some of you may be aware, has been in a significant drought for many years now, and recently there was some research done that came out and said it's the worst in 1,200 years, at least for that region. And they also attributed about 1/5 of the drought to human-caused climate change. So we'll see in this next update that's coming in a year or so, what the latest will be on assessing the drought of record for the U.S. So something that we don't deal with in Oklahoma, but is very important in the western U.S. is snowpack, and because they get their water supply from melting snow in many instances. So these images are showing what's called snow water equivalent, but you can think of it as snowpack. The historical average is on the far left, the mid-century projection is in the middle, and the end of the century is on the right. So the story is that the snowpack is decreasing, the snow is melting sooner in the season, and which is leading to more evaporation and decreased water supplies. And you have, of course, population growth that is also increasing the demand on the water supply. Another problem that is especially dealt with out west, but again in Oklahoma, we see our wildfire days as well, are wildfires. And the frequency of the fires is not necessarily increasing, but when they do occur, they are larger and burning more. So that's the problem. As you can see, this graph is showing the damages caused by wildfires in the U.S. These account for large fires between 1984 and 2018. And the fire situation is complex because there's definitely climate stressors involved, but you also have the built environment where people have moved and built in places that are historically fire prone, and that's part of the natural ecosystem. And also, historical forest management practices led to an overgrowth of fuels, and so that's also contributing to when the fires do start, they're burning hotter. And then a secondary impact of wildfires is poor air quality, which is a growing problem. One area that's often of interest in our region is severe storms and what's going on with severe storms. So some recent research looked at the number of days per year that somewhere in the U.S. had at least one tornado, and that has actually decreased in recent decades. But what has increased is the number of days per year where there's been tornado outbreaks. So the projection is that that trend will possibly continue, so maybe not necessarily more tornadoes overall, but more outbreak days. And then even if we don't get more tornadoes overall, we still have population increases and the built environment and more infrastructure in harm's way, which is going to lead to increased damages. A hazard that we don't deal with in our region, but is important because so many people live along the coast, is high tide flooding. And this has become an increasing issue. The graph on the left is showing between 1920 and 2020 the high tide flood days per year. So that is drastically increasing. And sea level rise is also increasing due to climate change, with the oceans absorbing more heat and expanding. And then our final hazard is hurricanes and tropical storms. So the graph on the left is showing the continental U.S. landfalling hurricanes between 1900 and, I believe, 2017. And there's not really been an overall trend in the frequency. It's slightly downward on the graph, but it's not statistically significant. However, the proportion that are intense are expected, the proportion that are intense are expected to increase, and we're already seeing some of that. So let's drill down into Oklahoma very briefly. And I'm going to show I have 2 slides with these very brief statements. If you're interested in a little bit more details and the full citations, I encourage you to check out the Simple Planning Tool for Oklahoma Climate Hazards on SCIP's website, where it goes into some more detail about this. So for hail and damaging wind, the projection is for potentially increase in severity and frequency, but there's currently low confidence in that, and there's a lot of data limitations when assessing trends. For tornadoes, as I mentioned, the projection is for potentially an increase in tornado outbreak days, but not necessarily more tornadoes overall. There's also been some work done by Gensini and Brooks looking at a possible slight eastward shift in Tornado Alley, or the places that receives the most tornadoes. So there's a little bit of a trend with that, but we're still going to see tornadoes in Oklahoma. Lightning has limited data. There's a projected increase in lightning, but low confidence in that projection. For cold extremes, overall we're expecting warmer winters with 10 to 30 fewer days below 32 degrees by mid-century. However, that doesn't mean that we can't get extreme cold events. For those of you who are around, last February 2021, we had a very extreme cold event hit our region and was very costly. And so we need to make sure that we don't forget about those events that can still happen. As far as warming or heat extremes, most of Oklahoma's warming has occurred in the winter and the spring. And by mid-century, the projection is for about an additional 20 to 27 more days in the upper 90s every year. Heavy rainfall is something we deal with a lot. The projection is for an increase in the frequency and intensity of heavy rain events, and there's high confidence in that. And a lot of the built environment, can affect how stormwater drains and flows, and so that's something to think about. Snow is likely decrease overall, but possibly greater accumulations. For freezing rain, there's significant uncertainty and a lot of data limitations, so that's a really challenging one. And then drought and wildfire. Drought, it's, again, a natural part of our climate, but higher temperatures will increase evaporation, which can exacerbate conditions. And then I want to briefly mention, I didn't have time to go into these today, but our colleagues at the South Central Climate Adaptation Science Center produce climate projection maps that are tailored to our region. So if you're interested in wanting some more kind of maps and for models that are that do better with our region's climate, head to their website, southcentralclimate.org/resources. And then my last slide is a brief mention of some of the work that SCIP does. I didn't have time to get into today, but we do a lot of stakeholder engagement, co-production with practitioners, and a range of disciplines are involved with from physical sciences and social sciences, among others. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for having me to the organizers. I'm really excited and honored to be here with you all. I'm going to talk about centering social justice while planning for our climate future. So to get started, I just want to give a roadmap of my discussion today. I'm briefly going to discuss the connection between climate change and social justice, and I'm going to ground this in a case study of coastal climate adaptation in Louisiana, and this is based on my research, and I'm going to talk about some findings and implications. I'm also going to present community narratives of some of the folks that are experiencing the negative impacts of climate change, and I do this to really elevate their voices. And I am going to conclude with some thoughts for continuing research and dialogue that hopefully we can have today. So as we all know, climate change is creating a very uncertain future for communities. And our responses as a society, including planning for resilience and implementing climate adaptation projects, can actually reproduce inequalities. There's an extensive literature on this subject. Suffice it to say that our standard planning practices often prioritize privileged interests, even elite interests. The discourse of resiliency can obscure complex social realities, power relations, and obscure the root causes of climate change and other social disasters. So climate change and justice, or really injustice, refers to the structural inequalities in how environmental harms, goods, and risks are allocated, along with disparities in access to political power, resources, and opportunities. And this is connected in our society to long histories of dispossession, violence, marginalizations, things that have come with imperialism, colonialism, and slavery. And this particularly impacts communities of color, indigenous people, people living in poverty, and other people without equal access to rights, such as undocumented people, incarcerated people, people that are unhoused. And so in terms of climate change, this means that those who are most vulnerable to extreme and severe weather events or other impacts are also have the most at stake and have few resources for adaptation. I'm going to jump into a case study of what's happening in coastal Louisiana. And coastal Louisiana is facing a land loss crisis. This is in part due to the fact that the Mississippi River has been leveed, and so there's a loss of sediment that replenishes coastal wetlands. There's also a long history of industrial extraction and other industrial activities that cause coastal erosion, the erosion of wetlands. This includes the digging of canals to lay pipes. The figure above shows all of the different pipelines that intersect coastal Louisiana, bringing oil and gas resources from offshore to inland processing facilities. There's also oil and gas wells, which are depicted in the figure below. And this process of withdrawing fluid from and other resources from the ground causes soil compaction, causing subsidence. In the coming decades and really years, the number one issue, though, is going to be sea level rise from climate change. This is going to exacerbate land loss, and it's going to result in really catastrophic risk for coastal communities from tropical storms and hurricanes. And there are coastal communities that are in these areas that are stained with red and purple, and these are folks living here that will be displaced or face really extreme risks. Louisiana's coast is also racially, ethnically, and culturally diverse. There are Native American, Black, Southeast Asian, Hispanic, and Cajun or French Canadian people living in these coastal communities. For these people, their culture, religion, livelihoods are all based in the coast and its coastal resources. People have also weathered past disruptions and disasters because of the support that they get from their close-knit communities and social capital accessible through their social networks. A common thread, too, that runs through all these communities is that they have histories of traumatic dysphoria, violence, dispossession. For example, there are Native American tribes that are not recognized by the federal government or the state government, and they really tie their ancestry back to displacement. They sought refuge in the remote coastal bayous and have lived on those lands where they held the land as a public common resource until the state of Louisiana sold that land to wealthy landowners and oil and gas companies that then caused a lot of environmental degradation on those lands. There are people from Southeast Asia that were fleeing violence and imperialism after the Vietnam War. There are Black and African American communities that were established during Reconstruction, and also Hispanic and, like I said, Cajun folks as well. For these people, the loss of land is an existential crisis to their identities. There is a history of this dispossession that makes access to land very important, and also autonomy and being able to have the agency to make decisions about how they relocate is very important. For the tribal communities, being able to relocate and preserve their cultural heritage is very important as they try and get recognition as tribes. The state of Louisiana is addressing the land loss crisis, and this is an important case because Louisiana has really been heralded as an exemplar when it comes to climate adaptation in terms of using sophisticated models of future events. But the state is putting a lot of its energy, resources, and monetary investments in these large infrastructural projects, and there are some very serious issues with these infrastructural projects. The projects are basically gated openings in the Mississippi River that are designed to deposit sediment into surrounding wetlands to build back land. And the idea is that this will build land, and it will also create a buffer from tropical storms and hurricanes and severe flooding events for communities and cities like New Orleans. But these structures will also increase flood risk for these coastal communities that are downstream of the diversions, which are highlighted with the red arrows. And they're also going to alter fish and wildlife habitat, such as oyster grounds and shrimping grounds. And these are resources that coastal communities base their livelihoods on. There are other critiques of the state's response, including that these large projects, while building land, do not actually reverse land loss over a long period of time. There will be a period when sea level rise will outpace the land that these diversions can build. There's also really limited funding for community-level adaptation, for things like structural improvements to houses, buyouts, etc. And then there's a political economic critique as well, meaning that these types of infrastructure projects actually benefit entrenched interests, political economic elites in the state. Part of this is that the response doesn't compel oil and gas companies for remediating past damages, like from the canals that they've dug. The plan also doesn't mention anthropogenic climate change as a major driver of land loss. And infrastructural projects will safeguard industrial assets, and symbolically, this could serve as a license for the state to continue with harmful extractive activities. So a research goal that I had in exploring this topic is understanding social processes that contribute to these continued injustices. My research is qualitative. It's based in ethnographic fieldwork and interviewing document collection. And I talked to people across sectors, people involved with these large-scale infrastructure projects, other climate adaptation projects and coastal restoration, as well as community leaders in coastal areas. So I talked from people from government, academia, nonprofits, private sector, etc. And what I found is that there's a cultural impulse to normalize environmental disasters and climate change as an inevitable result of fossil fuel extraction. And then there are also larger social macro processes that necessitate the prioritization of climate adaptation projects, such as constrained funding resources. And for these reasons, there is an emphasis on engineered projects that, quote unquote, get the most bang for your buck. And this is why there's such an emphasis on building these large-scale projects, because they are predicted to build the most land until the year 2050, which is rapidly approaching. But because of this emphasis of prioritization, the real concerns of vulnerable coastal communities are often discursively rationalized away. They're framed as unfortunate trade-offs for a greater good. And I have some examples here. So for example, Amber, a state agency employee told me that we understand that these projects like the sediment diversions will disrupt people's way of life, but it's for a bigger picture. Similarly, Mary, who works for a restoration nonprofit that supports the diversions, said that there's going to be harm for folks, and that's important, but there's a bigger picture of what needs to happen in the long term in coastal Louisiana if any of us want to keep living here. Robert, who worked for the same restoration nonprofit that supports diversions, became critical of them after seeing how community concerns were, quote unquote, steamrolled under the banner of resilience, meaning that people said that coastal folks are resilient and will adapt, but this was a way of dismissing their concerns. Danny, a coastal resident and leader, told me that he's tired of being resilient. He's tired of being told to be resilient, meaning that the existential threats that his community are facing pale in comparison to the response that and the resources that he feels his community is getting. Communities could also be framed as irrational by supporters of diversions and other institutional actors, meaning that there were concerned that people were not acting in their best interest if they felt that they wanted to stay in their communities or that if they didn't support certain projects. But what I found from community leaders is that their narratives, their feelings about staying or leaving are much more complex. For example, Bobby said this about his community, and I'm sorry it's a long quote, but I think it's a really important narrative. He told me that the reality of our situation here is that honestly, we probably have about 2 more generations of people that can live in the coastal areas. And that's really heartbreaking to come to terms with. And there are some people who have and some who have not and won't. But I think more and more people understand that we have gone past the turning point, past the place where we can fix it. We're not fixing it. And so it's about living here as successfully as we can for as long as we can, and embracing the fact that that will not be forever. And there is something beautiful about that. It's like the difference between getting live flowers and plastic flowers for your birthday or something, or Valentine's Day. You sort of treasure those flowers and how beautiful and fragile and delicate they are, where the plastic flowers might go in a box and collect dust somewhere and end up in a garage sale. But I think that coming to that mindset of cherish it because it's beautiful and will go away, we have to celebrate that. And this brings up this idea that for coastal communities, what they want is the ability to have dignity and autonomy and agency in decisions about moving, relocating, etc. Donna, a tribal leader, told me that her philosophy and her people's philosophy all boils down to love. It's what you are doing does not have love for everyone, and that is all relations. That's the plants, the animals, the people. If you're going to impact those, then you really should not be doing it. And there are other ways to restore the coast based on our traditional knowledge that could actually work and end up having little to no negative impact whatsoever. And that's definitely because of the way we function as a people. You bring harm to none. And this brings up this important point that for communities like Donna's, they have innovative solutions. They have ideas about how to restore the coast, and these have also been supported by ample empirical research. Things like backfilling the oil and gas canals are a timely, cost-efficient way to be able to preserve their cultural heritage and buy them time for that dignified relocation. And so this gets to one of my last points, that as a community, we need to engage in research about power and politics, because communities in some levels are tired of being engaged without solutions being implemented. They have them, but there are political barriers. And that is it for my presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here with you in person. I thank you all for this opportunity. This morning, I want to frame my talk with a series of questions which I hope will help explore the potential of urban design culture for climate change and migration. My talk today basically wants to investigate how current urban growth models play a role in climate change, and I want to share with you some urban design and housing ideas which I believe need to be considered for the future. So hope my talk will suggest some possible connections among our disciplines. So the first question is, where do we anticipate climate migration for the next decades in the US? I want to share with you this map published by the journal PLOS ONE. This map shows predicted migration patterns in the US counties, imagining a sea level rise of 1.8 meters by 2100. This map shows one possible migration model among the hundreds of studies that are currently available. I wanted to show this map at the beginning of my presentation for two reasons. First, this map provides an overall idea of where geographers are thinking domestic climate migrants will go by the end of the century. And second, it provides a great idea of the magnitude, the size of the phenomenon that we will face. Studies on domestic migration predict that climate change will lead to a dramatic redistribution as people will choose to live in regions less touched by extreme climate. According to some of these studies, 13 million Americans could move by the end of the century. 13 million Americans moving is an equivalent of 4 dust bowls in terms of people displaced. The US population is expected to grow dramatically, especially in central and southern states, which today we know they are among the most consumptive high-carbon regions in the world. So this scenario sets a problem, but also an opportunity for the future of American mid-sized cities. So how is the built environment contributing to climate change? How do cities and towns, like the ones we have in Oklahoma, contribute to energy use and emissions? The most recent IPCC reports identify urban form as a key factor for global energy and carbon emissions. In the built environment, buildings and construction sectors are the largest sources of global emissions. As of 2018, the building and construction sector was estimated to have contributed roughly 40% of energy-related CO2 emissions globally. Housing alone accounted for 17% of those emissions. Besides industrial and agricultural sectors, there is also another critical factor which contributes to emissions, and we know this is transportation. So we know that transportation and housing are strongly related in the built environment. This slide helps us understand how means of transportation, specifically cars, contribute to CO2 emissions in our cities. This is a very famous image produced 20 years ago by the Center for Neighbor Technology, and it shows CO2 generated by cars in the Chicago metro region. Since its first publication, this map has become a sort of manifesto, a manifesto for generations of urban designers focused on smart growth and new urbanism. On typical carbon maps, areas with the greatest amount of carbon emissions are shown in red, and those with the least carbon emissions are shown in blue. Basically, the hotter the color, the greater the emissions. And as you can see in the left map, overall, urban cores produce higher amounts of emissions compared to suburban neighbors once we calculate them per square mile. However, research suggests that central urban areas produce lower levels of emissions per capita compared to peripheral neighbors. The key difference is that dwelling units and city blocks tend to be smaller in central cores, and cleaner transportation modes such as biking and walking are more diffused. So, if we consider all these aspects, in the US, the average urban household generates 1/3 of the carbon footprint of the suburban one. So a big problem that we still need to face here is sprawl, which is still a pillar of American social organization. I want to share with you some thoughts on sprawl, because current data are showing that suburban developments are still happening everywhere in the United States, in peripheral areas, in metropolitan areas of Dallas, as well in Denver, Salt Lake City. We know that the climate-related problems caused by sprawl come down to two main factors: monofunctional unwalkable residential area and the private vehicular transportation network they necessitate. So in this slide, I'm showing you a map of Oklahoma City. These thick gray lines that you can see here, I hope you can see them. These are the main highways and arterials, and in white you see built-up areas, in gray you have parks and green spaces. One important data that I want to share with you about Oklahoma City is that based on a 2019 city report, in Oklahoma City, roughly 100,000 acres of land area are impervious surface. That means that roughly 1/5 of Oklahoma City land area is covered by non-permeable, water-resistant surfaces, such as asphalt, concrete, and roofs. And another interesting data we have from the Oklahoma City ADAPT report is that 4% of total Oklahoma City square mile area is parking. To help us understand how much is 4% of the Oklahoma City area, I made this juxtaposed map. So 4% of Oklahoma City territory corresponds to roughly 24 square miles, which is more or less the area of New York City, Manhattan. These two juxtaposed maps show you how large is Oklahoma City once compared to Manhattan. But it also shows you that all the parking area in Oklahoma City is large enough to cover the whole Manhattan. So based on some quick calculation, all this available parking area corresponds to more than 1.9 million parking spots if we just use parking standards. And this corresponds to 3 parking spots per Oklahoma City residents. So here, clearly, there's a chance and opportunity for a more resilient future. Imagine if we start adopting some massive parking retrofit policies that convert parking into something more socially urgent, such as housing. So the previous slides have shown you how important it is to rediscuss the typical urban growth models in American cities if we really want to face the problem of climate migrations. The primary thing to consider, the most impactful one, is we need to focus on where and how to build for this migration push. With the coming climate exodus, how can urban design be a useful tool to plan for a climate migration? What urban design models can help us mitigate climate and build new communities? So for the future, more than ever, we need urban models and housing that can retain social capital in existing migrating communities and can also generate new social capital. Studies shows that individuals' ability to activate their social capital is a key resource for coping with crisis. The question of social capital is particularly critical for migrating communities, we know that. So the quality of the social space where people live cannot be overlooked, and the importance of social contact in an urban environment cannot be overlooked. Of course, being in a time of great climatic transformation, traditional compact city models must be updated to generate renewed, climate-resilient urban forms. That means reducing waste heat and greenhouse gas emissions through integration of energy efficiency, transit, and walkability. That means more jobs or other attractions reachable within a reasonable travel time. But it also means modifying form and layout of buildings and neighborhoods to maximize solar exposure and natural ventilation. We need to use heat-resistant construction materials and reflective surface coating to reduce heat in cities. And also, we need to increase vegetative cover, as trees and green spaces play a significant role in sequestering carbon and cooling down air. And of course, we need to focus on housing, an housing type that allows us to achieve a minimum density that can support urbanity. 75% of buildings in our cities are housing. So the primary thing to consider, the most impactful one in our city, is how we build housing. So let's introduce the housing topic by discussing the current housing stock. On the left of this slide, you see 3 icons that represent the most diffused building types in Oklahoma. As you can see from these graphics on the right, the most common building types in Oklahoma are detached single-family housing, mobile home, and mid- and high-rise apartments. Detached single-family housing makes 70% of the entire housing supply in Oklahoma. This is a low-density type, usually characterized by high operational energy. It has low embodied energy, but it is mainly built in wood framing. But we know it generates sprawl. Second place, we have mobile home and boats. Here in Oklahoma, 9%. This building type is a low-density type characterized by high operational energy and low embodied energy. Third place, mid and high-rise apartment, which sum together, they make 9% of the housing stock. Mid and high-rise buildings potentially produce high densities, walkable communities, and need less operational energy per household. But we know they possess high embodied energy because they are usually built with concrete or steel. So for low-rise multifamily types, such as row houses, triplexes, duplexes, fourplexes, we have pretty low percentages here. So we are not building housing in the middle range of the spectrum, and we are not building it right now because of cultural, legal, and economic constraints. However, in a resilient city, all ranges of density and a variety of building types are necessary. Indeed, residential models for climate-resilient communities need to be characterized by a range of density and neighborhood layout. Each one of them necessary for serving different market needs and integrated with different forms of renewable energy. So over the past few years, a series of urban design and national symposia, as well as research studies and design competition, have given more and more attention to missing housing scale in urban design. Often called missing middle housing from Daniel Parolek's books, or low-rise multifamily housing, low-rise mid-density housing, this residential model has the potential to offer more flexible solutions for the growing demand of housing. These low-middle density housing models are compact enough to achieve a residential density that can support stores and transit. They are characterized by a limited height, no more usually than 2-3 stories, that can really fit the scale of lots of our neighbors. And they're also characterized by small-scale apartment, no more than 6 to 800 square feet. They are usually characterized by shared open green spaces at the ground level, which help with microclimate control and help build social capital. Also, similar to single family, they have a good amount of horizontal roof surface to host solar panel infrastructure. Another advantage of this compact low-rise solution is that they are relatively easy to build. So when you build low-rise, you can build with local materials, and also due to their low-tech nature, this project can experiment incremental housing solutions. So if we build compact but low-rise, maybe we can try for the future to experiment residential models open enough at the ground level to leave room for nature. For example, we can create patios or shared courtyards where to grow food, exercise. And an example of this approach is this, just for an example, I wanted to provide a couple of slides here at the end of my presentation. This 58-unit infill affordable housing development for veterans in New Orleans, recently completed by OJT office. Although quite compact, this series of duplexes creates a porous green neighborhood with shared spaces that increase access to natural light and landscape. And here is another picture of this low-rise project. And another opportunity provided by these projects is to explore options for partial prefabrication and incremental development. I want to show you this final project, a winning proposal for a design competition that asks interdisciplinary groups to create housing solutions for densifying Los Angeles suburbs in the light of change and urban growth scenarios. So for this project, this research team opted for designing a shared utility core between 2 dwelling units that combine the plumbing, HVAC, and other mechanical components into a single structure. So in this way, the most complex modules of the house, such as bathrooms, such as kitchens, can be assembled off-site to minimize costs and save time. And once installed on-site, different types of units in light frame construction can be built all around this central prefabricated core. And this is a rendering of this project, looking from a shared courtyard towards the street. And this is my final image. It's an image that helps me conclude my talk and reinforce the idea that for a resilient city, the dimension of the open spaces and the street is fundamental. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. Very excited to be here and present my research. My name is Angela John. I'm an assistant professor in the Gaylord College of Journalism and Mass Communication. And the title of my talk is Agency, Trust, and the Road to Recovery. So I'll be sharing some of my research in terms of looking at the social and psychological infrastructure for resilience, essentially perceptions of resilience and community resilience. So the symposium organizers had asked each of the presenters to talk a little bit about the current field of research in relation to climate change. And truthfully, the reality is my field in public relations, we were kind of complicit in some of the issues that we're still experiencing in terms of resistance to climate change idea in the public opinion. And this is really an ugly truth, and so public relations were the front for a lot of the fossil fuel industries about 40 years ago to manipulate and to change public opinion. And a lot of the communication messages were created then to change public opinion about climate change and to seek more favorable policies for the big fossil companies. However, there is a really drastic change for the field nowadays that we are increasingly recognizing that within the field, both professional and academia, that there is an ethical obligation to the community, to the stakeholders, and not just to the corporate interests. So my research, my area of research is in the intersection of mass communication, public relations, and crisis and risk communication. And from just me seeing in academia and in the industry, there is a very shift of focus to focus more on the obligation, the ethical obligation side. And a lot of the research questions that my field, so mass communication, risk communication, and public relations is addressing are questions on topics like how do we communicate about climate change, migration, habitation issues, and how do we shape and reshape and studying what are some of the strategies that we can reshape public opinion regarding climate change risks. And also, how do we increase public's risk awareness, perceptions, engagement behaviors, and to take collective action? And finally, a final area of research is, and this is my area of research, is how do we increase and cultivate community resilience perceptions. So just as an example, some of the current research in mass communication, we look at how we can frame and communicate about climate change to change public opinion as well as to prompt public engagement or self-protective behaviors. So some of the research here, summarized here, found that actually if you talk about climate change from the public health perspective, is going to only increase engagement among liberal Democrats. So this is really politically divided topic. However, it's not going to change for any conservatives or Republicans. However, this is based on a meta-analysis of a lot of studies that if you use the message frame of framing climate change issue as an environmental issue, economic issue, or moral issue, so essentially there is a right or wrong, and as well as this is going to affect people's economic interests, these have small or medium impact on individuals' engagement with climate change. However, I think the first research was done in 2018 after the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, public health frames might, I don't know what the research now, but I think that might change in terms of how to communicate about climate change through public health frame. So my work specifically focuses on the social and psychological infrastructure for resilience. And I specifically look at community resilience perceptions. So essentially, individuals' beliefs in their community's ability to overcome and to recover from adversity events or in risk and crisis. So any kind of events like pandemic, disasters. And this resilience perceptions is consisted of two components. One is trust in the community, so not just trust in the community leaders, but also trust in each other, trust in peers, both your in-groups and out-groups in the society. And the other factor is community members' perceived preparedness and perceived likelihood of community recovery. And so community resilience perceptions, a lot of times we talk about disaster, pandemic, risk, or crisis. We focus really on the physical infrastructure. But the social and psychological infrastructure for resilience is just as important. Just to take the COVID-19 pandemic, the recent pandemic, as an example, the U.S., right before the pandemic, the U.S. was ranked #1 in terms of global health index in terms of the ability to care for and to respond to a big pandemic, global pandemic. In terms of the number of hospital beds, in terms of the number of health resources. However, our death toll from the pandemic is still ranked top in the world. And it really is contingent and boils down to this resilience perception in terms of what is really in people's mind, essentially boiling down to trust in each other and trust in government. So I think that the social and psychological infrastructure for resilience in terms of what people are thinking is just as equally as important as physical infrastructure. So most of my research, I study social psychology and how to communicate based on what people think. How do you communicate to them? And these are some of the theories that I use. Cognitive appraisal, extended parallel process model, which is a health communication theory, social capital, social amplification of risk framework. I'm going to talk about each of them with examples. So most of my research is quantitative in nature. This one research that I am going to talk about is based on this increasing phenomenon that people are trying to resort to social media to cope with adversity events in their life, crisis, risk, and in this case, hurricane disasters. And so I use cognitive appraisal theory, which helps us explain when people are overwhelmed by adversity events, how do they cope with either behavioral or cognitive strategies. And in this study, I found that people actually, we operationalized and we defined social media engagement as coping strategies. So people may be going onto social media to take actions, to help others, to give out information to others in their community. They may be seeking social or instrumental support online. They may be seeking information online. And also they may be in avoidance and in denial and not really engaging. And so we are essentially looking at all of these factors and how they might help people cope with a crisis, disaster crisis. So we did a survey immediately after Hurricane Matthew in 2016, and we surveyed people in 4 affected states, coastal states. And we did a survey, and we used the quota sample that matched the state's demographic, people's demographic in the 4 states in terms of age, gender, ethnicity, and race. Sample size was 596, and we found that social media engagement behaviors are very central to increasing and changing community resilience perceptions. As well as we found that some of the other really important factors are crisis efficacy and community identification in terms of how people would cope with negative and positive, cope with negative emotions, and how positive emotions might lead to community resilience perceptions. So some of the takeaways from this one piece of research is that increasing crisis efficacy, so people's belief in themselves to take actions, as well as a precursor, which is the community identification, how cohesive the community is, are very important antecedents to community resilience perceptions. And we also found that action taking is one of the most important ways of how to increase agency and to leading to other coping behaviors. So action taking essentially is just very simple helping behaviors, helping others, giving out information that can really give people a sense of normalcy and really taking control over their own life when they are kind of appraising their situation and environment to be really overwhelming, stressful, and anxious. So that's some of the key takeaways. So following that study, we did another study to look at social media engagement and social capital and how online and offline social capital and how that might affect community resilience perception in the pandemic. And And we actually use social capital literature and to look at the differences between bonding and bridging social capital. And I don't really think the lines are very clearly laid out here. But we did 2 waves of survey. One wave was at the beginning of the pandemic, again, used a quota sample. So this was in March 2020 when the pandemic in the US had just barely started. Another second wave of the survey was conducted in June 2020, which was about 3 months into the pandemic, about the first wave of the pandemic when it really hit hard. So the difference was, the result was, we found that at the beginning of the pandemic, all of the social capital, so bonding and bridging, and online and offline social capital were all connected with perceived community resilience, which is based on previous literature, what previous literature have predicted. So essentially, bonding social capital is your immediate family, immediate neighbor, so essentially people with the same social group within your same racial or ethnic groups. Bridging social capital is people outside of your immediate environment. And the result was that in the first wave, all of them were significantly associated with community resilience perception. However, in the second wave of survey, we found that only social media or online bonding social capital was related with perceived community resilience through directly and through social media engagement. So some of the key takeaways from this study is that social media really plays a very huge role in building and maintaining crucial interpersonal relationships and perceived resilience, especially when offline relationships are disrupted and when, especially during pandemic, face-to-face contacts are considered threats. And there also is a really interesting finding is that bonding social capital play a much larger role than bridging social capital in increasing community resilience perceptions. And I think this is probably speaks to the problem of distrust of bridging social capital. So essentially distrust in bridging relationships and especially online. So I think it speaks to the importance of developing trust, not just within one's environment, but within one's community, but also external of one's community. Since this is actually a really different result from previous disaster research that shows that actually bridging social capital is actually very, very important for community recovery because you need essentially knowledge and resources and information from people outside of your own community. So I thought this is a really interesting finding in terms of it kind of reflects what people are thinking most recently during the pandemic. And the last study, I'm going to really go through it really, really fast, is to look at how risks are shared on social media. So I used the social amplification of risk framework. We looked at what are some of the trust factors that affect people's risk perceptions and risk-sharing behaviors. Again, this is a survey. And just some of the highlights from this research is that we found trust in CDC is the only only factor that positively contributed to knowledge about coronavirus. Trust in local or state health department were actually negatively related. So it means that it's really, really important to message about risk consistently at local, national, and international levels, making sure that we're not really confusing and having any contradictory risk information. And another implication is that we need to have really open and transparent communication, and so that the scientific community can really educate the public about the risk from the very beginning. So just really summarizing everything, I think trust and agency are 2 primary drivers of community resilience perceptions, and that we need to rethink and define what constitutes community for people. It's not just geographical, physically based, but also socially mediated. And last but not least, community messages needs to be consistent and transparent. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you for having me. Today, I'm Tom Miller. I'm going to be talking about well-being and in rural America, trends, challenges, and opportunities. So does the clicker work? Great. All right, so for some background, rural America has long been known to have persistent and unique challenges relative to urban regions of the United States. Okay, so in rural America, there's a history of elevated poverty relative to urban areas, higher mortality, persistent outmigration, an aging population where we have a much larger share of individuals kind of out of working age. And this also contributes to shrinking tax bases where there are fewer young people, there are fewer working people, and it has persistently had this high level of inequality relative to urban America. Interestingly, urban America has actually caught up at this point, but the line of inequality for rural America has always been higher. And we've also have this history of industrial and corporate manipulation that while urban America has had this as well, it's been particularly severe for a lot of rural communities that have been really dominated by single sectors. However, I want to say from the beginning, rural America is also a diverse set of areas. It's not monolithic. It is ethnically, racially, economically diverse. It varies considerably by region, and there are many different levels of rurality, right? It's not the kind of one thing you might think of when it pops into your head, which for most people tends to be small, white, dominated towns. That's not what all of rural America looks like. However, what's interesting and what often gets missed is that the persistence and worsening of many of the factors of rural America are actually a reflection of rural success. You have to remember that rural places have historically become urban. And what has happened is the most successful, growing, and kind of economically active rural areas are the ones most likely to move out of rural categories and into urban. And so this chart shows this as it relates to mortality. So what you can see is that this lower line is those that were always urban, and then these are the ones that were reclassified each decade. And basically, the counties in America that were rural the whole time were the ones that always had the highest mortality rates. And so what you can really see is you just kind of see this further residual group of the kind of most struggling counties are the ones that remain rural. And the other ones that actually have success or develop just get moved over into urban. That said, the places which still remain rural in 2022 face considerable challenges. Poverty is still high. Almost all persistent poverty counties in the United States, so that's counties with more than 20% of their population in poverty for over 30 years, almost all of those are rural. And there remains a dependence on natural resource extraction in many places, which given the relevance of climate to today's symposium is something to think about. And just transitions towards more climate neutral sectors remains difficult. Infrastructure is aging and simply lacking in a lot of areas. And now in rural America, there are more deaths than births, largely, right? So what we're seeing is what demographers call natural decrease. Absent migration, the population is just shrinking on its own. And with the 2020 census, for the first time, we're really seeing actual true rural depopulation. It's historically been held steady through migration. This is no longer the case. So I'm going to do a case study today before I pose some kind of questions for thought, focusing on my work on household water in rural America. And to begin, many households in the U.S. face water hardship. I'm going to be talking about two dimensions. So one is access to complete plumbing, which is access to hot and cold water, sink with a faucet, and a bath or shower. Historically, it also included a toilet, but the census took that off the questionnaire for reasons we don't know. There's also poor water quality, so that's unsafe drinking water or wastewater pollution. And most people, probably in this room as well, presume that residents of the U.S. live with close to universal access to water. And this is generally true, right? So the UN estimates that about 99.2% of our population has continuous access to water, but that still leaves 0.8% of the U.S. population. That's 2.6 plus million people. That's greater than the population of Houston that do not have continuous access to potable water in the United States. So what we have is we have a situation where the relative number is quite low. You can probably draw similarities of this to COVID and risk, right? But the absolute number affected is actually quite high. But what this ultimately means is that the issue ends up being pretty invisible. And there is a growing body of work documenting this issue. So our water infrastructure is often given a D or D minus by the civil engineers. I think they actually upgraded us to a C minus this year. And it's estimated that 1.4 to 2 million people have incomplete plumbing access, and that number is not counting anyone who's currently experiencing homelessness. This issue is unevenly distributed across space and society. People of color face a disproportionate impact of regulatory burdens, and low-income and non-white populations, particularly indigenous populations on reservations, are far more likely to have incomplete plumbing. So this is from a paper we have in Nature Communications where we're talking about kind of characterizing the issue. So 0.41% of households, a little under 500,000, have incomplete plumbing in the US. 2.4% of our community water systems are in serious violation. And 3.37% of Clean Water Act permittees in the 47 states and territories where the data isn't completely unreliable from the EPA also are in significant noncompliance. So this is a lot of people affected. We then characterize this and look at it by what we call elevated levels of the issue. The goal right now from the UN for Sustainable Development Goals is that everyone, all people, have access to water, right? So we said if more than 1 out of 100 households, water systems, or permittees are in violation or don't have plumbing, that's an elevated level of the issue, especially for a country like the US that likes to tout itself as being, better. So what we did is we kind of dichotomized this, and what we find is about 16% of counties have elevated levels of incomplete plumbing. Almost 20% have elevated levels of community water system violations, and 64% have elevated levels of Clean Water Act violations, so that's wastewater. So this is a lot of people who either are affected or their neighbors are affected. Lots of people live in communities where their neighbors may or may not have access to water, and that's not a thing that people like to talk about, right? There's certainly a stigma around it. So here's a map. I'm just going to show incomplete plumbing for time. But what you can see is there is a lot of regional clustering that happens, but it is pretty well spread out. So it's really prevalent as an issue in Alaska and Puerto Rico, but also in the Texas borderlands, the Southwest, parts of the Midwest, the Mississippi Delta, but really also just kind of all over there are pockets, right? So this is a widespread issue. So this and a couple others I'm going to show here are what are called coefficient plots. So basically what we're showing is kind of the correlation between the issue and the outcome, right? And how we can interpret this is that this red line represents zero effect. These are little dots are the point estimates, and then these tails are the confidence intervals. And the easy way to interpret this is if this tail is crossing the zero, there's not a significant effect. If it's not crossing, there is. So what we can see for incomplete plumbing is that elevated levels of incomplete plumbing are more common in areas that are older, have lower income, higher poverty, greater populations that are indigenous, less education, and more rural, okay? So there's obvious signs of kind of social injustice as it comes to incomplete plumbing. When we move to water quality, it's far less clear. So for safe drinking water, we find that there's this odd kind of mixed effect where it's more common in higher income but also higher poverty places. And then there's also an urban effect. And similarly for clean water, we find not a lot going on in the social dimensions besides the fact that it's actually more common in more educated places, and there's an urban effect. So what we see here is that incomplete plumbing is a rural issue, but poor water quality tends to be an urban issue. However, there's a huge caveat. The EPA simply doesn't regulate well water or septic systems, right? So that data is just not included. So we know well water tends to not pass the sniff test. Far fewer even pass actual quality tests, right? And so this is a huge issue that we just don't have data on, and we really have no idea what the scope of this is. Some states collect the data, but we just don't have domestic well water data, and we really don't even know how bad the issue is. But what about the future? So we have other work that kind of is building on this, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So although we do have weak water infrastructure in rural America, right, it's reaching the end of its life, it's crumbling, it's struggling, there's a reason we have an infrastructure bill. Investing in water infrastructure can actually pay dividends, right? It's kind of a necessary capital to catalyze rural community development. And what we find, and this is some ongoing work right now, is that when county areas, so all municipal governments and the county government, spend more of their budget on water infrastructure, they see returns about 8 years down the line. So we see, after 8 years, we see reductions in poverty, we see increases in per capita income, no real effect on inequality, and then decreases in unemployment, right? But these do take time to develop. This isn't an instant thing. However, it's important to point out that all of these things are plagued by issues of social injustice and structural racism, right? So it varies on the outcome, but I'm just showing one example here with poverty. So this is kind of an interactional model of what I showed before, but looking at percent Latino and percent non-Latino Black. And what you can see is the poverty reducing effect of increasing the spending on water infrastructure in rural areas completely goes away as it becomes a more and more Latino rural community. And there are a lot of rural Latino communities, and they're growing. And so this shows that not everyone can capitalize in the same way, and this isn't anything to do with people being Latino. This has everything to do with structural racism in the US, right? What's interesting, though, and this might have to do with the establishment of black rural communities in the US and how long they have been around, particularly in the South, is that we actually see as the percent black goes up, they're able to get more of a poverty reduction as they invest in water infrastructure. So what do we do? What do we do generally about water infrastructure, or really just rural issues overall? Unfortunately, I think a lot of social scientists and certainly sociologists will tell you we've known what we could do and need to do to improve rural well-being for a long time. We have to spend money, we have to provide oversight, we have to be intentional regarding equity, and we have to be really intentional. The new infrastructure bill can start to help with this, but I think there are definitely going to be some issues that are baked into that, especially we know that things that are administered through block grants have historically been wildly misused, right? And I think an amount of that is going to be block grants. But the point I want to make here, thank you, the one point I want to make is that although we know what we need to do, that's kind of a silly way to say that, because what we really need to do is overcome political will, inertia, disagreements about what actually works from people who haven't actually looked at the research, right? That's the stuff we aren't really able to do. But I want to pose some broader questions with the time I have left. So I've been thinking about this lately in some various work, and there's this question of what does a sustainable rural America actually look like under capitalism, right? As I was saying, a lot of rural places have become urban, and a lot of the rural development advice basically tells rural places to stop being rural. Basically, the way that a rural place develops, the way it improves itself is it becomes urban. Can we actually sustain rural areas under our political and economic structure? In various interviews, I've often been asked, well, why should we try and stop rural towns from disappearing? Like, why do we care? And this is ultimately a question of values. If you value a place as being as a rural place, as being the kind of place we want around, and you want to support those who already live in rural places to stay there, then that's your answer. You don't need anything else. But if you would rather markets sort it out and kind of let unfettered development continue, then the end run of that is just that rural America basically ceases to exist. It's also important to point out that many rural places are full of culture and opportunity, but also many are places people don't want to stay, and they want to leave. And a big subtext of this is racial. When people imagine rural America, they tend to think of it as being the kind of white, romantic version of that. And so that's what they think they're saving, and there's a really strong racially coded message whenever people say we need to save rural America. However, rural America is very diverse, it's increasingly so, and this is really regionally concentrated, and it is also very interacted with lots of other dimensions of hardship in the US. So there aren't great answers to this. The only real way to support rural areas without turning them urban seems to me to be that we need to separate where people live, basically from how they make their money, if you could think of it that way. That's kind of the only way to do it, especially if we want rural places to actually stay rural. So things like universal basic income, supportive infrastructure and institutions, regardless of market considerations. Rural places just don't have the tax base and money to actually fix their water systems. So we basically have to help them out if we value those places. And then also the development of real well-paying remote work opportunities so people can live where they want, although again, this will select on elites. And we could end up with kind of a more European rural model where they're really just places where rich people live. So the next 30 years, I'm not saying that's all of Europe, but there's certain European countries. The next 30 years will be really important for long-term outcomes for rural areas in the US. And instead of drawing connections to climate directly, right, I'm not a climate person per se, I wanted to offer this presentation with some kind of final thoughts to say that these two things. So we can't forge ahead with climate adaptation without considering the current plight of the remaining rural counties which exist, that never have become urban and continue to be vulnerable to climate change. And a just transition for rural America is not just a transition from one thing to another. Extraction's already left a lot of these places. It's not like we're saying to these places, you need to stop, coal mining. West Virginia coal mining is only 3% of employment and has been for decades. So it's not moving from necessarily extraction to something else. It's taking a place that has already been totally left behind and trying to give them a future. And that's that, so thank you. I'll just stay up here.
I'm going to invite our speakers from this first session to join us on stage for
Hello, everybody. That was a fascinating set of presentations, and thank you to all the speakers for sharing your research and insights with us. This is kind of the discussion, question and answer part of the session today, and so I guess I just want to start off by asking, just in encouraging questions from our audience and comments about the presentations that you just heard. Okay, Victor, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the wonderful presentations. So challenging to really grasp what's going on and how challenging the problems we face are, but also how much we already doing on change. Just want to go ahead with I think an easy, hopefully, question about, or comment, a question about rural America. I'm interested also because I study South America, the Andes, and it's an area that faces similar challenges, rural, indigenous populations, and so on. You mentioned that one of the things that it's important in the process of helping develop and maintain and hopefully grow, if not grow, at least maintain rural towns, rural villages, rural communities, is to help them out with infrastructure, better access to conditions of life and things like that. How about research studies? Is there kind of models of how does a model of rural community look like, incorporating technology, using local materials, facilitating the process? They're not going to do it on their own. How much is research and helping policymakers to actually have projects to maybe implement? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I think that there's a lot of research about various models, I think, and there's a lot of ways of thinking about the issue. One way that's really popular in the U.S. is this idea of community capitals, and there's this idea as kind of a heuristic for thinking through what rural areas need to develop. So thinking about built capital, natural capital, human capital, social capital, all these other things, and thinking about and political capital, and how these things interact and reinforce one another, and how those rural areas can draw on that. I think the big issue, I think, is that, what the classic thing people say, right, is like, if you've seen one rural community, you've seen one rural community. And I think that does go a long way, where every state seems to have different models for funding. Every area has its own kind of quote-unquote competitive advantage they can draw on. You've seen a lot of communities in the U.S. try and lean into things like rural nature-based tourism and stuff like that. But there's a lot of downsides to that in terms of the jobs don't pay very well. It still is really capital intensive from kind of corporate groups that aren't internal to the area. I think that the most successful, like thinking about the model rural community you kind of referenced, I think some of the most successful ones you see are those that, for whatever reason, have had a kind of more long-term history or relationship with the sources of income in the area. So there's communities in the Northeast, for instance, where the folks who ran the factory just always decided to live in town, and that led to much better labor capital relations. And so there are some of those, or there are communities that have really strong competitive advantages, but all of these places are still having their own problems. Even the places that initially had a lot going for them have, like, for instance, Jackson Hole, Wyoming is a great example of a place that started off and has this kind of long history, but now at this point is basically unlivable for most regular folks. So I don't have a great answer for the model rural community, because again, the model rural communities at this point are mostly urban. The ones that were really successful back in the day are urban. And I think that is one of these big questions to grapple with, is without like really strong social policy and safety nets and stuff like that, is there a version under our current political economic structure where rural places continue to just stay rural. So.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I kind of have a follow-up question to that, which it relates to, as we think about policy, as we think about politics, and just socioeconomic climates in these rural spaces and communities, like where's the tipping point? Kind of what makes people want to stay in a rural community? You know, what can we do to change that equation, if you will, that would enable more rural communities to thrive and not just kind of, you know, it's like the depopulation is a really scary part of what's happening in these rural communities. How do we address that? How do we understand that?
So I think there's really two main dimensions, and sorry for being the only one talking. If other people have thoughts. So I think there's two main dimensions that I think of, and the first would just be you want to make a place actually desirable to live in and sustainable to live in. And there's a lot of people who want to go back home. Like this is, if you look at the research, you know, the classic research is everybody says they want to live in a more rural place than they currently live. That's kind of like historically been a thing in the US, but people don't actually want that because that means they lose urban amenities, and people like urban amenities, right? And so, but there are people who would choose a rural lifestyle if there were jobs for them, if there were good schools for their kids, and if there were kind of basic infrastructure. Jobs has always been the biggest problem. You've had historically in the US this push that college is the only viable option if you want to move up in life. But then you have people who want to move back home and there's no job that actually pays them what their degree is worth, and they have all this student debt. So, I mean, an easy example is get rid of student debt. Maybe people will move home. I think that's a big part of it, is making it desirable. The second thing is that I think there is a very real, as areas get older, there is sometimes an actual antagonism that I think develops between the politics of older people in rural America and younger folks who have a different view. And I don't think there's an easy way to solve that one, besides just having a bunch of young people moving in and maybe changing minds or voting the other way. So I think it's probably easier to focus on the first one. And a big obvious step to that is like making sure rural areas actually have internet, not just like look like they have internet, but actually have internet.
Thanks for that thoughtful response. Other questions from our audience?
Simone, do you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to say, in response to tipping points in coastal areas like Louisiana, what people have been finding is that there's this generational effect. So there's been a slow migration inland as younger folks realize that, right, there are those lack of opportunities, jobs, but also that property values are going down, so they don't feel like there's any reason to invest in their community, and because flood risk is so great that flood insurance is cost prohibitive, and the cost of rebuilding, et cetera, is really a significant financial barrier. So younger generations are moving inland. It's sort of, somebody described it as like one city up. They're sort of going to like the next urban city, you know, that's sort of closest to where their family's located. And it also has the effect of, you know, those that can't relocate are, those communities are aging and are also vulnerable. A lot of folks that have mobility issues, disabilities, et cetera, are the folks that are staying in place.
Thank you so much. That's great.
No, I just want to add one thing that I think it's important. We have this idea that rural environment and urban environment are kind of antithetical. And I agree with what you just said. I think that they should be part of kind of the same ecosystem. And the more we spend and we invest on infrastructure in order to have rural community more involved in urban life, and the opposite, probably the better to find that balance. So communities that are satellites or our bigger center are a great way to also manage densities and find an equilibrium.
Thank you. Other questions? Angela.
I have a question for, I think, probably Rachel and Francesco to think on together, but open for anybody. Relative to climate projections and then your analysis of OKC's urban context, like, do we see Oklahoma and the Oklahoma City metro area as being a strategically smart place for climate migrants? Or is it, like, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think, Oklahoma City is kind of on the edge of the dry versus wet regime, and there is some research showing that the kind of western aridity is maybe migrating east a tiny bit. So if we were to get drier, then that could be a problem in terms of water supply issues, because, like a decade ago, we had a pretty significant drought, and that was really stressing our people here. But it's a mid-sized city. It's not too big. And so I haven't heard talk about that, but I do have some connections in OKC, some planners, and it'd be interesting to hear if they've talked about that. Maybe they talked about that in the Adapt OKC plan. I'm not sure.
A little bit, yeah.
Do you have any thoughts? Or?
No, I just want to say that, I'm not a geographer, I'm not a demographer, but I think that there's potential to develop some strategies we're talking about a lot of climate haven for the next decades, and how Oklahoma City can play a role in comparison to other cities in the central regions. Like we talk a lot about Colorado and as the best climate haven, and I think that if we start planning and understanding that we can have a role in this conversation, we can anticipate some improvements. The thing is really to understand that there are problems here in this context, but there are also great opportunities.
One more thing, that there is talk kind of in the climate circles about the upper Midwest being potentially where people will be migrating to. So like there's the counterpart from my team that's in the Michigan region. I think they're looking at some work of, what would it look like if for Detroit, for example, to accept climate migrants and all that.
Great comments. There was another question over here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talks. They were really fascinating. And this is a question for everybody. I'm wondering what the limits are to achieving some form of resilience without structural change, because underpinning all of your talks, I think, is like the spectrum. It's the spectrum of capitalism, and it's the racial capitalism and the histories of inequality that plague the U.S. and elsewhere. I mean, Angela, your work too, thinking about the way COVID has affected this country because of the private healthcare system, because of political division. So what are the limits to what we can achieve without addressing those larger economic and social questions?
I might just briefly say my one piece quick. I think I kind of suggested when I said rural America might just disappear without social policy. I mean, you could also say rural America won't exist with more socialist policy. I think that it's at that level and point for the stuff I was talking about, where capitalism as usual will get rid of, I think, or with the exception of those very few kind of Goldilocks rural communities, what we think of as like a rural place will just disappear. But I'll let others without what you're talking about.
I think it's just based on my research, the contingent point is actually on trust, on everyone, all the people, fellow citizens, trust in government. It's really important to kind of mobilize and motivate people to increase that agency, is really coming back to that point of trust, because people don't really trust each other. They only trust people in their immediate bonding relationships. And the reason I talked about pandemic is I think pandemic is also one of the consequences. Increasing pandemic or epidemic is another consequence of climate change. And another reason is that those two studies, pandemic studies, actually reflect the most recent public mindset in terms of what people are experiencing. And the big factor of all of the pandemic study just goes back to this idea of trust in terms for communication, for kind of building infrastructure, for researchers or scientific community trying to help either rural or urban communities. I think it's rebuilding trust.
Simone?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a really excellent question. I think that I'm thinking about just the fact that a lot of the critique of resilience discourse has to do with this idea that individuals have the onus, particularly it meshes with neoliberalization in terms of being individual risk managers. I think that the consequence is, so obviously I feel like we have to address structural issues, but the consequences like we're seeing for vulnerable folks is sort of more of the same. Like people are managing these catastrophes, but they're sort of barely managing them. And I think that like a parallel question has everything to do with the way, because a lot of vulnerable communities realize that there has to be structural change, is they're trying to understand how to engage with institutions and how to transform institutions, how to work within the state but also without the state. So there's the emergence of like mutual aid networks, and that has been really crucial for disaster recovery. So I'll just leave it there.
I just want to follow up on that also with a thought about sociocultural influences. You know, just as a social scientist myself, also who has studied some of the phenomena going on in social media. Social media is incredibly powerful, has become an incredibly powerful influence in our lives. I think kind of in ways, and so rapidly that we haven't realized quite just what is going on. There's a lot of polarization, politicization of issues, and just divisions. We stay in these little homophilous groups on social media where we're not connecting, we're not bridging across and outside of maybe our own little comfort zones. And I wonder if anybody has thoughts on how the sociocultural landscape that we are in right now can be changed either via individuals or institutions or policy kinds of. I mean, this might take like big tech and some of the, you know, these private companies to really intervene. Thoughts?
I don't have an exact answer to your question, but one that I do have is based on the work that, some of the work that Skip does, where we're really, you know, getting down to local levels and having workshops and listening to needs and trying to understand, you know, the context in which people live and work, and then taking that context and trying to relate to them. Okay, here's where you're at with understanding, for example, you know, how climate change is affecting you, and we'll often talk about hazards and the hazards they face. And so I think meeting people where they're at to then develop those that trust could then facilitate, you know, ever so slowly some changes in opinion. And I think, you know, in-person conversations are so needed instead of just typing on a computer on, you know, social media.
Yeah, this is a shared experience by all of us, this climate change, and it's something we all face.
I guess my thoughts on the social media, I don't know. I think that if you look at rural America 30 years ago, I think you could actually probably see a lot of positives that have come out of social media, particularly when we're talking about people not being able to live where they want, you know, and near family. There's a lot of increased connection actually between people. And so to me, I think the big problem I see is misinformation and kind of and the difficulties of regulating that, and the fact that there's always been misinformation. People were never as close to people as people like to think, you know, or people like to imagine rural areas as being like everybody knows their neighbor and gets along, and that's never been the case. There's been research showing urban areas have most often had far more connection than rural areas and stuff like that. But so I do sometimes resist the kind of golden age thinking as it relates to social media, but I do think that it's unavoidable. You have to admit that right now there is more what they call effective polarization, right? Where it's less that people don't actually agree on issues, but it's that they don't like people who are labeled as the other party. That's really, I think, what people have found. There's been a lot of interesting political science discussion about what polarization actually has increased, and it's not the issue polarization as much as it is what they call effective polarization. And so I do think there's a role for holding tech companies to some standards regarding what's on their platforms, as opposed to just having them self-regulate. And I think I guess there's good and bad in my mind to be had for particularly rural use of social media. And you've studied a lot. You probably.
Yeah, I think one of the trends in the industry, social media industry, is that they're trying to self-regulate, as you said. But I think in our research, we're also seeing human factors as well. We did a global study we actually looked at teenagers and their tendency to share disinformation and misinformation. So across America and Finland, Australia, and Singapore, the top reason for teenagers, younger people, they would share misinformation knowing that that's untruthful information because they can strike up a conversation. And that's the top factor among all 4 countries. So it's not just an issue now in the US, but across the globe, we have this issue of misinformation. And I think a lot of times it is the nature of social media based on algorithms, but a lot of times it's also human tendencies that we kind of have to think about.
Fascinating. Other questions?
As we continue to see a trend in climate change over the years to follow, and we see more people moving from areas that are less densely populated into high-density centers and less available land for people to live on. I know that he showed a graph where the water levels are going to rise to. How do you think that will affect our ability to build trust and manage crises that will follow?
So the question is, as people move to more high-density areas, how will we build trust? And yeah.
I'll take one. I think that what I try to share in my talk is really about understanding what the physical space can do for these new communities. And there's a great room for improving some of the housing models that we build today here, and rediscuss the way how these housing models can be more integrated with opportunities for people to share spaces, share energy, share moments of conviviality. I think that this is kind of a pivotal moment also for rediscussing how we build our cities and how we design our residential areas. So I'm confident that if we keep exploring this mid-range of scale for our housing, we can try to find ways to integrate people also in existing communities. It's just to test a little bit how it's possible to keep increasing density while also respecting existing conditions.
I'll just say briefly from a social perspective, and I suppose I'm racking my brain a little bit to think of a more positive example, because I think honestly there has to be a conversation about the fact when it comes to people that are being displaced or need to relocate, that there isn't a lot of dialogue about, but a lot of times they don't have places to relocate to. So receiving communities can sometimes be unwelcoming spaces, particularly like in the case of Louisiana, for people of color. There was there's still this attempt to relocate one tribal community, and the original location that they wanted to build a new place for this community was in a majority white area, and they expressed racist views about the people coming in. So that is, something that is an issue, and I think that a starting point needs to be recognizing that there's going to be uncomfortable dialogues that we have to have about how places are going to be equipped to receive folks, and how they can be welcoming, and how we can build trust, and and all of those things. So.
And I think we're out of time almost, but can I just make one quick thing? In addition to, I think, the person-to-person trust, I would just also make a pitch for the importance of trust in institutions that needs to be established. I think that, depending on your views, of the world, some people would say that's even more important. Some people would say it's not. I think in my mind, I think that having governments that actually you feel are looking out for you and taking care of you and paying attention to your needs, and if you're a marginalized population, maybe going beyond taking care of your needs and making up for past wrongs. I think that those kind of things are That's to me what's really essential as we move more and continue moving forward and have more people migrating because of climate, and additionally as we just continue to see urbanization. If people don't trust in the government, if they don't trust the officers of various entities, it's not gonna, I think, build resilient communities.
I know there was one more person who had his hand up, and I want to take his last question, and then we're a little over time, I'm sorry, so we might have to continue our discussion during lunch, but just one more question here.
Yeah, I said, like, how long are we supposed to wait? Like, the younger people, like, I mean, we're talking about climate disasters, water infrastructure failing, low housing, like, public health is just our system. Like, what are we supposed to do? Because democratically, like, we just voted on water infrastructure and it failed. Like, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to, like, fight for it, or are we supposed to trust that, like, the institutions are going to do the work?
Great question.
Well, it doesn't seem like they're doing it now, so I don't think waiting is probably the best option. But I will say I'm often find myself at a loss as well. I guess try and be, yeah. I don't think there's good answers because it's so frustrating. We've known how to fix a lot of problems we've had for a long time, and they're still not fixed. So stuff's not working.
Yeah, even just, again, I don't have a positive answer, but even something as simple as, you know, dealing with the tornado risk we have in our area here, some basic building codes that adding what are called hurricane clips or hurricane straps to, you know, strengthen the homes during construction. It's like a very low-cost thing, and City of Moore did it a couple of years ago, or instituted it, city ordinance with the new construction. But nobody has since followed, and it's just baffling to me because it's not that big of a cost at all. But, you know, developers come in, they say, oh, people aren't going to buy here because it's too expensive and all this stuff. And so, yeah, there's solutions that are known, and many times they aren't that expensive, and in the long run, there's a huge payoff. But yet people unfortunately have such short, you know, windows of time that they focus on. If there's not immediate gratification, they typically don't want it. And so I guess as an encouraging thought, maybe would just be, you know, talk about these things with your friends and your colleagues and people your age to, you know, kind of, I guess, normalize, like, hey, we need to make these changes now. We're going to be much better off in the long run than having to do, you know, repeated disasters and whatnot.
This comes up often in teaching, and we try and be positive with some example from social movement history, but a lot of times social movements are characterized by very long, protracted struggles, but there are often some gains had by them. So I think there's something to be said for continuing to, you know, more in the fight camp than in the sit and wait camp. So, but it's, yeah, I echo the frustration.
I think this is such an important topic, and as we continue to see and build and grow more interdisciplinary research approaches, we will see a continued coming together of these social and built environment and natural environment issues, and I think that, you know, we just have to, like, stay hopeful. So thank you, everyone, so much. A great session. Thank you to our speakers.
And we will be back at 12:30 after lunch, so we'll meet back here. Speakers and moderators, there's lunch for you next door.
I'm so sorry.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. My name is Tim Philly. I am the director for the Institute for Resilient Environmental and Energy Systems. I'm also a professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Sustainability and in the School of Geosciences. And I want to thank you for actually inviting me to take part in this really amazing program. Our second session features 5 presentations that explore Indigenous adaptation planning, health equity, visual arts, and community engagement approaches. First, Sharon Hausam is a climate adaptation planner and research scientist for the South Central Climate Adaptation Science Center. She will talk about Indigenous engagement in adaptation planning. She was followed by Lauren Mullenbach, an assistant professor in geography and environmental sustainability. Dr. Mullenbach will talk about climate adaptation planning in the U.S. cities, including health equity considerations. Todd Stewart, associate professor of art, technology, and culture, will discuss his photography practice exploring the changing American West over the past 2 decades.
Thank you, Tim. My name is Angela Pearson. I'm the Director of Research Initiatives and Strategic Planning for the Gibbs College of Architecture. And it's my pleasure to introduce our 4th and 5th presenters for this session. The 4th presenter is Dr. Randy Pepler, a lecturer in geography and environmental sustainability, and Associate Director of the Cooperative Institute for Severe and High Impact Weather Research and Operations. Dr. Pepler will share his research on perceptions of a changing climate among Native American agriculturalists in southwestern Oklahoma. The session will close with Vanessa Morrison, Associate Director of the OU Institute for Quality Communities. She will discuss community engagement practices for resilience, including a case study of Tallahassee, Oklahoma's oldest surviving Black township. Sharon, would you like to start?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sharon Hausam, and I'm with the South Central Climate Adaptation Science Center here at OU. And first, I want to thank Felipe Flores and the organizers of the symposium for starting with a land acknowledgement this morning. I also, as a member of this University of Oklahoma community, want to personally recognize the historical connection our university has with its Indigenous community. I acknowledge, honor, and respect the diverse Indigenous peoples connected to this land. I fully recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereign rights of all of Oklahoma's 39 tribal nations. This acknowledgement is aligned with our university's core value of creating a diverse and inclusive community. It is an institutional responsibility to recognize and acknowledge the people, culture, and history that make up our entire OU community. The subject of my presentation today, which just jumped to the final slide, is Indigenous engagement in adaptation planning. It's important to me to lead with that land acknowledgement as a personal commitment in addition to the University of Oklahoma's institutional commitment. My heritage is not Native or Indigenous, but this is a field I've been working in for over 20 years, primarily as a planner, working as an employee of Pueblo governments in what's now New Mexico. So first, just to frame this, I'm going to talk a little bit about why climate change is particularly significant for Indigenous peoples. Then I'll speak about planning as a process that supports adaptation and resilience in the face of climate change. Since climate change will have significant impacts to Indigenous peoples, and planning is a process that can support climate adaptation and resilience, it's important to ensure that Indigenous peoples have full access to all elements of planning processes. I'll talk about some of the challenges to this and the need to improve our understanding of the current state of practice and how it's affected by those challenges so that we can address them more effectively through emerging research. So to start, we recognize that climate change will have disproportionate impacts on Indigenous peoples. These disproportionate impacts are based in the essential and powerful relationships that they and their cultures have to places, their homelands, and the more than human relatives that also live in these places. Three key messages in the third National Climate Assessment from 2014 relate to Indigenous peoples throughout the United States. Message 1 points out that climate change will affect traditional foods, which provide not only sustenance, but also medicines, and link to cultural and economic well-being across generations. In other words, the loss of traditional foods will affect resilience on multiple levels. Message 2 describes impacts on water quality and quantity, and also notes that these impacts are exacerbated by historical and contemporary government policies and poor socioeconomic conditions, all of which affect resilience. Message 5 refers to the need for relocation, especially in coastal areas, and the lack of administrative and funding mechanisms to support relocation and foster resilience. The other two key messages, 3 and 4, focus on Alaska, where temperatures are rising faster than average, and the resulting conditions for Indigenous peoples are even more severe. The fourth National Climate Assessment in 2017 also includes a chapter on tribal and Indigenous peoples. And this chapter emphasizes vulnerabilities in household, community, and regional infrastructure, such as utilities and transportation, and also services such as health, public safety, and disaster response. Potawatomi scholar Kyle Powys-White points out that climate injustice does not present truly new risks, but feels like déjà vu, another form of environmental change, like the change caused by colonialism, which hampered the adaptive systems of Indigenous peoples in their environments. Although Indigenous peoples are facing disproportionate impacts, they're also models of persistence. The third National Climate Assessment noted that, quote, many, if not all, Indigenous resource managers believe their cultures already possess sufficient knowledge to respond to climate variation and change. This knowledge includes Western science, design strategies, and management tools, but also what's often referred to as indigenous knowledges or traditional knowledges. Sometimes this explicitly refers to the ecological aspects of those knowledges. In other words, traditional ecological knowledge. I use the term indigenous knowledges, or IK. The 2021 Status of Tribes and Climate Change report, which was prepared by a working group convened by the Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals, amplifies not only descriptions of vulnerability, but narratives of resilience among Indigenous peoples. The drawing on the right by Coral Avery and Molly Tankersley includes not only impacts, but also guidance for ancestors and hope for future generations. And the description states that it depicts the interconnected way in which many Indigenous peoples experience the world and includes factors that influence the natural world. We work to address these vulnerabilities and to promote resilience in the face of climate change through planning. It's common to think of planning as the way we design the physical environment of cities, rural communities and regions, and tribal communities. But planning is also inherently a process, a way we envision the future, define strategies and actions for getting there, and then set those actions in motion through implementation. One of the classic planning theorists of the 1970s, Andreas Faludi, referred to planning as the application of the scientific method to policymaking. And he stated that this means that conscious efforts are made to increase the validity of policies in terms of the present and anticipated future of the environment. Paul Davidoff and Thomas Reiner talked about planning as a method for selecting ends and identifying and selecting alternatives and then guiding action. Planning always has an orientation to the future. We apply these theories in the work we do in the physical environment. We take information from the community and from specialized researchers and integrate it to create planned documents. The written documents carry forward and inform decisions. Examples include comprehensive plans, which are the underpinnings and are often legally required for official land use and design policies, as well as decisions about where in the community to invest in infrastructure, buildings, and people. Similar decisions are framed in capital improvement, community service, and economic development strategic plans. Beyond the built environment, we use natural resource and environmental plans to define how on-the-ground management will proceed for water, air, forest, grasslands, plants, animals, and farms. We create specific types of plans, such as climate adaptation and mitigation, hazard mitigation, and drought contingency as guidance specifically targeted for resilience. Many of our conversations about how to adapt to climate change are about research and policy, yet these plans, the processes and the documents themselves, which lead to and support subsequent decisions, also have important implications for climate adaptation and community resilience. I refer to information from the community and specialized researchers. Information from the community is well recognized as input for visions and goals, but it's also vital for understanding current conditions and trends and providing technical information. There are a number of theoretical frameworks focused on the engagement of Indigenous peoples. Nicholas Zafaratos, who served as Director of Planning and Community Development for the Swinomish tribe for over 20 years and is faculty at Western Washington University, presented a model for tribal planning considering the relationship to non-tribal governments. In this diagram, you can see two dimensions, internal and external. First, the tribal government conducts its own planning, and then, from that position of strength, it interacts with other jurisdictions, such as local governments and states. There are also models that follow a more indigenous worldview, rather than using colonial frameworks. Ted Hohola's indigenous planning model emphasizes land tenure, the long-standing relationship with a place in contrast to land use, meaning rights to property. Laura Harjo, here at OU, provides an operating definition of her concept of futurity, the enactment of theories and practices that activate our ancestors' unrealized possibilities, the act of living out the futures we wish for in the contemporary moment, and the creation of conditions for those futures. From these types of planning, an Indigenous community can achieve its own goals and can also move to Zafaratos' external dimension, which may include conflict, negotiation, and then revision or modification to implement its plan. Planning for resilience can incorporate Indigenous knowledges and Western science. One of the main distinctions is that IK explicitly include the relationship and ethical practices with the more than human world, whereas Western science is based on a principle of separation from that world, which it observes and strives to consider objectively. One of the examples of Western science is the work that's done by the Climate Adaptation Science Centers, which are under the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior, in partnership with host universities and consortia. This includes the South Central CASC here at OU. The CASCs conduct their own research, including climate projections, and partner with researchers at universities that are part of the consortium to develop climate information that meets stakeholder needs, known as actionable science, often through co-production with stakeholders. CASCs have a specific mission to support tribal climate adaptation, and each of the regional CASCs has at least one tribal liaison. Another example is the work done by the Regional Integrated Science Assessment Organizations under the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Information. That includes the Southern Climate Impacts Planning Program, which Rachel Riley presented about this morning, presented some of their information. So to recap, Indigenous peoples will face disproportionate impacts from climate change. Planning is a tool that can support resilience, and there are models for Indigenous engagement in planning. And both Indigenous knowledges and Western science can be used in plans of all kinds to support adaptation and resilience. Tribes participate in their own internal planning processes and external planning processes for their ancestral lands and the water, air, plants, and animals that relate to them. But there are challenges to Indigenous participation in planning processes and in the use of both Indigenous knowledges and Western science. Whether or not people participate in planning processes is always affected by how they perceive the relevance and importance of specific topics. Some people still don't view climate change and adaptation as a priority yet. There's ongoing research about how to communicate the existence and impacts of climate change, which we're also hearing about today. An individual's participation in a planning process, whether a tribal citizen in a tribal planning process or a tribal employee in a regional, state, or federal planning process, is affected by the details of the process itself. People also have preferences for the size of the meeting and the way it's structured, especially how people can provide input, which can be affected by their culture as well. In addition to these standard issues, Indigenous participation in external planning processes is also affected by lack of understanding of Indigenous communication and approval protocols, differences in worldview that may make it difficult to understand each other's values, the past and current relationship with the outside entity, which typically includes negative impacts of colonization, recognition of ancestral lands, and the power a tribe has in the United States based in its status as a sovereign government, which may affect the range of its options. Participation can improve opportunities for incorporating Indigenous knowledges, but there are still challenges, even when planning is internal to the Indigenous community. The forces of colonization that have worked to assimilate Indigenous peoples have prevented sharing these knowledges across generations and resulted in lost knowledges as elders pass on. Sharing IK outside Indigenous communities for regional, state, and federal plans, including natural resource plans managed by federal agencies, creates substantial risks for Indigenous peoples. Outside the community, knowledges may be distorted and misrepresented, especially if they're used outside of their ethical framework. They can be appropriated for financial gain without any benefit to the Indigenous community, which can also put people and other elements of the more than human world at risk of exploitation. Power structures that create inequality are also present in this knowledge sharing. In the US, there are few protections for Indigenous knowledges to ensure proper respect and support for what's known as data sovereignty. There's some research on climate adaptation and mitigation planning and the types of actions that are included in plans. But there's a gap in our broader understanding of engagement of different groups in adaptation planning and in what climate information is being used in the full range of plans. And this is especially important for tribal and Indigenous communities and also other historically marginalized communities because of the disproportionate impacts. Some questions that we might start to ask are we starting to see climate information mainstreamed into comprehensive plans, capital improvement plans, and watershed management plans? Are planners using climate information to develop specific plans? Why are planners choosing to include certain types of climate information and not others, or not include climate information at all? Is climate change not a priority yet from their own perspective or from higher levels of leadership in their community? Do they feel they don't have the skills to integrate climate information, or does the form of the information available not meet their needs? For Indigenous knowledges specifically, do planners see the relevance of IK as climate information for planning? Are there concerns about the risks of including IK, and if so, which concerns are paramount? Are the timeframes for building relationships and sharing IK not aligned with planning process timeframes? Is IK being lost as elders move on? My research, which is still in the early stages, will be describing the current levels and types of climate information in plans, and the planner's explanations for the uses of that information. And this will help inform the ways climate information is researched and presented, and also create a baseline so that we can track how the use of climate information from both Western science and Indigenous knowledges are improving to benefit Indigenous peoples and support adaptation and resilience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thanks especially to those of you who are my students who showed up. This is what the rest of my face looks like. I'm Lauren Mullenbach. I'm talking to you all today about city climate adaptation planning as a health equity and an environmental justice issue. So to begin with a little bit of background, where this research is coming from is that there's a very large body of research that has told us about the very large human health impacts that will be felt by people. So huge health impacts ranging from heat-related illnesses, from heat strokes, all the way down to increasing rates of asthma and other types of chronic conditions, cancer rates, even mental health issues, just from the stress of dealing with an uncertain climate future. So we know that climate change already is having and will continue to have human health impacts. We also know from a very large body of research and just from looking at what cities are doing, that cities are adapting to climate change in a great variety of ways, and that they are not always considering social and human health equity when they are coming up with their climate adaptation plans. A very large part of how cities are planning to adapt to climate change includes implementing green infrastructure. And for those of you who are not planners in the room, this includes things like rain gardens, like you see here, to slow and filter stormwater runoff, as well as things like green spaces, parks, and planting trees as part of their overall climate strategy. So these types of green infrastructure implementation can introduce new injustices like climate gentrification as neighborhoods become more popular, more desirable, better adapted to climate change, property values can rise and people can become displaced. It can also worsen existing injustices related to who has access to a clean, healthy environment and who already has existing health conditions that could be worsened by not thinking about equity in climate adaptation plans. So that's where we're starting from with this research. Cities are increasingly coming out with climate adaptation plans as a way to address climate change in their cities. These are pretty similar to a city's comprehensive plan or some other type of planning document like a strategic plan, but oftentimes these are non-binding. So they are just guiding frameworks for how a city is going to plan to adapt to climate change. Sometimes they're called climate action plans, sometimes they're called resilience plans or sustainability plans, but these are increasingly common in cities across the country and around the world. And a lot of times, because cities are often fiscally cash-strapped, they have financial constraints, what they're trying to do is adapt to climate change and address health concerns in their cities simultaneously, and they're going to do that with green infrastructure, which has a number of health benefits as well as can help with climate effects. But we know that there's already existing inequities regarding who can access clean urban environments as well as who is disproportionately vulnerable to climate change. So when we are considering doing this win-win scenario of implementing green infrastructure, we have to consider these existing inequities or we could worsen them. So a rise in green infrastructure as a part of climate adaptation planning could include a potential environmental injustice in the future without close, careful consideration. From past research, we know that there have been other equity analyses of city climate adaptation plans. And what this research has found is that cities are often not doing enough to address social equity and environmental equity when they're coming out with these climate adaptation plans. But very few of them are connecting that to health inequities and health impacts from climate change. And it could be a key component of environmental equity in the future. We can use climate change and climate adaptation as a way to address and advance health equity if we want to do that intentionally. But given current health inequities, if we ignore it, it could be much, much worse. So this research is responding to calls for more of a study of the connection between health equity and climate adaptation and merging those two things to avoid further injustice. So some guiding questions that guide this work of mine, as well as my colleagues, is health equity a part of this city climate adaptation conversation? Are cities thinking about the fact that there are some areas of their city that have disproportionate health impacts from climate change already that could get worse without careful consideration? And are they talking about gentrification in the same way? Are they thinking about when we implement green infrastructure or other types of climate adaptation, is that going to displace people? Is that going to increase divides between who has access to a healthy environment adapted to climate change and who doesn't? So starting from that point, I'm going to present really quick a paper that I conducted recently on health equity and other unintended consequences from city climate adaptation plans. Our research questions for this study: first, to what extent and how is health equity and justice addressed in city climate adaptation plans already? To what extent is green infrastructure discussed in conjunction with those topics? And are these patterns similar when we look at shrinking cities, which are post-industrial cities that have lost 50% or more of their population since the middle of the last century? Think Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with the leaving of the steel industry. We talked about this in class last week, actually. So for you students, coming full circle. Think Baltimore, think St. Louis, think Cleveland, Cincinnati, cities like that. So we started with a database of 88 different U.S. city climate adaptation plans that we downloaded from Georgetown University Climate Center Clearinghouse. We have representation from almost every state except for these 6, which do not have a single city climate adaptation plan anywhere in the state. We were looking at city-level plans only, so we excluded county-level plans and state-level plans. And we analyzed one document per city, whichever one was their most recent as of February of last year. These 88 cities represent all 9 of NOAA's climatic regions. So within these city climate adaptation plans, we're seeing a range of climate impacts, from drought in the west to increasing rainfall in certain areas to heat-related stress impacts, things like that. And what we did was a keyword search. This is the first of its kind to look at health equity in this type of plan, so we just wanted to know where we're at in the conversation. So we had keywords related to health, like asthma, cancer, physical activity, things that we know are already affected by climate change and will worsen over time. Keywords related to equity and justice, like climate justice and social equity. Keywords related to green infrastructure, parks, green spaces, trees, and looking at where those things are talked about together. These keywords were determined, I didn't just make them up, they were from the literature. And then we did that sub-analysis looking at shrinking cities. We performed a summative content analysis, which is a type of content analysis where you're not just looking at word counts and frequency, but also the context in which those words are used. And when I say intersection, I mean where are these keywords appearing together in the same sentence? So where are they talking about health and equity at the same time in conjunction with green infrastructure or other topics? This here is just to show you the kinds of cities that are in our sample and that they range from Lewis, Delaware with 3,000 people all the way up to New York City with 8 million people, and that they represent the wide range of demographic distribution in the US, and that a lot of these plans are pretty new, 4 or 5 years old on average. And this is a big scary table, so I just want to direct your attention to this column here. So when I'm presenting these word counts, right, first we're doing frequency, then we're doing content. First, just looking at frequency of words, most of these plans, 85 out of 88, are talking about health impacts. Great, awesome. 83 out of 88 also talking about green infrastructure. Awesome, at least one time. Equity and justice, still pretty good. 71 out of 88 are talking about equity and justice in their climate adaptation plans, and then it really drops off. So talking about health in conjunction with talking about equity and justice, only about half of them. And then it's reduced even further when you talk about health and equity in conjunction with green infrastructure, and then gentrification being discussed in only 11 of the plans. And I want to reiterate, this is the number of plans that have mentioned these things a single time, not have mentioned them a bunch of times. So when we dig into the context of these keywords, we know that cities are talking about climate change as a health issue. That's definitely happening, at least they're mentioning it one time. Cities are definitely talking about equity and talking about justice in the context of climate adaptation. That's true. But when we talk about these things together, that's less promising. So cities are not necessarily recognizing that the health impacts of climate change are related to equity and justice concerns. Cities are definitely talking about gentrification a little bit, but not as much as we would like to see, especially in these shrinking cities where it could become a concern as they start to regrow. One promising thing, because it's not all bad news, is that more recent plans are starting to think about equity and justice a little bit more, especially in conjunction with health. So we even have in the city of Providence, Rhode Island, a climate justice plan, not just a climate action plan. When we look at that sub-analysis with shrinking cities, so the ones that have lost a significant amount of their population tend to be fiscally constrained, tend to be demographically diverse, socioeconomically depressed. These shrinking cities are discussing health equity and justice disproportionately more than other types of cities. So the ones that have the most concerns with health equity are talking about it the most. Great, at least they know what their problems are. We also see the same temporal trend when we look at these shrinking cities where newer plans, so more recent plans, are talking about health equity and justice in conjunction with green infrastructure more often than older plans were. So what does this mean? Why do we care? Cities generally, I mentioned, these are word counts, so they could be talking about this one time. When they talk about these things, it tends to be problem framing. So cities in their climate adaptation plans acknowledge the problem of climate change could be affecting people disproportionately, and then that's all they say. So when these topics were discussed, it's mostly problem framing. Much less attention was paid to how to actually solve those problems. So climate change could become a health equity issue. We don't know what to do about it. So to an optimistic person, you could read this as cities trying to become flexible in how they approach these things. They want to leave room to find the solution that best meets the problem at hand. If you're less optimistic, this could signal to you that this is a lack of attention being paid to how to solve health equity problems. Overall, health equity and the discussions among cities really varied. Shrinking cities are paying a lot more attention to this, which is kind of encouraging because some of the biggest impacts are happening in the middle of the country, where shrinking cities tend to be. And green infrastructure is very often a part of these plans, so a lot of cities are addressing health and climate change at the same time, but not necessarily in an equitable way, and very few are making the connection to green infrastructure as a way to address climate change and health equity at the same time. And it's not that encouraging to see that there's not very much attention being paid to gentrification as a potential outcome for implementing these things. We also want to acknowledge that we need to expand this work outside of the global north. Most of the research on city climate adaptation, as well as gentrification, green infrastructure, all of this work, most of it is happening in the global north. But there are cities in the global south that are coming out with city climate adaptation plans and climate action plans and resilience plans. So we don't necessarily need to be considering these issues only in the global north. Next steps in this line of research for me, this is an enormous data set, so there's a lot more to explore here. This study revealed that there's very few solutions that are being promoted in these climate adaptation plans. So what we're going to do is pull out a subsample of these climate adaptation plans and look further at the political context. So the cities that have put forth solutions to health equity, what's the political context there? What's going on? Why are they coming out with solutions? The cities that don't have any solutions, what's going on there? How come they don't have any solutions being put forth? We also want to look closer at gentrification. So when cities are talking about it, how are they talking about it? Is it a good thing? Are they presenting it as a way to further economic growth? Or are they talking about other types of unintended socioeconomic consequences? I'm going to get a little data sciencey too, and I'm going to try my hand at topic modeling, which is a machine learning technique popular in the digital humanities, which can look at patterns in the ways that things are talked about together. So I wanted to look at health equity, but what are cities actually talking about? What are the patterns of ways that they're introducing different solutions and different problems that they identify? We also proposed a more robust comparative case study of 10 different cities, looking at things like inclusion in the planning process and other types of environmental justice issues related to climate planning. So stay tuned on that front. And then I want to offer up some discussion questions for later today, or just go home, think about it questions, especially for you students in the audience. So things that we can think about in this work that I'm doing, as well as just generally in the future. What does it look like to have a climate adaptation plan that is environmentally just? I mean, if I were to take a climate adaptation plan, start from scratch and write it myself, what does it look like to have it be an environmentally just plan? Can we even achieve environmental justice with a non-binding climate adaptation document? And how do we get past just words on a page in a climate adaptation plan and moving towards implementation? And that's all I have, so thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I, like many others here today, want to thank the organizers of this event for, in my particular case, inviting me to talk today. I really appreciate the opportunity to share my work. I think I speak for all artists when I say we like being invited to sit at the adult table every now and then, so this is good. As has been mentioned, each member of the panel has been asked to provide an overview of the state of their field. And for me, that would be contemporary art and photography. To take a stab at it, let me begin by saying that I believe art is not a purely formal or aesthetic endeavor. It is also a critical practice, one that engages with the world and asks important questions regarding why things are the way they are. With the existential threat posed by global climate change, it's therefore not really that surprising that concerns related to the environment dominate much of contemporary art. You need only to walk out the back door here and walk through the museum or walk next door to the School of Visual Arts, and you're going to find many, many different ways in which artists are engaging in these discussions. My particular practice is grounded in photography, and that medium's connections to the environment and environmental issues date all the way back to the introduction of photography. To just name a few and show you a few contemporary photographers that are continuing to engage in those discussions. It's James Baylog hanging off the side of a glacier there. It's a rough life. He's been working on environmental issues for 35 years. In 2007, he founded something called the Extreme Ice Survey. And through this program, he's been documenting the disappearance of glaciers, some incredibly beautiful photographs of glaciers. But I think some of the most interesting parts of the work were some time-lapse videos that were created as part of the project in which remote cameras were positioned at these spots to overlook the glaciers and actually recorded over a period of years the retreat. There's 2 marks there. This is work by a photographer named Laura McPhee. She's the daughter of John McPhee. I don't know if any of you know John McPhee's work, but he's the Pulitzer Prize winning author of Annals of the Former World, which is a really wonderful book on geology. And I'm including that information here because I feel like much of her photography has the same narrative sensibility as the work of her father. This project is from something entitled Guardians of Solitude, and it documents the aftermath of a human-made caused wildfire in the White Cloud Mountains of Idaho. And this was a space that was very special to her, and so there's kind of a almost poetic kind of response to this. This is work by Anastasia Samalova, a Russian artist now living in the United States. Her project Flood Zone, which began in 2016 when she moved to Miami, is a response to the disconnect she found between the reality of the rising sea levels in Miami and the booming real estate market, which seemed completely oblivious to the situation. And this is photography by another artist named Edward Burtynsky. Burtynsky describes this as, this project is called the Anthropocene Project. He talks about it as being a multidisciplinary body of work which combines fine art, photography, film, virtual reality, augmented reality, and scientific research to investigate the influence of human influence on the state dynamic and future of the Earth. And so these are just 4. I mean, I could give you 444, different photographers in this case, but artists in general who engaged in part of this conversation. I realized recently that I've been making photographs for over 40 years and that I've been exploring the deserts of the United States for more than 20 years. And so for me, this brings up a couple of questions. The first is obviously, how can I be that frickin' old? That's a big one. But I think two other questions quickly come to mind. Those are why photography and why the desert? And so first, why photography? A photograph is often described as indexical, meaning that there's a direct relationship between the image itself and the real circumstances that existed in front of the camera when that image was made. It's like a footprint in the sand. Although I realize this may not be the case for every photographer, but for me, to make a photograph is to engage with the real. And because of this, I find photography an amazing tool for critical inquiry. The practice of both making and then viewing photographs are acts of critical observation. To make an image, I need to go out into the world, place myself into the world, look critically at what I'm seeing, and then attempt to structure a photograph that can communicate my thoughts to others. In this regard, to make a photograph is very much like writing, and the resulting image is therefore very much like a text. Second question, why deserts? Well, the thing about deserts for me is that in a lot of ways, they're just like photographs. Traces of events that have taken place on the land remain long after those events have ended. And so these landscapes, these desert landscapes in particular, are indexical, just like a photograph. These might be geologic, historic, cultural, whatever, but they all leave marks upon the landscape. And then landscapes are also constructs. I'm talking about landscapes, not so much land. It's a subtle difference here. They derive from the complex layering of a particular physical geography with the individual and collective narratives of those that inhabit the land. In their introduction to the 1988 publication, The Iconography of Landscape, Dennis Cosgrove and Stephen Daniels assert that a landscape is a cultural image, a pictorial way of representing, structuring, or symbolizing surroundings. They, meaning landscapes, may be represented in a variety of materials and on many surfaces, in paint on canvas, in writing on paper, and in earth, stone, water, and vegetation on the ground. So if landscapes can be thought of as images, and images can be thought of as text, it follows then that a landscape, like a text, could also be read and therefore meaning derived. Which brings me to talking about some of my work. I'm going to use this exhibition, an exhibition that I was part of, or had last year at Oklahoma Contemporary. It's entitled Fieldworks Beyond Measure, as a way to kind of frame this methodology that I'm kind of proposing here. And this is work that is an outgrowth of my ongoing collaborative research with my colleague in the School of Visual Arts, Robert Bailey, who's an art historian and writer. In this exhibition, it was a collaboration between Robert and I, and so it was a collection of images mine and text Robert's that were all created in our response to the many site visits throughout the desert. We climb into cars, drive places, hang out. He writes stuff down, I take pictures and think about things. Our goal for this exhibition, and we're also kind of trying to develop this into a book, is to create a body of work that has both breadth and depth, one that is somehow both expansive and specific at the same time, which is a tough task. So, but toward that end, Robert and I have been working together for several years, and we've developed a very large archive of materials, and these include my photographs, Robert's texts, videos that we make, objects that we collect, archival documents, everything that you can kind of possibly think of as part of this archive. And then when asked to mount an exhibition, we draw from this archive and design a unique installation for each space. In the case of this exhibition, the space was really very unusual. The gallery has two large open areas connected by narrow hallways, and the hallways are kind of tight, the walls are really high, unusual angles. So what we came up with and had to kind of approach in terms of this exhibition was a design that was represented the space, and in fact the space itself was very determinative not only of the presentation but also the content of the work. And so what we came up with were 8 individual clusters of content. One cluster for each of the primary walls in this space. And in designing each wall, we began with a text written by Robert. We identified a theme within that text, and then I selected a collection of photographs from our various visits that in some way spoke to that theme. In this case, on this wall, Robert's text appears in the upper left-hand corner, and I'm going to read Robert's text so you can get a feel for the kind of tone of all of this. So it begins as this. Absolutely not. Montgomery Clift's nurse elicited these, his last words, by asking the actor, who debuted auspiciously opposite John Wayne but died young and addicted, if he wanted to watch himself in The Misfits, in which Marilyn Monroe plays a divorcee taking solace in the desert beyond Reno with other damaged people. Coming to terms with repeated male failure both on and off screen, director John Huston took naps on sets after nights spent boozing, Monroe and her character quickly came to compromised ends. Whether or not Jane Rule saw this film when in Reno doing research for a novel about a divorcee who finds love with her guest house owner's late lover's daughter, the same expanse of desert figures in her book as an opening, not an enclosure, an enlivening role that is reprised when Desert of the Heart provided Donna Deitch with the story she adapted in her film, Desert Hearts, which, true to its source, ends happily, and for that earned the same devoted following, appreciative of its courage. So we had that text, and then we kind of, as I said, developed a theme from that text, or an idea that we wanted to kind of explore. And we went with damaged lives, broken lives as kind of the overall theme for that. And so this is the layout of that particular wall, and the individual photographs are then from several different sites. This large image is from Needles, California. To give you a sense of the scale of what we're working with here, this is 8 feet high, 10 feet wide on the wall. And there are two larger framed pieces. Those are 40 by 50 inches. These are two of the smaller images that appeared on the upper right. These are also happen to be from Needles, but these were taken in an abandoned homeless camp hidden in a grove of cedars along one of the railroad lines that runs through the city. This is a cabin on the site of the former Cal Nev, California/Nevada resort on Lake Tahoe. And this resort was once owned by Frank Sinatra. Marilyn Monroe is believed to have stayed in this particular cabin. And this photograph is at the entrance to an aging resort on the Colorado River. I'm going to skip that one for a minute. This last image is of the self-declared mayor of Ballarat, California. It's a ghost town on the edge of Death Valley, and this gentleman's the only resident there. The day we were there, he showed us the pickup truck in his front yard, which he claims belonged to Charles Manson, so that was a great experience right there. Other walls in the exhibition, there's the truck. Other walls in the exhibition were similarly organized. So this one was organized around ideas of power and violence. This one organized around ideas of, the last one was organized around the idea of how we know what we know. This one is organized around ideas of power and violence, conquest, colonialism, migration and borders. And so as I stated, each wall installation was loosely organized around these themes. All these clusters, all these ideas were in dialogue with one another throughout the space. So with this exhibition, we're asking the viewer to consider context as a determinative factor in the creation of meaning. Functioning both independently and interdependently, the combination of text and image requires, to borrow a term from literary theory, an intertextual reading of the materials presented, and therefore by extension, the landscapes themselves also require that intertextual reading. And then to align finally this discussion more closely to the theme of the symposium, I thought I would take a closer look at this particular wall installation. Robert's text here opens a conversation about water, particularly the fragility of water in the American West. The large photograph that you see there, and this one, are from the Owens Lake, which is a mostly dry lake bed near the town of Lone Pine, California. At the turn of the century, efforts began to divert water from the Owens River to the ever-expanding cities of Southern California. This led to the construction of the Los Angeles Aqueduct, which was completed in 1913, which eventually led to the desiccation of Owens Lake and much of the surrounding valley. And so these are photographs from Owens Lake as it is today. When it was emptied, a large salt flat was left in its place. During windy conditions, alkali dust storms were created, which posed obviously severe health risk to those in the area. At one time, it was actually considered one of the largest particulate matter pollution sites in the country. In 2004, a court ruling found that the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power was responsible for the damage and ordered remediation efforts to begin. In the last few years, I've been making photographs that are focusing on this infrastructure that's built up around this site. My experiences at Owens Lake have in turn informed my understanding of sites outside the valley. I have, for example, visited several other terminal lakes. Other two images on the wall in the exhibition included work from the Salton Sea, which has another problematic history as it relates to water. It's like your cousin's slideshow at home, right? This is Mono Lake, which is located immediately north of the Owens Valley and Mono Basin. Water inflow to this lake was also greatly reduced by the LA Aqueduct. They have made some mitigation efforts there that have slowed that a bit. And then come to the Great Salt Lake. It's the 8th largest terminal lake in the world, and it's also shrinking. In fact, this is an image of Robert Smithson's Spiral Jetty. It's an iconic land art piece. When I originally started visiting this site, the water at the Salt Lake was all the way up to the bank here, and that was completely submerged. And now, year after year after I've gone back, that line keeps going further and further into the distance. So, to finish up then, seen within this context, these terminal lakes, each one in a different state of retreat, represent some of the magnitude of the problem of water in the West. A reading of these landscapes, documented and represented in photographs, then contextualizes with other images and other landscapes and opens up layers of understanding that hopefully point to the full complexity of the situation, or try to point to that complexity of the situation, something that is critical if we're going to work towards solutions to these existential problems. Thank you.
I love The Misfits, but the horse scene with Clark Gable at the end is terrifying, if anybody has seen that. Thanks for inviting me to be here today, and thanks to Angela for being able to pronounce the full name of the institute that I work at in the Weather Center, which is very difficult. I don't know if any of my students are here or not, but they can start critiquing me now. So let's see. Here's Bob Dylan and Allen Ginsberg to kick us off here. In 1965, Bob Dylan sang, "You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows," in his song Subterranean Homesick Blues. To know which way the wind blows is to understand what is happening around you, to adapt to changing circumstances, and to anticipate the future, a form of resilience. I found this to closely describe the weather and climate insights and practices of Native American agriculturalists and traditionalists that I interacted with during fieldwork in southwestern Oklahoma. The overall inquiry sought to uncover the insights possessed and how they are constituted, and in relevant cases, how they were used in agricultural decision-making, and their resilience to changes both with the climate and their livelihoods. So their observational knowledge, along with their ties to their culture, the other farmers, and family are their resilience. Okay, my positionality as a white man in the academy should be considered when you listen to this work as a non-Indigenous person attempting to operate within Indigenous research methodologies and cultural cosmologies. There are certain things, such as the experience of being Indigenous, that I cannot understand or represent. I was, though, entrusted by my new friends to be an ethical messenger. So thank you to Randall and the other people that you will hear about today. Research focused mostly on agriculturalists because they are people who work on the land, and as such must be keen observers of weather and seasonal climate, and their indicators to help ensure their livelihoods. While the agriculturalist's existence is contemporary, their daily interactions with the environment may be more direct or less mediated by modernity than those of most of us in this room. Their observations about climate are worth listening to regarding a resilient future because they are people who are close to that land and may notice changes more quickly than we do, and in most cases are part of cosmologies that are in kinship with the non-human world in ways that most of us can't understand but would probably benefit from. As Adrian Baker prefaces in his Ingenuity short films like Turtle Island, in a world searching for answers, it is time we look to native wisdom for guidance. It is time for some. Fieldwork took the form of semi-structured interviews, various participant observer experiences like agricultural and tribal meetings and workshops, farmer training sessions, tribal fairs, youth camps, and a lot of chewing the fat at meals. Most activity took place in southwestern Oklahoma, but some at meetings and symposia in Oklahoma City and Okmulgee. So for this talk, I'm going to pass along their stories about climate variability and what they think about it and maybe do about it in their own words. So it'll be a little bit Ken Burns style, I think. So on animal behavior and climate change. You used to be able to tell when the geese were coming how the weather was going to be for the winter months. But even that has changed. You got birds staying here now that should have left. Even the animals don't know what to do anymore. Our climate's changed so much over the last 10 years. Ricky Horse, Kiowa. The heat down south has caused the armadillos to move farther north. Garrett Tarza, Kiowa. And the little horny toads, I haven't seen many of them. I haven't seen one in 5 years. Milton Sovo, Comanche. I used to go down to the creek to find those crawdads and go fishing. You don't see those things around here anymore. It's just drier. Rudy Tarza Jr., Kiowa. And just like the turtles in the pond year-round without even hibernating, you know what? I see even the animals are confused because of our change. Randall Ware, Kiowa. On plant behavior, we have a pecan grove along the creek, hundreds of trees, and they make every other year. Right now, this is the third year they didn't make. The plums, this is their third year. We don't understand. Kind of makes me wonder what's going on, you know. Rudy Tarza Jr. You could look at the pecan shell. If that shell was thick, you knew there was plenty of water and everything was going to be fine. But if you look at that shell now and how thin it is, that would tell you that weather conditions weren't going to be good at all because of that. Ricky Horse, Kiowa. Last year, we got the big idea to hunt for choke cherries. They're orange, and they used to be mixed with a corn mixture that was like our dried meat patties that the hunters carried. Well, these were cakes. We had the hardest time finding those, and in my day, they used to have bushes all over. Dorothy Whitehorse Stallone, Kiowa. No matter what the calendar or the climate statistics say, it ain't spring until the mesquite blooms. Milton Sovo, Comanche. Unexpected seasonal changes. I've noticed the ice storms getting worse. They are so much worse. Out here on the plains, it's not the blizzard that's the problem, but it's the ice that forms. I've noticed those in the past 4 years. We used to have like one every 5 or 6 years. Now it's 2 a year. Maya Taralba, Kiowa, Comanche, and Wichita. Last year is totally different from this year. It's all changing. It used to be that winter would get cold and you'd have snow. Springtime it would be wet. Summertime would be summertime. Now they're having tornadoes in the fall. Everything is starting to mix up. The weather is changing. The atmosphere is changing. And it's hard to deal with stuff like that anymore in farming. It isn't like it used to be. Dixon Palmer Jr., Kiowa. My earliest recollection, we always had so much rain, but it wasn't this nasty kind like we have now. It was the kind that it would rain real pretty, and I remember even swimming in the road ditches. The water was abundant. We had abundant rain, and sometimes it would feel so good because the drops were big and there would be no thunder and lightning. Dorothy Whitehorse Stallone. On water resources, our water table is being affected by this climate change. Our creeks are drying up. It's because our water table is low. They say it's because the farmers irrigated coming out of our aquifer, but it's not. It's from the change in the weather. Randall Ware, Kiowa. Alan D. Kaleda, a Kiowa man, said, rivers have fallen so low that you can walk through them. He said some springs have dried up. He mentioned how fishing is worse because the water temperature is higher than it used to be. All the farmers would plant if they knew what the future was going to hold. Are we going to have a drought this year or floods? It's too unpredictable. We really don't know. We can have an idea of what might take place, but it's just a gamble. It's about taking chances anymore and going on your best intuition. We can't really rely on nature anymore because nature doesn't know what to do anymore. On impacts on their ability to observe changes. You know what? I see even the animals are confused because of our change. Our world is sick. Randall Ware, Kiowa. All the signs that told the conditions about the weather that people relied on are no more. But even the animals don't know anymore. I don't even know if they could tell anymore. Ricky Horse, Kiowa. And he also said, you can't really go and look at the nuts or the pecans or the walnuts and see how the shell was to tell what was going to take place or what was going to happen because it's all messed up. On agricultural practices, we'll plant our crops like wheat later in the fall, close to November, because we learned that if we plant too early, we get failed crops. The late freezes hit the early crops and killed them, and we lost those. The ones that were planted late hadn't come out yet, so after the cold spell went by, they started sprouting out. Garrett Tartza, Kiowa. The cold winter set everything back. We didn't get our first cut of Bermuda grass until June 1, and we're supposed to have it in the middle of May. Dixon Palmer Jr., Kiowa. He also said, everything is starting to mix up, making it harder to plan. On culturally important seeds and plants, there's a real threat to heirloom seed contamination, not only by GMOs, but also by the impacts of climate variability. There are tribal organizations within the Muskogee Food Sovereignty Initiative, the Pawnee Nation in particular, who are working with traditional seed keepers from various tribes to make sure their seeds remain robust for future generations. Seed contamination is considered an issue of social equity and environmental injustice. And this was said by a woman 10 years ago, right? 11 years ago, when those terms weren't quite part of our regular scientific parlance yet. Then on the public discourse, according to most of the people I spent time with, climate change is real, is observed at the local scale, and it's impacting their ability to observe relied upon indicators, and has caused them to make changes in their agricultural endeavors. In the end, impacting their resilience. But opinions on the public discourse were mixed. Basically, I don't think they liked experts telling them what they already knew. I listened to the climate scientists, but my opinion is still out because I need to see more, but I'm afraid of what I'm going to see. Milton Sovo, Comanche. The debate gets my attention and I listen to it, but other than that, I don't really care. Rudy Tartza Jr. I listen to the climate scientists probably not as much as I should. I read things in the paper and listen to a lot of what they talk about. Stuart Owings, Wichita. I only know as much as I hear and read. You hear people in our state, Oklahoma, say there is no global warming. And that to me is just ridiculous because there's scientific evidence that yes, there is. Maya Taralba, who also had some kind words for our retiring senior senator. So some final context here on our relationship with the non-human world. So coming back to the beginning, it's been written that Native Americans view events taking place in the non-human world as a blend of physical and spiritual parts. The sun, wind, and clouds were believed to be living entities with a spirit and personality of their own. And that goes along with every other object in the non-human world. Everything in the non-human world is considered to be imbued with a spirit, which in an indigenous cosmology would perpetuate a different interaction with the non-human world than demystified Western society might envision. Scott Momaday's description of the storm spirit, you can see that image here, in his book, The Way to Rainy Mountain, is an example of the relationship the Kiowa people and their language have with that spirit of the tornado. Vine Deloria, who was a Standing Rock Sioux, his book, The World We Used to Live In, is recommended reading here if you're interested in this sort of thing. And just now this week, here on campus, we have Laura Harjo's Muskogee Tribal Town Futurity exhibit, and she couches this imbuing of spirits as energy, the energy that people, non-humans, flora, fauna, and everything else have, and that our interactions with all of these other entities in the non-human world is part of the relational energy. And I think that's a really nice way to think about this. So to close, some believe that we are taking too much and not giving enough back from nature, or that the changes being observed now are a sign that we need to ease up a little bit. And if we do not, there will be dire consequences, like the tornadoes and the hailstorms happening out of season. Some believe the changes taking place are a challenge to all of us to do better. Thank you.
I don't know if I need to stand up here. But good afternoon, everyone. So happy to be here, and thank you all for having me out to speak a little bit about my professional experiences and my background as a planner as it relates to the topics of migration and climate challenges. And full disclosure, I am not a climate expert or migration expert like you've heard from many individuals today. However, these are clearly topics and issues that are very complex and impact each and every one of us, whether you're an expert or not, and not only personally but professionally. And so I'm excited to be here to share a little bit about how that intersects with my world, and have so thoroughly enjoyed all of the speakers today. I'm learning so much, and thank you to all the organizers who have made today possible and have made a wonderful event. So just a little bit about me. My name is Vanessa Morrison, and I am an activist and educator. I've been in the social services and field of supporting communities for about 14 to 15 years, my whole professional career. And working with children and individuals and families who are facing vulnerability and adversity is actually what inspired me to go into planning in the first place, because I started seeing these patterns of people facing challenges not only inside their home, but outside of their home. And depending on where they lived, those challenges were really escalated and troubling to see. And so I really got interested in understanding, how can I be in a space and in a field where I can work and help prevent some of the issues that cause people to have to come into my office and need help or shelter, all of this assistance that really is temporary and finds people back in the same situation before they came. So found planning a couple of years ago, and went to school, actually went to the regional and city planning program here at the College of Architecture, and now I'm the associate director at the Institute for Quality Communities, where we work with towns and communities across the state. So I have a lot of fun doing those type of projects with our team and our students and faculty in the college. And I also see myself just as a connector, you know, having this social services background, working with marginalized communities and doing what I can within my sphere of connections to be able to help people have access to the resources they need to live a quality of life. And so today we were asked to speak about how our profession intersects or connects to these topics of climate change and migration. And I just started thinking about my role as a planner, and although this is not my expertise, just thinking about how my position and planners all over the world are really in charge of these decisions that make decisions about how spaces are shaped, planned, and designed for, and how resources are accessible, and how communities are able to get to and fro. And it just really had me sitting in this recognition of the weight and of responsibility that planners have in this work, and really the responsibility of making sure that communities can be planned for from a holistic approach where they can be well, healthy, and thrive. And how we have also been a part of creating these urban patterns that have made that very difficult, right? And have really increased the climate footprint of being so dependent on cars, and creating these suburban neighborhoods and putting strain on the environment where people have to travel through car to get to what they need and access to resources. And so just reckoning with the role that we have also played in some of these issues that impact communities, and also with the reality that we have not always done the best job at planning for everyone in mind, particularly as it relates to those who are disproportionately impacted by some of these climate challenges that we've been hearing about today, including communities of color and other marginalized communities. And so really reckoning with that and working to understand how that impacts our ability to build trust, to work in communities, because we have been a part of the issue. And I just think it's really important that in these conversations that we're looking in the mirror and checking our own role in these issues and working to be more proactive, as it sounds like we all are, and being disruptive of these harmful practices that have impacted communities essentially since the beginning of time. So I wanted to speak a little bit about my neighborhood where I live currently, which is the Deep Deuce neighborhood. If you're familiar with Oklahoma City, this is a neighborhood in Northeast Oklahoma City that is a historically Black neighborhood. And it really came to be a Black neighborhood in the early 1900s due to the forced migration of Black people to this area. And that was due to racist real estate practices and segregation that confined Black individuals and families to only be allowed to live in certain areas of the community, and Deep Deuce was the Black community. And not only were Blacks siloed to this area of Oklahoma City in the early 1900s, but they are also now living next to these harmful land uses, right, of the industrialization uses that were happening in that area. So the railroad industry, the warehousing industry, and these other toxic uses were right now next door to people who were forced to live in this area, creating this unhealthy urban environment that was very challenging and create these conditions of inequity for people to have to live through. But despite those conditions and that forced migration to the east side, Blacks created a thriving cultural district known again as the Deep Deuce District that really was a nationally renowned area and known for the arts, creativity, culture, and jazz legacies that were built right here in this neighborhood despite the challenges and the forced, again, moving to the area. And so it's really a beautiful story, and a lot of people are unaware of that history, so I like to speak about it and talk and bring visibility to this history. So despite being forced to that area and being able to thrive in the area and creating a neighborhood that was meeting the needs, serving the community, and was a place where Black people could now thrive, after time had passed, there were other spatial and social dynamics that created shifts in this area that made it difficult for people to be able to stay here and ultimately displaced individuals from this area. And a big shift in this dynamic was the inaction or the action of urban renewal, which I know many of us are familiar with. And so I want to show a series of maps to show how spatially urban renewal impacted this community. So urban renewal, in short, for those who may not be super familiar, was a federally funded program that gave cities across our nation funds to clean up blighted areas of their communities. And so that wasn't just Oklahoma City, those were cities across the country. And a lot of those cities took funds and went into Black and brown neighborhoods and destroyed, demolished, and erased these communities. And so that happened here in Northeast Oklahoma City, just north of us. And there were 3 urban renewal plans that impacted this area throughout the 60s and the 80s and really created these harms that are still heavily felt today and do have an environmental impact as well. And so here's a map from the 1950s. And here in the pink area is the Deep Deuce area where I live. And this area in the tan is a visual of an area called South of 8th, which is a project I'm working on to help reckon with the urban renewal legacy in the community and helping to identify ways that land can be returned to the community in a way that's beneficial and is supportive of the community's needs in present day. And so here you see a map that shows a lot of built form. I know it's kind of hard to see exactly what's on the map, but there are homes, there are businesses, there are streets that create connectivity and access. And again, it's this representation of a community that was built and thriving despite the forced migration to this area. However, in 1970, after urban renewal began in the 60s, you start seeing this manifestation of vacancy in the area. So here, whereas before in the previous map, you saw a lot of built up space, now we're seeing vacancy, erasure, and again, the displacement of Black individuals and families from this area, further away from their social connections, the resources, and the services and amenities that were serving them each and every day. And then in 1990, you see now a new element here, which was the construction of I-235, which is the highway that was built right in the heart of the Northeast OKC community. And so now there is a disconnection between Deep Deuce, the larger East Side community, and again, these social and spatial harms that have impacted the community and the continued erasure of Black spaces in this area. And now here in 2020, you see a more contemporary view of what this area looks like and how it was impacted by urban renewal. And so this here is an image of Northeast 4th Street, which is a lifeline, historically Black commercial corridor that, again, created these assets and these services that serve the community from a walkable distance every day. So there were barbershops, pharmacy, hotel, grocery store, a theater, the only Black theater in Oklahoma City, and it's still standing to this day. And then urban renewal. And this is an image of that era, and again, the demolition and the erasure and the harm that they caused to this environment. And now, the Jewel Theater, which you saw here, is one of the few Black standing cultural assets that we still have as it relates to the time frame after urban renewal. And there is still, to this day, a lot of vacancy in this community. And the Oklahoma City Urban Renewal Authority still owns a lot of land in this area. And so they are working with community members to understand how can they release property in a way that benefits the community. But it still has left a lot of harm and environmental disruption for people who live in this area or who are from this area. And another theme, of course, is the cultural erasure. And so when you walk around Deep Deuce or even the Northeast Side, you hardly see any representation of the history and of the people who were there, which causes this invisibility to those experiences and what people have lived through. And so, again, I just think it's really critical that we acknowledge as built environment professionals the role that we've played in some of these issues and reckon with that history. And also understand that there are people who are working every day outside of our help, outside of institutional support, and outside of systems who are working to support the climate issues in their neighborhood, in their environments, and keep them whole and healthy. And I just want to acknowledge a couple of people that I know personally who are doing that work. So Latasha Timberlake is an educator. I was actually one of her students back in the day, and she is a healer, community organizer, and most recently started a nonprofit organization called Lillian Timber Farms. And she has started this community garden model to help address food insecurity issues in Northeast OKC. And so not only is she really working to address those issues of food insecurity, she's also helping teach classes and teach about the subject of ecology so community members can learn about how they can connect, live off of, and benefit from the land that they live on, and be more intentional about making those connections. So she's helping people understand the importance of ecology and the role that that plays in our overall health. And then we have individuals such as Sean Washington, who's a naturalist. He actually works for OKC Parks, and he's a nature educator and does a lot of education in Northeast OKC to teach people how to live harmoniously with the multiple diverse species and ecosystems that exist in Northeast OKC. And again, helping bring in that education so people can be more intentional about how they use their yard space, or how they can use a garden that can bring in butterflies, that can help other species and other elements that keep our environment strong and healthy. And those are just two individuals of several out here doing amazing work. And again, I just think it's important to acknowledge that there are people already working within their own solutions and their own models who are doing great work. And it's our job to support that and amplify it, not necessarily come in with our own ideas, but how do we work within those different models to strengthen the work that they're already doing and have been doing for years. So really quick, I wanted to share a little bit of a case study of a community that I've been able to work with through my role at the Institute for Quality Communities, called Tallahassee, Oklahoma, not to be confused with Tallahassee, Florida. And Tallahassee is Oklahoma's oldest surviving Black township, as Angela mentioned earlier, and we have had the complete honor and privilege to help support their revitalization efforts as a small Black town that's dealt with a lot of issues as it relates to population loss, the closure of a school, and really trying to figure out how do we bring in the resources to reactivate this town, but also take advantage of being this environmentally strong and nature resilient community that people might consider moving to as they migrate from these unstable, unhealthy environmental areas. And so again, Tallahassee is the oldest Black founded township, one of 13 that are still in existence today, and one of the over 50 at one point in history that used to exist here in Oklahoma. And Oklahoma had the highest number of Black founded townships, so that narrative of Black and Indigenous history is so important. It has been such a great learning opportunity for us and the students. And working with this community, we have been able to really, again, with students, identify ways that we can help them advance revitalization efforts in a way that connects to the abundance of nature and the landscape that they have here in the community. And also more recently, Tallahassee was deemed as a climate receiver place by the Place Initiative, meaning that this is a place where it's not experiencing a lot of the climate challenges that other areas are as well, and it's well situated to receive migrants who are fleeing from these more environmentally unstable areas. And so Tallahassee is actually one of 9 communities in the state of Oklahoma that has this designation, and they're wanting to explore and be strategic about how do they maximize those opportunities while revitalizing the town in a way that can be a place where people want to move back to, want to move to, and want to stay there. And so we worked with students in the spring of last year and are now doing a part 2 of partnership to help advance those goals and those ideas. We worked with students to help them understand empathy and how to work within the context of a marginalized Black community. We leaned on tools such as the Black Space Manifesto that really helps us understand how we can work within Black community spaces with inclusivity and equity and making sure we're being collaborative every step of the process. And we were also able to do site visits and engage with community members through Zoom with the COVID limitations to understand what is a day in the life of Tallahassee and how can we wrap around that and support that. We also worked with community leaders such as Mr. Bates, who were already doing these systems and working ecosystems that were supporting the town, such as water retention ponds, building farms, creating these spaces that were supporting the community, again, with little to no resources. And so all in all, we were able to help co-develop these pathways to hope, is what we called it, and help really support the strategies that the community was exploring to revitalize the community, such as visibility. How can people learn more about the history of Tallahassee, where resources can come in and they can be a competitor for other grants and other opportunities to bring in funding? How can they use the natural landscape of Tallahassee to create these economic engines to bring revenue into the town and tap into the natural resources that are abundant here? And how do we help support that from a holistic viewpoint? And so I'm at time, but I just wanted to wrap up and say that, again, I think it starts with recognizing our role and acknowledging and amplifying the amazing work and organizing that community members are already doing and finding ways to make those partnerships possible. Thank you.
That was amazing and actually quite inspirational. And it actually, personally, as a new member of the OU community and a citizen of Oklahoma, it really gave me great pause to think about how I'm going to be thinking about structuring the Institute for Resilient Environment and Energy Systems. And again, I appreciate that greatly. We have about 15 minutes for some open Q&A, and we want to give the audience the opportunity to ask some questions of one particular speaker or address the whole group. Certainly if one particular speaker, then we'll open it up to actually everyone to comment on that. But do we have someone who'd like to start? Well, maybe I could kick off a question. And this relates to those of you who are talking about your interactions with tribal communities and how you integrate your perspectives on, Western science and the way you view their world. But what I'm wondering about is, do you find that there are tensions within the tribal community leadership that you deal with, and how much they want to open up with things such as sacred knowledge that have a very different perspective for them, and how much they want to share that? But it could be important for the kind of perspectives that you're trying to gain about climate adaptation. So someone like to?
Yes. Yes, there are. Yes, there are tensions. And one of the things that I didn't elaborate on is a lot of those tensions have to do with the risks of sharing that indigenous knowledge. Right now, the federal government is very interested in learning more about traditional ecological knowledge, particularly in its work on climate change. And the administration is holding listening sessions with tribes to learn more about their concerns and the possibilities of sharing more of that information. And while on the one hand, there is a lot of interest from indigenous communities in sharing that knowledge, and certainly the recognition of the value that that knowledge could have for facing the climate crisis, there's also some hesitancy related to the risks that I was discussing. One of the specific challenges with sharing information with the federal government when there's federal funding involved is that anything that is shared could become publicly available through the Freedom of Information Act. And there's really not a good way around that at the moment. And that, being a federal law, is not something that can be remedied by the executive office in the federal government. So that's still part of the discussion.
Yes. A lot of times, scholars have misrepresented information, knowledge that they have learned from their indigenous informants. A lot of tribes now have their own institutional review boards, right? So they want to make sure that not only is everything done correctly, but that dissemination is done in ways that is culturally respectful to them. I ran into that a little bit, you know, when I was doing my research, as far as people who were willing to talk to me and people who were willing not to. I ended up just talking to small farmer groups and the like, and not really dealing with tribes formally. Okay, there's all kinds of small farmer groups in the state, and at least a few years ago there were some really vibrant ones that Native farmers belong to, and that Langston University, among others, was really helping to support with training institutes. So it's something that you need to be really careful with, I think, and I think how you approach your research. When I was connected to Randall Ware through a county extension agent, I got an email from him 15 minutes later and says, yeah, I'd love to work with you. And so he said, come over to the Anadarko Library and we'll talk. So when I got there, there was like 6 of those farmers sitting there at the table, and they basically grilled me for a couple of hours. We drank a lot of coffee. They wanted to know what I was up to, and it wasn't just about me. They wanted to know what, you know, we could do for them as well. So.
And I'm going to add a little more to that also. I think one of the key things to think about in any work with tribes is what the researcher is bringing to the tribal community. The tribe may not be all that interested in what the research itself is going to produce unless the researcher is working with the tribe in a participatory process to design that research. And there's some good articles out there, especially a recent one by Dominique David Chavez about the steps along the way in the process of designing and doing research with tribes. But in addition to that, the researcher-tribal relationship has to be one of reciprocity. And that may have nothing to do with the results of the research. I mean, ideally it would if you're co-producing it, but there are many other ways of interacting in tribal communities where you are providing those benefits to the tribe. Maybe you show up and you help put together a greenhouse kit. Maybe you do some of the baking and bring some food to a community meeting even though it's being catered. There's a whole range of ways of being respectful in a tribal community that may not seem directly linked to the research, but are essential for the relationships that are part of the research.
Yeah, I helped judge vegetables. At fairs, I went to numerous summer camps with kids and showed them weather instruments and things like that. So it's all kinds of stuff like that that had nothing to do with what I was doing.
Excellent, thank you. Is there a follow-up question to that, or is this a new one? A new question? Okay, so we'll shift off that pocket. Good.
Kind of talking about like the climate gentrification. So in that, is that more of like a policy-based issue when you're talking about like going into already kind of underserved communities by government authorities? Is that something that needs to be fixed policy-wise, or is it more of you start with that and maybe grow out from there?
Good question. Is this on? No. No, it's on. Maybe? Okay. Great. That's a good question. I think when we're talking the whole issue of gentrification broadly and getting rid of that whole idea as a thing, policy level, if you're talking about neighborhood level, whether or not to implement some sort of infrastructure, that can be a little bit more grassroots, you know, looking at what connections can we make within this area, how can we apply existing resources to preserve housing in this area. You can kind of be a little bit more local with it and connect existing resources, use existing community connections, use social capital, political capital, et cetera. But if you're talking about citywide, whether or not implementing an entire climate adaptation plan is going to influence gentrification processes, that's policy level. That's, okay, we need to come up with some sort of affordable housing initiative. We need to, implement some sort of policy that says, you can't change any physical infrastructure without doing X, Y, and Z to prevent inequities. But I mean, gentrification is a whole big thing that is not influenced just by green infrastructure or climate adaptation initiatives. It has everything to do with how we develop cities within capitalism. So, yeah, it's a much bigger issue. But if you're talking about one little project, you can kind of address that sometimes with a little bit of just grassroots organizing and connecting existing resources. But good question.
Indigenous knowledges. And it may come from a different side, maybe not through the tribal avenue, but I'm thinking about CAL FIRE, like California forest and fire management issues. And there was a recent article in the New Yorker about using indigenous knowledge in controlled burns, and there was like a beta test done by an indigenous employee of CAL FIRE a few years ago. But there is tremendous resistance, it sounds like, at maybe the state and the federal level to really implement these non-traditional or unorthodox methods. And I was wondering, are there efforts, you mentioned some efforts, but are there efforts at that level to integrate indigenous knowledge into governmental efforts that directly are impacted by climate change?
If you could repeat the question a little bit too, just for the back of the audience.
Yeah. Just to repeat it a little bit for folks who might not have heard it. The question was about specifically indigenous knowledge related to fire and how that gets integrated into natural resource management decision making, especially at the federal level, if I'm...
State in this case, but even...
State and federal level, right. And there was a reference to the use of fire in California. And actually, I think that's where a lot of the conversations are happening about cultural burning, as the tribes in California typically refer to it. And conversations, I'm not very familiar with the state level conversations in California. I do know that the U.S. Forest Service is definitely engaged with the tribes in California in those conversations. So I'm sorry I can't specifically speak to it at the state level, but the Karuk tribe and the Yurok tribe are very actively engaged in those conversations in California. And there are, when they refer to cultural burning, they're not just referring to what we think of now in the Anglo world as prescribed burning. It's an entirely different relationship with fire, not just to reduce the risk of wildfire, but also for the benefit of other plants and animals, the more than human world and the other relatives. So that's an important part of it coming from the indigenous side. There are also other organizations that are involved. The Nature Conservancy has an indigenous burning network, which has been working internationally, but they're also expanding their conversations in the US and engaging with more tribes here. I will say also it varies highly in different regions. In New Mexico, which is actually where I am, I work remotely, the cultural burning is rather different. There's still a relationship with fire, but there's less emphasis on starting fires and more about the relationship with naturally caused fires.
Please, right here.
Thinking about this discussion of how academics engage with researchers, I noted, Vanessa, in your presentation, you showed this slide of, I think you said it was from the Black Space Manifesto, and I'm wondering if you could share a little bit more about that and how it is integrated into your teaching and your work with the community.
Sure. So I'm a member of an organization called
They were asking if you could repeat the question.
There was a question about the tool that I showed with the images that I said was the Black Space Manifesto, and how could that be used in your practice as an educator, and more about that tool. So I'm a part of an organization called Black Space, which is a national network of a collective of Black urbanists who are working to reimagine how we approach our work in serving Black communities through an equitable and collaborative lens. And so there's multiple chapters. There's Black States New York City, Chicago, Atlanta, Indianapolis, and Oklahoma. And Oklahoma was the third chapter to launch. And so the Black States Manifesto was a tool that the collective created to have a set of principles to guide how we do this work in these communities, because we don't want to just, as Black urbanists, go into communities and think, okay, we know everything because we're Black and they're Black and we get it. We wanted to be intentional about having, again, this collaborative approach and moving at the speed of trust and working with communities to be a part of every step of the process in planning, designing, and shaping their communities. And so that tool is actually online. If you go to blackspace.org, and you can download it as a PDF. And it's been so valuable to me because I think it applies to even outside of this work as an urbanist. It applies to every situation in life, and being able to do things like move at the speed of trust, center lived experience and expertise, trying to find ways for communities to cultivate wealth. That's a big issue that a lot of these communities are dealing with, is poverty and being stripped away from the opportunity to cultivate generational wealth for their families. When I showed those images of urban renewal, and we think about home ownership as the #1 pathway to cultivate generational wealth in this country, thousands of people who lived in that area lost that opportunity. And so how does that impact our ability to thrive and be well in our neighborhoods when there's generational poverty? So, I mean, I think that that tool has just been really important in helping us ground our work and our approaches as urbanists, and being intentional about how we include people in every step of the process of the work.
I think we have time for one more question. Maybe far in the back, if you would.
Right, okay. One of the things that I hear a lot of late from my concerned student peers relates to collective action or collaborative action by highly experienced and expertised professionals, such as yourselves. And then one of the things that I noticed in all these presentations was that despite the fact that you all have relatively distinct skill sets, expertises, work experience, and everything, every time someone would bring up a problem, I felt like I saw the solution in someone else's presentation, which is really wonderful. Like, it seems like there's basically a dream team to be found in you guys. So basically the question is, like, how essential do you see it being going forward to try and unite seemingly unrelated skill sets to address these problems, and how do you think you would go about doing that as professionals?
So the artist, the one on the outside here, I think it's critical. Artists especially love to collaborate, and we come into a situation often in which we have a skill set that's about communicating, and perhaps telling stories. In the case of my situation, where maybe other researchers are having difficulty kind of making that connection, being able to get that out. But other types of artists also work collaboratively. They work within communities, embedded in communities. There's social practice, community practice, as I said. Yeah, I mean, I think that I agree with you in terms of there being all this great, things going on here on campus. I think I go back myself personally to this question about policy. And the frustration for me is not what's up here, it's like what's not up here. It's those with political power, economic power, aren't so much a part of the conversation, and that's the problem that I kind of see.
Great question, and I think that's one thing I love about the Black States Manifesto, is that it really breaks down these parameters as to who can be a part of this work. And there's a principle on that manifesto that says center lived experience, and really recognizing how people with lived experience are people with expertise, and how can we work with them and collaborate with them, just like the individuals I showed in my slideshow that are already doing this amazing work, and treating them like the professionals that they are. In every community engagement project that I work on, if I can, I compensate people for their time. I'm not just going to extract information and say, thank you, see you later, or put your name in a report. I'm going to pay you because you not only provided expertise, but you did the emotional labor of sharing a lived experience with me, and that deserves to be honored and treated just like an expertise of a license, a master's degree, or a PhD. And so I think for me, really breaking down these constraints of who can be a part of this work is a big first step in being able to collaborate with people who are these non-traditional people, but they are absolutely needed in the work of advancing equity in communities.
I think that is an amazing stopping point for this session. Would you please join me in acknowledging our panelists? So we'll have a short break, coffee, snacks out in the adjacent Sandy Bell Gallery, and we'll begin the next session right at 2:30. So we look forward to seeing you back in just a few minutes.
Before we get up and disperse, I just wanted to
touch anything, right?
I'm sorry?
I don't have to touch anything.
I don't think so.
Change anything.
I'm just going to read that.
I just read it.
Or memorized at least the name.
Are we back? Ready to go again? Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the last session of the day. My name is Kim Marshall, and I am director of the OU Arts and Humanities Forum. We're one of the co-sponsors of this fantastic day-long symposium. You want to introduce yourself as well?
Ping pong back and forth. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Butko. I'm an associate professor in the Division of Architecture. Before we introduce the speakers for the third session today, I would like to invite Felipe Flores and Naifa Nihad, the OU Security and Context Graduate Fellows, to share about their upcoming event with the OU Center for Peace and Development.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for giving us the space and time to come here and introduce a very exciting symposium that I'm co-organizing with Felipe Flores. So the Youth Perspectives on Climate Change Symposium is actually one of the first of its kind at the University of Oklahoma, meaning that all of our panelists represent historically marginalized communities in the current climate crisis. In fact, 4 out of 5 of our panelists are Indigenous, with representation from the Indigenous communities in Oklahoma as well. So the inspiration for the symposium is coming from my lived experiences and realities, coming from an island nation, the island nation of the Maldives, which is at the front line of the current climate crisis, as well as my co-organizer Felipe's experiences coming from Ecuador and his professional experiences working with Indigenous communities in the Amazon. So this symposium is coming into fruition with a lot of support and guidance from our mentors. Thank you, Dr. Angela Pearson, the executive committee members of the Center for Peace and Development, as well as the College of Architecture, the College of International Studies, and financial support for the panelists coming from the Carnegie Foundation in New York.
Thank you so much, Naifa, for saying everything, right? So I have the difficult task to tell you about the dates of the event. So the event will take place the next Wednesday, April 20th, from 10 to 11:30. It's going to be an online event, completely free and open to the public. We encourage you to assist because it's different to hear the voice from leaders that are like your age experiencing these struggles that we have been talking lately during the whole symposium. So one of the leaders actually is from this university. He's A. Samuels. He's part of the Native American Studies and also a Jakarta member of the Nation of Oklahoma. And he will be talking about conservationists and how he has been working with his community during the last years. Next one is Naf Asim from the Maldives. She will be talking about how policy changes can actually help to mitigate climate change in relationship with the ocean. This is an amazing 19-year-old activist from Ecuador. Her name is Elena Walinga, and she actually achieved something very important with her community, that is stopping oil corporations to enter into her land. She has been part of the COP26, as well as my co-organizer, Naifa, and she has a very powerful voice that I really, really feel honored to have her as part of our symposium. As well as Efrain Nango, who is an educator, part of the COFENAIE, that is one of the most important indigenous groups in South America, and he's educating young generations of how to mitigate climate change, but also how to respect their traditional values. That aligns with the words of many of the speakers today, to mention some like Dr. Pepler, Dr. Houssam, and how to elevate social capital, as remember Angela Jan mentioned at the beginning of the symposium. And finally, from Brazil, to bring some flavor to the to the symposium. Gabrielle Alves, she is an environmental activist, and she will be talking about social justice and environmental justice as two elements that are intertwined to working against climate change. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Naifa and Felipe. Quite an exciting event coming up, perfect timing. Our final session today features 4 presentations that explore climate imaginaries, responsive design, and refugee experiences. The first presentation by Emma Colvin, an assistant professor of international and area studies. Dr. Colvin will talk about her work in Jakarta, a place that has been labeled as doomed, and what this means for the city and its inhabitants. The next speaker is Wen Chang, an assistant professor of landscape architecture. Dr. Chang will discuss her research on climate-responsive landscape architecture.
And then following Dr. Chang, we'll have Dr. Lee Fithian, who is an associate professor of architecture, and she's going to talk about her research on addressing air quality issues related to urban form. And our session is going to close with Dr. Chie Noyori Corbett, who is an associate professor of social work. She's going to talk about factors that affect refugee resettlement, including her work to create an improved model of resettlement. And before I cede the microphone here to Dr. Colvin, I just wanted to briefly acknowledge that this session was originally planned with the contribution of Dr. David Ebert, who is unable to join us here today. So just as for those of you who don't know, Dr. Ebert is director of OU's Data Institute for Societal Challenges. We call it the DISC Institute. And he was originally going to present work on intelligent human-computer teaming for resilient communities. So if you are interested in that kind of work or in the kind of work that computer systems and large data management can contribute to these kinds of conversations that we're having here, I encourage you to reach out to him to learn more about that institute and the important data analytics work that they support here at OU. So and now I will turn it over to Dr. Colvin.
Hi, everyone. What a pleasure to be back on campus after 2 years away. I can't think of a better event, and I just feel so honored to be part of this lineup. I'm just going to start my clock so I don't run over. So thank you to Angela, Felipe, Daniel, and Stephanie for organizing this event. It's just really exciting to be in a room with lots of different disciplines and ideas, and I've been scribbling notes on my presentation notes all day, thinking about the intersections between my work and others who have presented. So hopefully we'll see some of these connections as I walk through this. So the question the symposium is taking up is if plan A was to mitigate against climate change, then what is plan B? And in my field site, Jakarta, which is currently the capital city of Indonesia, but may not be for very much longer, plan B is already underway. This is already what people are focusing on. And so to tell you a little bit about this city, it's a city of more than 10 million people. As you can see, it's coastal, it's a delta city, punctured by rivers and canals, and it's really become a poster child for the vulnerability of coastal megacities to climate change. It's also become a kind of prototype for the future in a negative way, in that there's been a lot of speculation about how long Jakarta will continue to be habitable, and a lot of projections about when the city will be submerged or even underwater. That's the kind of language that's used. So I'm going to discuss briefly 3 themes that I see in my fields of urban studies and political ecology. I'm a geographer by training, and these are the subfields I situate myself within. So I'll be talking about these 3 themes really briefly, and then I'm going to show you how I see them coming up in Jakarta. So this first theme is one of climate or urban resilience. And I'm sure that Simone recognizes this image from her talk earlier about Louisiana. So urban resilience has really emerged as a new kind of buzzword. So previously it was sustainability, now it's climate resilience. And this is being promoted by a global resilience complex or a kind of network that includes actors like the Rockefeller Foundation and the World Bank. And they've been promoting this idea of urban resilience through policy networks and programs that essentially aim to leverage private sector investment to increase the ability of cities and their residents to bounce back from stresses and shocks. So this is this kind of understanding of resilience as emerging from ecology, the ability to kind of bounce back. And though some activists and communities have claimed this term, and they're actually using this on their own terms, particularly groups in Miami, more broadly, critical scholarship has pointed to the ways in which this term, or this concept, entrenches business as usual while shifting responsibility onto communities. So as Tracy Washington of the Louisiana Justice Institute said, "Stop calling me resilient, because every time you say, oh, they're resilient, that means you can do something to me." And so these posters popped up all over New Orleans. She was interviewed, you can watch it on YouTube, and somebody put these up to kind of comment on the sort of regressive nature of urban resilience. So further, urban studies scholars have noted that despite all of the talk of urban resilience, development plans have not changed. And actually, I'm going to touch on this later, but Todd mentioned the photographer who's been looking at the sort of, on the one end of the spectrum, we have financial speculation and land development in Miami, but we all know that Miami is incredibly vulnerable to sea level rise. How do we make sense of this contradiction? So the second theme, and this is one that Lauren discussed, is the growing awareness of the sort of dark side of adaptation. And the way that it has been, to quote Tin Alvarez, used and abused to realize particular visions of cities, the future of the city, that are typically exclusionary of the urban poor and other marginalized communities. So in Jakarta and other Southeast Asian cities where there's a large informal presence, informal settlements, and I'll discuss this in more detail, this is equated to evicting communities, often large-scale, violent, traumatic events. So I did just want to reference the fact that there is actually this conversation around urban resilience and resiliency planning in the Global South, but the language we use is different. We're talking about evictions, not gentrification. So I think that's maybe one of the sort of barriers to more interdisciplinary work. And so this presence or this occurrence of evictions is especially problematic, and we should be concerned about this, particularly as scientists warn us that we're reaching the technical and financial limits of hard infrastructure approaches, so things like seawalls, polar systems. And it's no longer a question of if, but when we will have to relocate communities away from flood zones and coastal areas. So this, of course, raises serious questions about equity and justice, especially since managed retreat strategies, and I won't go into it, but managed retreat is distinct from climate migration. The kind of strategies we have to realize managed retreat in the US tend to be voluntary buyouts. So these privilege homeowners and homeownership, and they do nothing to protect renters, mobile home park residents, and others who experience insecure tenure. And so in places like Jakarta, where people might have forms of tenure or land titles that are not necessarily recognized by the state, they might not be seen as eligible for compensation or resettlement. So this is really concerning if the way that we're achieving adaptation or pursuing urban resilience is via an approach that prioritizes private property regimes. And then the third theme, which I already alluded to, is speculation and this growing interest in futurity. And scholars have been looking at and observing this contradictory emergence of, on the one hand, intense financial speculation, at the same time as a kind of environmental speculation is taking place. So what does this mean for the future viability of our cities, that they are so vulnerable to climate change and that we're seeing the impacts of sea level rise and so on? So Jakarta is really kind of at the intersection of that contradiction. These two headlines, they're both from the New York Times. They were taken, or they were published about 10 years apart. So the left image actually is when I started working in Jakarta, and the right-hand publication is from a couple of years ago. So on the one hand, we have Jakarta being presented as a place of intense speculative investment where you can make a lot of bang for your buck. They were really kind of attracting foreign investors to Jakarta, and the property market was just booming in around 2014. And then over the last 10 years, there's been growing attention to another kind of representation of Jakarta, which is Jakarta as the sinking, submerged, doomed city. Very kind of stereotypical representations of the southern megacity, of environmental disaster and so on. So I've been interested in thinking about the kind of politics and implications of these representations, of these dystopian imaginaries, when we know that people will continue to live and work in these places that we are narrating as doomed, right? And so it's not actually just the media that participates in these narratives, it's also engineers and consultants. And I choose this image because I think it's really powerful. It's embedded in plans for a coastal development project that has gone through various iterations and is sort of underway now. But this was early in the master plan. And so what you're looking at here is allegedly Jakarta's only options for the future. So they've narrowed all of these possible futures down to 3 scenarios, 2 of which are largely unimaginable for the people that live in Jakarta. So the left-hand side, you have Jakarta submerged as sea levels rise. I mentioned before that Jakarta has subsided, so the city's kind of like a bowl. And so that's the scenario where nothing is done. We just let the sea claim Jakarta. The second scenario might not look as bad, but if you can see in the back of the image the statue, that is Monas, which is the national monument in the city, a very significant land site. So they've obviously chosen this image to draw your attention to the fact that it's not just about Jakarta, it's about Indonesia, right, and the threats that Indonesia is facing. And you'll see perhaps in that image that there's actually some quite large areas of flooding in the main city too. And this would be devastating for Jakarta and the people and the economy. And then the last image is, of course, the master plan that they were proposing, which will save the city through massive land reclamation. So this is the project that they were proposing. And so this was very much what Zach Taylor would call a property-led adaptation regime. It's very representative of that. This was a large-scale coastal defense, but also a coastal development project that would use real estate and extensive land reclamation, over 1,000 hectares, to pay for hard infrastructure. And what was really crucial about this project, similar to what we heard in Louisiana, was that this doesn't actually address the problem. It didn't address the core issue in Jakarta, which is land subsidence. And I could talk at length about land subsidence in Jakarta, but it's connected to development and water infrastructure, not climate change. And that is much more of a concern for Jakarta than climate change, arguably. So these kinds of interventions, such as this one here, they hinge on these large-scale evictions. And so this is a photograph I took in 2016 when I sort of stumbled across Kampung Aquarium. And Kampung Aquarium is a kampung, so an informal settlement in North Jakarta. And what's important to know about this context is that Indonesia has a dual land tenure regime. And so there's, on the one hand, the indigenous system, which is not necessarily recognized by the state. And then there is the formal, what we might sort of more recognize in the US as the formal land tenure system. And there was a program called PRONAUS, which was to formalize people's land titles. So people might have had informal land titles, or ones actually from the Dutch government when it was a colonial, when it was a colony. But people didn't go through that process necessarily of formalizing those because of corruption and the kind of costs. So what happens is that you actually have these communities with really diverse tenure arrangements who are painted by politicians in broad brush strokes as illegal or informal. And so what's happened that I think is especially problematic is that these are often the communities that are most vulnerable to flooding. They're the ones that do not have water security, that experience scarcity. And actually after this eviction, you can imagine the kinds of health consequences of people maintaining, they were living in tents and kind of trying to occupy this space still. And so what happens is these communities are treated as illegal squatters despite actually quite legitimate claims to the land. They're excluded from resettlement and compensation. And the question, of course, is where do they go? And those that are resettled, I could talk about this and I'll just skip over it, but there's all kinds of issues with the kinds of resettlement that Jakarta has pursued. It's not culturally appropriate for these communities, and so people leave. And so you end up with this cycle of people being forcibly evicted, ironically when they're more vulnerable to protect other people, and then they end up having to kind of move around and perhaps move back to other vulnerable kampungs. And what's also kind of doubly ironic about this is that these evictions are taking place in North Jakarta, which, if you're looking at the image on the left, so this is a map of land subsidence, and it's actually from 10 years ago, so the data, it hasn't really shifted too much. The rates are very similar, but what you're looking at in the circle is North Jakarta, and that red area is showing you the highest rates of land subsidence in the city. And this is not an error, it's 16 centimeters a year, which if you imagine the rates that we talk about sea level rise over centuries, and we're talking about 16 centimeters in a year, these are staggering rates of land subsidence. And actually, to think back to Todd's presentation, one of the challenges of land subsidence is that it's not visible to the human eye. So how do you get people to care about it? How do you, you can't photograph it. So that's actually been one of the challenges of working on land subsidence in the field, is how do I tell this story? So what's happening in North Jakarta is really high rates of subsidence, very, very vulnerable to flooding, all of these evictions taking place. And then we have the continuation of development practices that actually increase the vulnerability of the city in the first place and reduce urban resilience. And so these are billboards on the right-hand side, about 10 miles away from Kampung Aquarium. And they're advertising various loans to help you buy property that hasn't been built yet, on land that hasn't yet been reclaimed off the coast of North Jakarta. So this contradiction is really troubling because of the kinds of inequities that it's perpetuating. And of course, communities are aware of this. They know that when they're evicted, it's likely that a shopping mall or a new gated community will be built in that place. Perhaps even more striking, though, is in 2020, Jokowi, who's the Indonesian president, but also who was once the governor of Jakarta, he announced plans to relocate the capital city away from Jakarta to a new site in East Kalimantan. So he's here talking with the governor of East Kalimantan in 2019. So for those of you that don't know East Kalimantan, this is on the island of Borneo, the Indonesian side. You probably know it more for the orangutans and the forest, right? And very adorably, orangutans translates to people of the forest. So this is an area that is rich in biodiversity, that is important to protect, and Jokowi is proposing to build a new green city, a forest city, a smart city. And this is going to be called Nusantara, so that translates to archipelago, and Indonesia is an archipelago. And so this is a very extreme version of managed retreat, but there's also not much conversation going on about where the people will go. The administrative capital will move, but people will still stay in Jakarta. And furthermore, East Kalimantan, as I've mentioned, is a really important area, sort of biodiversity, but also there are indigenous Dayak communities there. And there's an entire history of coal and mining, of large-scale logging, palm oil, don't consume palm oil, and oil and gas, right? So this is already a place that has been extracted and has kind of suffered as a result of capitalist extraction. And so now we're seeing that we're going to produce this new city. And of course, it's not a tabula rasa, it's not a blank space. They're going to have to grapple with these questions. And so just to sort of, and this is the capital city, the plans, and of course it's not the actual plan, but it's the imagining of it. So just to conclude, Jakarta, I think, provides insights into the challenges that lay ahead for many cities and sites around the world. Evictions are legitimized by urban resilience and presented as a necessary evil. And again, this very much echoes what we saw earlier in Louisiana, this idea of it's for the greater good, it's for the bigger picture, right? Some people will suffer, but that's okay. And so what I wanted to close with, or to leave us thinking about, is how do we achieve equitable, just, managed retreat? Is that even a thing? What are the implications for those without tenure security? And who pays the cost of adaptation? And I really want to stress that we need adaptation strategies that decenter private property regimes instead of using property and real estate as a vehicle to supposedly deliver urban resilience. Thanks very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wen Cheng, and I'm in the Division of Landscape Architecture, College of Architecture, the University of Oklahoma. So I'm very happy to be here and present my study under the topic of resilient futures. So before I start, let me share a little, like a small story of mine. So I live in Texas for like 5 years, and then I moved to Norman in 2020. So last winter was very unforgettable to me because we haven't seen snow for years. And then last winter, 2021, Texas and Oklahoma suffered a historic windstorm in mid-February. The temperature fell as much as 25 to 50 Fahrenheit degree below the average, which broke or reached to the lowest temperature recorded in decades or even a century. However, 4 months later, an extreme heat wave affected much of western North America. This was a 1,000-year weather event, which caused more than 1,400 deaths in North America. So what's going on? What is happening to our environment? We are suffering longer and hotter summer days, urban heat island phenomenon, and more intensive and destructive hazards. So among them, I would like to mention that excessive heat was responsible for more premature death than any other hazards in the U.S. As a landscape architecture designer and researcher, we would like to create outside places for people to go out and enjoy the breeze touching our faces, the temperature to be not too high nor too cold, and the sunlight can be just gentle and warm. We care about the changing climate and people in the landscape. So we would like to provide people with safe and comfortable environment through climatically responsive landscape architecture design. So this is today my topic, climatic responsive landscape research and design. To achieve this goal, it is important for us to look at 3 questions. So first is, where are the vulnerable locations to changing climate? And the second is, who are the vulnerable populations? And the third one is, how can we do climatic responsive landscape architecture design? So when we look at a city or a region, heat vulnerability index, which is analysis of a sensitivity, exposure, adaptive capacity that considering environmental, social, and climatic factors can help us to determine the regions and population who are at high risk of being affected by heat waves. So through a systematic literature review, we reviewed all the current heat vulnerability index studies to answer 2 questions. What are the effective variables and how to measure them? And the second is, how effective are current heat vulnerability index in predicting urban heat vulnerability? So we summarized the framework for index construction, calculation, and validation. So for heat vulnerable index, we will need to include socioeconomic status and cultural backgrounds such as age, gender, income, and cultural backgrounds, as well as health conditions, including physical and mental health conditions, as well as environmental and climatic factors. After we collect all the data for the variables, we will do sensitivity analysis and explicit or statistic weighting to them to generate the heat vulnerability index. To validate the index and to test the efficiency of the model, we will use the geolocated heat-related outcomes to see the efficiency of this heat vulnerability index. So for example, this is a heat vulnerability index we generated for Bryan College Station in Texas by considering physical environmental factors such as land surface temperature, NDVI land use and land cover, as well as climatic factors such as the weather, the data from the weather condition, as well as social vulnerability index. So if you look at the right map, the more red it is, the more vulnerable it will be. After we identify those vulnerable areas, we would like to zoom in to the community level to see how community morphology will actually affect community level microclimate and affect residents' heat stress. So this is one of my ongoing project that we mapped the heat flux, energy flux for the low-income communities for different arrangement, as well as the housing locations and arrangement for different shade and canopy and also ground material, thus to reflect the thermal comfort level for low-income communities. And the next question is, who are the vulnerable population that we need to pay specific attention to? So when we talk about the thermal comfort, so basically the concept is pretty straightforward and easy. So when you feel warm or hot, it's basically you store more heat than you lose. And when you feel cold or cool, and then you lose more heat or energy than you stored in your body. So the energy budget model helps us to demonstrate the heat exchange between our body to the environment. So we gain heat through metabolic heat, radiation, and we lose our heat through convection, evaporation, and emitted radiation. So when we look at the inputs of this fundamental equation of energy budget, it includes both microclimatic and climatic parameters that are air temperature, humidity, radiation, and wind, as well as human factors, including metabolism and clothing. So among the increasing incidence of heat-related illness and injuries, children compose almost half of this population, and we consider children as a heat-vulnerable group. However, the thermal comfort model that I introduced previously, we have more than 160 different models. They are all designed and developed based on adults' conditions which are not appropriate for children. So children has both physical and physiological differences compared to adults, with higher surface area to mass ratio, higher metabolic rate, lower sweating rate, and higher skin temperature. So when we look at this equation, we actually modified several parameters and then into children's version, and we created a children's thermal comfort model that is called ComfaKit. In order to further validate this model, we collect the microclimatic data and then put this data into our model, and then get the thermal comfort level from our model. To validate this model, we collect the actual thermal feeling from survey among more than 68 children, and then we compare the results from their actual thermal feeling with the predicted thermal feeling. So our results shows that actually the ComfaKit model can be used to predict children's outdoor thermal comfort with a pretty high accuracy. And the next result is a little bit interesting. Then when adults feel cool, children feel okay. When adults feel warm, children feel hot. So children actually prefer to stay in a cooler environment. So when your mom tells you to put on a sweater, it's because of she's feeling cold, probably not you. So the last question is, how can we do climatic responsive landscape architecture design, and what are the facts that we need to know? So first, let me ask you a pretty simple question. Why does it feel cooler in the shade? Even the shade for probably just one tree. Is it because of the lower air temperature under that tree or the higher humidity for that? In order to answer this question, I rode a bike, and then this is super heavy, and I mounted all the devices collecting meteorological data. And I rode it from Urban Hot Island, that is a parking lot, all the way past through a natural preserve, an urban park, and then to the campus parking lot. So from my results, although they passed different land covers and then including parking lots and urban parks, the differences of the air temperature actually is just 2.7 Celsius degree. However, the differences of the radiant temperature can be as much as 21 Celsius degree. So air temperature and relative humidity are relatively consistent within a certain area at a specific height that is hard to be modified through landscape architecture design. However, wind and radiation is another story that is easy to be modified through landscape architecture design. So these two, that is wind and solar radiation and terrestrial radiation, are the components that we need to pay specific attention to during our design process. So the facts we got from research support our design, support our evidence-based design. So let's focus back on children. Playgrounds in schools are a very important space for children that they spend at least 1/3 of the time for their school time. So what are the efficiency design strategies in providing children with thermally comfortable environments? This is one of my projects, and I investigated all the primary schools in Norman, and finally we selected 8 different playgrounds with different design strategies. 2 of them has both trees and canopies, and 2 of them with only artificial canopies, and then 2 of them with some side trees, and then 2 of them with no shade at all. So we collected the microclimatic data, including air temperature, humidity, wind, speed, and direction, solar radiation, and surface temperature, and put them into the configurated model to get children's thermal comfort level. At the same time, we collected environmental characteristic data, such as sky view factor, canopy size, tree size, and tree species to know what design characteristic will provide thermally safety environment for children. For example, in Norman, Oklahoma, in a summer day on July 19th, 2021 at noontime, with an air temperature of as much as 92 Fahrenheit degree, and the wind speed is 0.5 meters per second, and humidity is 40%, solar radiation is 1,000 watts per square meter. On the left side for the picture, with a pretty good shaded playgrounds, it is safe for children to play outside for as long as 1 hour, and then their thermal comfort level will range from comfort to the caution of heat stress, depends on their activity intensity. However, for a playground on the right side with no shade at all, it is pretty dangerous for children to play outside for more than, I guess, 20 minutes, and then their heat stress level will range from caution to extreme danger of heat stress based on their activity level. So trees is such an important design element in landscape architecture, and then we would like to know what specific tree species will provide with a better solar protection for children. So we actually calculate the tree solar transmissivity for the trees that we investigated in all the playgrounds in Norman. And it turns out that some species, for example, the Acer rubrum, that is a red maple, and or the celery pears or Siberian elm, those trees will provide with better protection of solar radiation than other trees. So from previous study, all other design strategies in providing thermally comfortable environment are kind of summarized here. So from left to right, you can have a warmer feeling, and from right to left, it helps you to create like a cooler environment. So this is pretty much for my presentation today, and then we learned a little bit about how, where do we identify those heat vulnerable areas as well as heat vulnerable populations, and how can we do climatic responsive landscape architecture design. So before I end my presentation, I would like to make a small advertisement for my lab. It's called Microclimatic Landscape Architecture Research Lab, pretty long name. And then this is a website of our lab, and then we're gonna update our studies and then projects or published papers on the website. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Fithian. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, my colleagues, thinking that the fun stuff I get to do is worth sharing. My research starts from being an architect and a practicing architect. After joining the academy, I realized the research components that are associated with that make it very amenable to working with really diverse groups of communities. So part of my evolution in that particular arrangement became getting a PhD in engineering and applying some of the things that I had learned in practice to identify and solving problems in the built environment. So this particular presentation is related to some of my research, and then some of the research, how it evolved and worked with the Big Idea Challenge with the Vice President of Research and Partnerships. So urban planning and design guidelines sort of lag considerably behind the growing science of climate change, and they're mostly inadequate for considering multi-parameter heat-related and air quality health risks, evaluating and predicting the impact of urban planning and design at different scales in mitigating and future heat stress and air quality is critical to developing effective policy interventions and public health guidance. This problem creates a critical need to investigate the physical characteristics contributing to the vulnerability of our urban populations and provide design interventions to mitigate the problem. Lots of big words that I would not use with my clients, okay? So this presentation, like I said, involves VPRP and the Big Idea Challenge, and that in and of itself was quite an opportunity. Big Idea Challenge from the VPRP, they funded 5 research teams at OU. They got internal funding to support innovative research projects, and it was primarily set up to foster research teams towards transdisciplinary and convergence research. What the large funding, national funding organizations were finding, NSF and whatnot, that a lot of the science that they had funded wasn't finding its way into the communities to which, you know, they were trying to serve. So our particular project involved parts that include sensor teams, looking at greenhouse gases, how do we take that information, model it with the rest of the understanding of atmospheric science modeling, and bring it down into the urban design guides that were associated with it. The significance of that, you know, the VPRP was trying to point out what all of the global challenges were and how we were going to address them. We had a human interface, we had air quality issues, but greenhouse gases and their impacts on human health were the ultimate opportunity that our team was seeking to address. The health impacts, we talked a little bit about economics. You can't address a population without the educational impacts. And then how do we bring that full circle to a feedback loop to work with policy impacts? So our team was called XGEM, you know, Enhancing Future Community Sustainability with Greenhouse Gas Monitoring. It was led by Bin Bin Wang. He was assistant professor in electrical and computer engineering. He's like the core of the sensor team. Wes Honeycutt, Oklahoma Biological Survey, go-to guy. I got pictures of him later. Ming Xu in meteorology was modeling, taking that atmospheric models and how we would apply them. It was myself and Ed Sankowski who's in philosophy, but was really working with Dr. Betty Harris, who was doing an IRB sort of survey, structured survey that was going to go out into the community to see if we could find those health impacts. And then Farouk Mistry and AME was working with the cyber social physical space. So the components and the sensors, low cost, developing to monitor greenhouse gas. We had the modeling group that I've spoken about. Relating all of those results to human habitat design was part of my responsibility. Collaborative community engagement was also part of that structured design survey was part of that. And then those social systems where the big data would come in. How do we prevent some of this climate action failure is trying to translate that science and give it to the policymakers. And we need those tools to get a better understanding of what's happening in the world, and we need the models to provide a better understanding of the complex environmental dynamics. And we need to understand how the built environment influences greenhouse gas, and human health provides harm mitigation tools. So what's the impact of the solution on the community? And then it's sort of unraveled. And I was pleased to note that when we did our final out-briefing with the VPRP, that of the 5 teams, our team was productive. There was another team that was already established and working together, was very productive. And then a couple of teams just dropped out. They couldn't find a way to communicate and work together. So the initial concept is here. We're going to take satellite data, and we're going to have remote understanding of what the CO2 is and greenhouse gases at the street level. And then we're going to do a second level remote sensing at a particular height with the drones and whatnot, and then we'll be able to refine that model. And then we'll go down and we'll do like Dr. Chang was doing and get some climate data there on the street. And then we'll bring it all together and we'll have this great model and we'll give it to the people and they'll work really, really well. And this was the first image that we got. This is what a satellite data scientist thinks the city of Oklahoma City looks like. And once again, you know, that architecture training steps in and we're trying to find a communication method. How can we figure out where we are in this city? So I kind of like took the Latin longs, and this is basically isolating a particular area, and we sort of went through and evolved, and you'll see in a few minutes how we got to that. In the meantime, our teams are working really great. The geocarb satellites out there, the drones are working, and they're grabbing more data, and they're making these beautiful maps. The sensor guys are out there, and they're in these rural areas, and they're mapping fugitive emissions from methane releases, and they have all of these wonderful carbon mappings and CO2 taking the drones, and there's no people there, right? Got all these sponsorships and partnerships, but there's still no people there. And so what we then did was came back, and Dr. Chang was on my team as well, and we took this little area and sort of highlighted it, something that, you know, my familiarity from practice time, East Reno Corridor, 2005, we knew that there were problems there. They had metal recycling. We had looked at it. We think that there's a problem there. And then we looked at it then in 2005, and you can see in 2020, it's almost exactly the same. Dr. Cheng created a social vulnerability index with street names, which most people recognize, not just latitude and longitude, and identified the larger Oklahoma City area. And then we overlaid that with newer tools with environmental justice issues related to urban air quality, and we're able to sort of narrow it down to realize that the same things were still happening, even though that they were in 2005, but now we have a lot of data to back it up, and that's where we're going to be looking. So if you're familiar with TikTok, we're going to little screeching sound that the needle makes on the album, and we're going to go, now wait a minute. And we're going to talk about how my part relates to it. One called the Urban Canyon Lab. And what this is a mid-scale urban canyon air pollutant model. I got to work with a really great team, AME, capstone team. My research involved taking urban canyon types. It's a certain specific morphology of related building structures and the space between them. What happens is the air goes over the top, but any pollutants that are down here recirculates, and most people are walking here and here. We do that because urban growth is going. It's where the people are. We want to make sure that we make the right design guides. There are green infrastructure that's supposed to be put in there, but it doesn't really mitigate those gases. Developed a system based upon my experience as an architect using a double-skin facade. It was taking up air from the ground, sucking it up here, and then blowing it away. It managed to work. We got a patent published on it. The research was completed, and the capstone students built a prototype because we wanted to take it out of the lab and take it into a sort of real-world situation, as well as sort of do the demonstration validation of it. So again, a canyon is basically something that's higher than it is wider. We came up with the idea of using 2 shipping containers, having them perpendicular to prevailing winds. We have them out there at the north base. They're the red boxes that people go, what are they doing there? And we built the prototype and attached it. Well, this is the plan, and then the pandemic hit. So that's where it was going to go, and everything was set up. Love the optimism of the AME. They had these cute little computer fans that they were going to put in here. They hadn't worked in the real world. They had no idea of the winds at North Base, and created the prototype with the airflow coming in. It's basically a big vacuum cleaner, okay? So model the air quality, you can read that. I think the presentations are going to be provided. This is sort of me out there when I'm not dressed up. And these are the cans. There's the prototype. It's one of the LA GAs. We had the drones flying out there to get air samples to see what mitigation effects the prototype was going to do. He was too scared to fly between the two. I guess it was too narrow. He thought he was going to lose control, which is why I'm getting a drone pilot license so that I can fly it myself. But the neat thing is, if you look real closely, you can see the sensors up here. We have them sensors all the way at the bottom. It's a place where we can practice building the sensors. This, Wes Honeycutt built the sensors. Dr. Wes Honeycutt built the sensors and put them welded through the metal on some things, replaced them multiple times. But what you see below is the massive amount of data that he generated, clocked it in, and what it's showing is that we have a differing effect between the north side and the south side, which matches the way it's supposed to operate, and we know from wind tunnel studies. So the system's validated. The next thing was, can we get it to work? And it does, and it sucks it up. So, yay, it works. This is really good because what we did next was, okay, now we got to focus on the issues that we have at hand with the greenhouse gases. And so he's throwing in all sorts of CO2, getting it out, moving it, and what he told me was he just used this as a big vacuum cleaner so they could run more studies all the time because it cleared out the canyon all the time, and I'm going, yes. All right, so what he did was ventilator coordination. You can see the results. CO2 generators, they were sensitive enough to catch somebody's breathing, CO2 coming out. And then we have the start of the test. You have the ventilator turned on, turns off, it evacuates it, end of the study. And you saw this from outside. You can see these 3 different ones. It's determined to beat the boundary layer because when we have, I'll hurry, but you promised me an extra minute. Okay. She's my student, so I have some control. Determined to make it worked, but wasn't going inside the canyon. So gotta love the engineers. This is Wes out there. This is a tub of a massive CO2 generator. He was generating approximately 3.3 kilograms of CO2. The boundary layer would go over this, and then he has a sensor right here in the CO2. And we had some really, I saved a picture. This is him tossing. I'm supposed to be there to pull him out in case he passes out, but I was taking pictures too. So anyway, what we ended up, and it worked, beat the boundary layer. You have this massive influx of pollution, and it's coming in and it's falling into the urban canyon. So we have the reaction begins, it goes into, the sensor picks it up, and then it declines. So this has got such potential for us to keep working with that canyon lab, because we can't put those sensors in the real world. People don't like to put them on their buildings. We're trying to adapt with field laboratories, and they don't let us. So that lab that was put there for the prototype and working with understanding what the sensors wanted to do, we've been able to coordinate and create this sort of space where they can go out and they can practice and fly the drones, test the sensors, see where the mounting is right, gather the data. It took a long time for him to get it to say 8:05, 8:10, 8:15, because he uses Zulu time, and why not? Because none of us can coordinate. You saw Dr. Chang, she knows what real time is. And so trying to get a sync up of those outputs was a big deal. So our next steps are, my prototype got hooked in a wind event and ripped off. The lashings ripped off, and so I have to repair it. But we're going to start working with more and more sensitive sensors and continue adapting and moving forward with the XGEM, even though that particular funding from the VPRP was finished. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I am January Corbett. I'm from the School of Social Work. My both research and practice area have been always on refugees and also human trafficking victims, especially international human trafficking victims, and especially I focus on the women. I have been interested in why women really are moving around more than men on a global scale. I wanted to know what are the causal factors, the motivation for women to move more than men. What could be the consequences of that move for these women? And before I start this presentation, I'd like to just share the simple differences between immigrants and refugees. And I'm sure many of you know the difference, but immigrants are more like myself. I'm originally from Japan. I wanted to come to the States as an international student. That was my own will. I wanted to come here, but also had a other choice to stay in my country, in Japan. I was happy there too. But for refugees, they had no other choice, but they had to leave their country. It's just like what's happening right now with the Ukrainians. There's no way back. They have to leave their country, and they have to find a place to be settled. Okay. So I would like to talk about some connections between gender, climate change, and also migration, and also human trafficking. And gender serves as a very important dimension of both vulnerability by and also adaptation to climate change. And also climate change and poverty are closely related. The poorest and also the most disadvantaged people, the group of people, tend to depend on the climate-sensitive livelihoods, such as agriculture. So this is the reason these people are very vulnerable to climate change. And these groups also lack the resources needed to weather harsh climate impact, such as better houses and also drought-resistant crops. So women in developing countries are particularly vulnerable to climate change because they are highly dependent on local natural resources for their livelihood. And also women charged with in developing countries, women for charged with securing water, food and fuel for cooking and heating, they face greater challenges every day. So there's a solid base of evidence showing that women are disproportionately affected by climate change, not because there's something inherently vulnerable about women, but because of social cultural structures that deprive women of access to resources, also the information, also decision making. Also, countries with a higher level of gender inequality, they usually see lower level of the climate actions. Okay, so in Paris Agreement of 2015, parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, they are asked to respect and promote the obligation on gender equality. And also it is obvious that gender plays a role in the development of migration policies, which is also recognized in this Paris Agreement in 2015. The example of the inclusion of gender of the Paris Agreement's operative paragraphs indicates the importance of both gender-responsive practices and policies and also gender-responsive capacity-building approach. So the Paris Agreement also acknowledges the rights of migrants in the context of climate change actions. Also, parties to the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, have recognized the importance of involving women and men equally in the decision-making process and also the development and implementation of national climate policies. So, as you can see in this diagram, gender can be a moderating variable between climate change and migration. There are a range of factors explaining this including the occupation, income, and educational level, which can affect a person's vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. Women are particularly disadvantaged by these factors due to deep-rooted social norms and also socioeconomic structures. Okay. So as a result, women tend to cross borders more than men. And women are more vulnerable to be trafficked, especially for the purpose of sex trade, human trafficking. Okay. And the gender, feminization of poverty is one of the causal factors of feminization of migration and human trafficking. It means that the determinants of feminization of poverty globally influence production of human trafficking as a response to the International Division of Labor Market Demand. It means that the factor linking the feminization of poverty, migration and human trafficking is the divide between global north and south. Liberalization of the world marketplace is indicative of global capitalism, is separating the north and north economically. So this divide is one of the more significant reasons people cross the border, typically from the poorer countries to wealthier countries. And the female, particularly younger ones, they tend to cross border more so that they can gain relatively better wages, and therefore they can send back remittances to their families back in their countries. So women in developing countries are much more pressured. They're pressured to cross the border to help their families, and that's why they are more vulnerable to be trafficked to other countries. Okay. This is the one of the diagrams in my publication with Dr. Moxley, and back the time, shame on myself, I did not include the fact of climate change influencing how women are crossing borders more, and they are vulnerable to be trafficked. This is a really relatively new factor influencing all these factors within this diagram, including those global capitalism and global polarization. So the women in developing countries, they are at the bottom of this pyramid, and they really are vulnerable to be trafficked to different countries. I'm sorry, I have to move back. So it's best to prevent these events, to help them not to experience any more misfortune. That's the best way to do this. We have to prevent these things. However, if we cannot, what we can do, especially in this country, is to now protect and to support these women. If once they come to the United States as refugees, we need to find a way to protect them in a better way, because these people are still experiencing the misfortunes in this country. And it's mainly due to the policies, how policies were written for refugees, which I will talk a little bit later. So since I moved to Oklahoma, to OU, I have been conducting this lengthy community participatory action research with the Myanmar refugee women in Dallas, Texas area. Dallas is one of the cities accepting the bigger number of refugees in the United States. And there's a section called the Vickery Meadow, and which is also called Little United Nations. If you walk into that area in Dallas, you feel like you're in a foreign country. And this is exactly where I was working as a practitioner. I was a social worker. I was a program coordinator for the Refugee Youth Program. So by helping refugee youth, I witnessed so many difficulties, obstacles of these women, mothers, experience in the United States. And relatively fathers really would they become more acculturated quicker than mothers, because they will go out and they work and they learn English outside. But mothers are usually left behind. And in the cases in Dallas with Myanmar refugees, most of the husbands, they could not get a job in Dallas area, so they would go to work in a meat factory in Texarkana, which is three hours away from Dallas. So fathers would go to Texarkana, stay there together in tiny little apartment, 6 to 10 fathers in one tiny little apartment, and they'll come back only once a month or once in 2 months. So mothers here are left alone with many children, usually 4 to 5 children in one household, taking care of children by themselves. And if you see this picture here, this is not what I took. This is from the newspaper, but you see the women in hijab. I assume these people are they're called Rohingya. And maybe you might have heard of this group of people from Myanmar. And Rohingya Rohingya, a stateless ethnic group from Rakhine State of Myanmar, which is on the west side of Myanmar. They've been described as one of the most persecuted minorities in the world. They have experienced violations to the freedom of movement and social, political, and economic rights, as well as enduring inhumane acts such as killing, sexual violence, including rape, burning the villages. So they went through a lot already for being stateless. So once they are forced to leave their village, where they go is usually they will cross the border to Bangladesh, because there are many refugee camps. Actually, there's one of the largest refugee camps in Bangladesh, which is called Cox's Bazar, which is on the more of southeast Bangladesh, very close to the Bengal Bay, which is actually the area vulnerable to cyclones, flooding, and also landslides. It means they have to face displacement again and again and again. And on top of that, since 2016, because of the change of the political climate in the United States, we start to receive much less number of refugees. These Rohingya were supposed to come to the United States and resettle. But the number of the Rohingya refugees came to the States went down dramatically after the year of 2016. I remember interviewing some Rohingya people in 2015, but not after 2016. So enough about talking about their misfortunes and difficulties and obstacles. As a social work researcher, whenever I conduct participatory action, community-based participatory action research, I always try to be mindful of focus not only on difficulties and needs, but also strength, because everybody has strength. So I had to do some interviews with these Myanmar refugee women, and I found out these women have many skills and knowledge to survive. One of them are sewing, especially the group called Hakachin, these people from Chin state of Myanmar. And they usually do not cross the border, but they cross the sea to go to Malaysia. And Malaysia is not a signatory country of the United Nations Refugee Agency. Means they're not going to be refugees, but they will be there as undocumented immigrant. Means they get to work as undocumented immigrant. That's where they gain these skills of sewing. So when I met with them, one lady had this one studio that she's doing her own business. She would make beautiful dress, traditional dress like in one day and sell it online. So there are some women trying to survive in the United States with their own skills. Also, in 2015, my first collaborator for this project, Dr. Bhattacharjee from the College of Architecture, we started to investigate the living conditions of Myanmar refugee families in Dallas area. And when we were visiting their households, many households of I'm sorry, it's moving by itself. And household, we found out several backyards of these women. They grow vegetables and animals. So we asked the questions. They told us that this is exactly how they lived in Myanmar and also the camps in Thailand. So they live in a very sustainable living style. They also, some people would save the rainwater. They use this water for gardening and also washing clothes, because these people do not use washing machine. They wash the clothes by hand. So we realized that probably people in host community, we can really learn a lot from these people how to live more in a sustainable living style. So what can we do to help these refugees once they come to the United States? And what is the problem? Problem is, based on my research in the past, is the policy. Policy is supposed to help refugees. But because how it was developed, how it was conceptualized, especially the construct of the resettlement, was conceptualized only through the eyes of the stakeholders, especially the policymakers and NGOs, that was not really refugee-friendly. One example is that these refugee people are supposed to become self-sufficient within 6 months, which is really impossible. They have to speak English, and they have to get a job. And also, this policy lacks gender-responsive conceptualization of the construct of the resettlement, too. So the government conceptualization of the settlement, that really it does not focus on outcome process, only the outcome. They ask people to become independent in 6 months. They do not really focus on gender differences neither. As a result, these refugees are actually disempowered. They start to depend on the government resources longer, actually, with this policy. If we could really invest more for these refugees at the beginning, we can stop that cycle of relying on the government resources for a long time. Actually, Myanmar refugee people are believed to become second Cambodians, means they really would rely on the government resources. This is mainly because these Myanmar people are very less assertive. They do not raise voices, and we have to find a way to help them raise voices. So at the end, I knew from the beginning this is not the easy job for me to tackle by myself. And 2 years ago, the time of the Big Challenge project, with Dr. Bhattacharjee, we started to recruit more people from the faculty member in different colleges here at OU so that we can tackle this problem all together. We have now 10 members. We're trying to develop this more sustainable and holistic refugee resettlement model. And we named this group Humanitarian Innovation Research Group. Our final long-term goal is to start the Center for the Humanitarian Innovation Research at OU. And we have done several, we have already submitted, and we will be submitting more large-scale external grants so that we can help refugees who live in this country, and we can just stop the reincarnation of the misfortunes of these women coming from the developing countries so that they can enjoy their lives too. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'd like to invite all our speakers up to have a bit of a question and answer session. And once everyone gets up here, we can invite some questions from the audience. Well, I have many questions I could start with, but I think let's start and see what others have to say first. So, questions from the audience. Yeah, Stephanie.
Thank you all for a really fantastic last session today. I'm interested, after hearing Dr. Coleman's presentation on Jakarta and thinking about climate adaptation planning, and then Dr. Norbert's ending presentation, if in Jakarta there are any discussions of the different needs of women. Like, that just came to mind seeing all of these together, if that's part of the discussion.
I think just hold it up and start talking. And
okay, is that on? Yeah. That's a great question. Not that I'm aware of, but I don't think, so there have been these evictions that have taken place that have been really high profile, and that was kind of unusual for Jakarta because since the fall of Suharto and with the growth of civil society, it became a lot less tenable to just evict people. But that did happen more and more since 2015, often citing flood mitigation. With the new governor now, Anies Badwazan, he's been trying to work with communities. It's been stalled because of COVID, but they've been trying to do sort of intense participatory approaches, working with local communities to realize not so much resettlement actually, but sort of in situ upgrading. And so they're kind of testing this with, I think, 13 or 14 kampungs. My colleague Dion Trier-Awati at UCLA has been looking at that work, and I've never heard in those discussions, I spoke with some people, some architects and planners who have been involved in that work and the work leading up to it. And I've never really heard any discussion of gender. But of course, women are disproportionately affected by the kinds of resettlement that takes place. And so typically, those families that are determined to be eligible for compensation are moved to Rusunawa, which are public housing apartment blocks, they look very much like the modernist housing blocks in the 50s and 60s that we then demolished for good reason. And so they relocate families randomly into these, they're typically walk-up apartments, 3 or 4 stories. And the main difference between those and the kinds of kampungs that people are used to living in is that there's no space for kind of community socializing. There's no space to run a business from your home, which is something that women would do. And so often you find that women who would have made their money selling food to local workers, for example, or out of a food stall, they've lost those opportunities. And so they tend to not be working anymore and be at home. So the designs they have at the moment that they've implemented have not accounted for even the kinds of needs of the community, let alone specifically of women. But that might well be changing with what they're calling the community action plan or the kampung action plan.
Other questions? Let's do the front row.
Dr. Colvin, this question is for you. You mentioned that the language used for the Global South is different than what's used for the Global North. I was wondering what that specific language is, what it entails, and does that mean that there's different responses for disasters in the Global North versus the Global South? And if so, how do we go about changing that language to make those responses similar?
That's a great question. And so when I'm talking about different kind of language or vocabulary, I'm actually thinking about urban studies and the way that we've tended to sort of categorize the global north and the global south as different regions that are kind of incompatible. But of course, we're seeing with climate change, there's lots of similarities across those contexts. And so with specific regards to climate gentrification, and gentrification is a term that's kind of bandied around a lot, and we all kind of think we know what it means, and it's a very kind of powerful organizing concept. But analytically, it's not that useful anymore, I would argue, and it certainly doesn't capture things like forced evictions that are happening in places like Jakarta and Manila. But I do think there's opportunity still to be learning across those different contexts, and so I think it's losing maybe it's balancing between acknowledging the particularity of particular sites, but also trying to find a kind of common language where you can learn from what they're doing in Miami and vice versa, right? It's not just about learning from the global north and transporting that to the global south. Arguably, we probably need to be learning more from what people are doing in places like Jakarta at the grassroots level. So that's the kind of way I'm thinking about it in terms of the academic discourse and our own blind spots in terms of the places that we think are comparable and can be in conversation and the ones that can't.
There was a question, Kairesh? Yeah.
Thank you to all the panelists. I have a question for the collective of the panelists. So a topic that was brought up today a lot was that resiliency seems to be the next trending label for efforts of preventing climate change and all the crises that are kind of ahead of us. I can't help but to feel that the corporate entity might use this new label as something to buy more time for themselves, like the sustainability. They just kept using the sustainability term until we got to the point that you're saying, well, prevention action might not be feasible anymore. Now we need to be resilient to the changes. And I feel like they might just keep using it until this phase is also over. They're going to come up with a new label, I don't know, adaptability. Hit the fan, now we have to adapt to the new situation. So I wanted to know what can we do, especially us as a body of students or recently graduates, to kind of push past that and actually take effective action that's going to have meaningful effect rather than just coming up with new ideas but not bringing it into the field.
I'll take that one. Koresh is one of my students, so it's actually... Is this talking? It's talking. He's one of my students, so this is a good discussion, and we're taking it back. But I've been in sustainability for over 20 years. I have been through the times when I wasn't allowed to use the word sustainable because it was passé, and we started using the words of equity and environment and economy associated with that. I don't see it any different with resiliency. Resiliency is actually a way of extending the operations that we're talking about, being more comprehensive with all of the equity issues, being more comprehensive with the environmental issues and taking into account climate change, understanding that it can't just be a corporate responsibility for paying for things, that there's ways that we can imbue the economics of the situation with equity and environmental content. A lot of the things that we're talking about. So part of what we teach you in school is to be critical thinkers, right? So you hear that, you think that it's a new term, you break it apart, you do the research, you apply the knowledge that you have, and you start and keep moving and pushing it forward despite what the forces around you might be. I don't, do you?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question, and I would say me too. I see those labels everywhere, and then so I agree with Dr. Fifi in that. So we think we have the critical thinking when we teach you at the school, and another thing that you may want to also, I guess, identify is evidence-based design. That is how we actually use the research results or the facts that we get from our empirical study to apply to our, I guess, because you're from architecture, I guess, so it's like design process. So to identify, because you mentioned a lot of labels, this is sustainable and this is, resilient, those kind of words, but some can be pretty kind of vague that we don't know what it's talking about, right? They have no actual meanings. So, yeah, so unless we use more evidence or facts that we got from our experiments, and then we use that as a tool to support our design, so that can be more convincible to me, I guess.
Thank you for that question. That makes me think of this, the method I always use, community-based participatory action research. We really do involve the participants from the beginning. When we construct the questions, when we use certain words, we have to work with them. And they might say, I might be too sensitive maybe. If I use certain word, my participants say, oh, I wouldn't really worry about that. So it's really important to ask questions, look for the more deeper meaning of the word. Not the word itself, but what does it mean? This word mean to this certain person who is in this phenomena you're trying to investigate. And rather than just only keep reading the books, it's good to hear the voices of these people. That's probably you have to use this qualitative method of the interview. You have to have this interview with these people with maybe very culturally sensitive questions to ask. And you have to build this, even construct these questions with the participants.
I think, just to add to that, and just to give you an anecdote, I suppose, when I was interviewing someone in the city planning department in Jakarta, and this was around the time of Pokemon Go being really big, and I asked him about the Rockefeller Foundation program, and Jakarta had a master plan for all of that, or a resiliency plan, and I asked him, what does this mean for the work that you're doing? And he basically was like, well, whether it's sustainability, resilience, Resilient City, Pokemon Go City, whatever. I'll just say whatever they want, and then I'll get the funding and keep doing what I'm doing. So I think we don't want to exaggerate the kind of impacts that these policy networks kind of have and these ideas about resilience. But then on the flip side, in New Orleans, they were trying to build a resilient dashboard. And this it was supposed to address flooding, and through various I don't know what happened with the planning process, but they ended up basically developing a predictive policing tool with some tech companies. So there's also the insidious side of that too. But I want to echo others here in saying that there's so many different definitions of that concept, and so paying attention to the way people are using it. And I mentioned in passing that work by Kevin Grove and Savannah Cox in Miami have said, well, actually people are using that term resilience in their community organizing. So we can't necessarily just push it aside and not deal with it anymore because they're claiming it in their own way.
I see. Dave, you have a question?
Well, that's not a question, it's a comment. Resiliency, sustainability, you know, academics are great at presenting papers at conferences and going all over the place and presenting more papers, but it's all about policy. If you don't change policy, you just have those terms. And so to me, that's the most important thing that academics can do, is actually get involved in planning commissions, and city councils, and regional ACOGs, and interact in those ways, because that way, when you're approaching those people and becoming those people that have to make those decisions, you can actually institute the kind of policies that we write papers on and present at conferences.
Would you like some comments back? They can reply if you want. Okay.
I mean, I think one of the things we've heard today is that we need to decenter academics as experts. And so I totally hear what you're saying, and I wonder if our role should also be facilitating conversations between communities and policymakers, rather than kind of short, missing out on that connection.
The last time I was at an EDRA conference, it was just, I heard all these PhD students presenting, and it was all the same topics, and it was one room after another, and they're working on their dissertation, and they're working on their thesis project, and they're going, God, let me get these things out there and make them part of policy and part of a community, because I know everybody's got to write a dissertation, I know everybody's got to graduate and get their PhD and a master's degree, but what do you do with it then? Where does that go? And to me, it's a matter of stepping into the community.
I agree with.
Switch up. Yeah.
I agree with that. Coming from social work, when I teach research to my students, I always say community-based participatory action research is the social worky research. You have to bring changes to the community where you just got the data from. And it's based on my experience. Whenever I try to collect the data with the Myanmar refugee people, at the beginning, even though I was there as a practitioner prior to that data collection stage, they all told me, again, you're from university? I remember another one came to me and asked me a question, and you got all the information from us, then they leave. They never come back. So that was my promise, my internal promise I made to these people. That's another reason I'm forming this bigger group to help these refugees. We've been working on some, actually, the grants, not for the research-only grants, but also grants that we can bring jobs to refugees, jobs to these women. Not only the policies, but also the practices. We have to bring some kind of interventions that will make these people's life much better. So I always emphasize that we have to do the action research. We have to bring some changes to the society and the communities, exact community you just collected the data from.
Any other questions or comments as Dave brought to the table now? So you got Renee? Yeah.
Hi, congratulations to the panel. I have a question about refugees, and there seems to be that there's a series of refugees or a group of refugees that are in transit, that usually they are moving away from their home to a new place, but they get caught up in the middle, like at the border in Mexico with Ukrainians and Haitians and all these people. And so sometimes cities or these regions do not know how to deal with those really quick growth or coming in of refugees. What is your take on that situation? What do you suggest?
That's exactly my biggest concern for the last 5-6 years since 2016, when the political climate changed in the United States, because this is the country has been accepting the largest number of the refugees, but we literally stopped receiving these people. And I heard the fact that those Rohingya people waiting, suffering in the refugee camps. And definitely, I know Bangladesh government really do not want to have more refugees coming into their place. And if we look at what's going on right now too, the Poland, Moldova, these countries really were not prepared for it. And even Oklahoma now, we have received in total 2,000 Afghan parolees. We don't call them refugees, but parolees. They will become refugees later. But 1,000 in Oklahoma City area, 1,000 in Tulsa area. But how many refugee resettlement agencies do we have? Historically, we receive annually 200. That could be the maximum in the state, unlike Texas. So I've been talking with these agencies. Were you ready for this? But they have to do this. They have to juggle. They get the quota from the Office of Refugee Resettlement, from the state, from the top federal places. You got to take these numbers. So that's exactly what's happening here too. I cannot think of any solution yet. But these people just working the extra hours constantly. I try not to bother them. And because of that, now we have so many Afghan parolees here. So many researchers now study all of this and started to contact these agencies. They literally told me, like, God, we're just getting all the emails from researchers. Please do this survey, please do this interview. That's another reason I have not contacted them for my own research. We've been just doing some stakeholder interviews in Dallas area, but not in Oklahoma yet. But I know they're struggling. And sorry, but I don't think we have any solution. These things happening without our planning.
Maybe time for one more question. I had a list of things that were more just like observations, but I want to open it up to any more questions. Seeing a lot of overlap. I'm a huge fan. I wish these were actually like continuing education units today. Could have got credit for them. Any other thoughts or comments? Questions?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
Your experience the transdisciplinary team to tackle this problem. We have our own transdisciplinary team, and I know, especially after today's symposium, I know the importance of this, to have all the different people from different expertise. So I'd like to know your experience of
Can you repeat that a little bit? Or
I'm sorry.
summarize? Yeah, that's fine.
I'm sorry. I just want to know the experience of transdisciplinary team to tackle this climate change problem, what she experienced. So that's.
I have said repeatedly that I think they should study our teams because the group dynamics are fascinating. Just like when we go into a community, we want to learn their language, use the vocabulary that they use, and that was a struggle. That was a huge struggle at the very beginning because, like the timestamp, I was telling you, trying to coordinate just sensor readings to match and mesh up. There's also attitudes about how you approach people and working with people. The researchers aren't necessarily that sensitive. This group unincluded, the whole place unincluded. But it was fascinating, and hearing about the groups that broke up, right? Who were not able to move forward. They couldn't find a common ground or interests that they could overlap with. One of the more telling times was trying to, produce. We want to make sure that this is continuing, getting funding to go beyond. It's always try and find more funding. It's not leaving enough space to develop the relationships that are necessary, like we would do with community members, trying to work with each other. At one time, we still are working on the structured survey for the community. And one of the other researchers said, well, can't you just shorten it and make it a clipboard survey, and so that they could get it out and get it done? That took a month of playing mentor amongst people, which architects are uniquely qualified for, but to sort of try and get that to work. So I'm sure that you've had that as well. I will say that there weren't a lot of women in my group. Thank you, Dr. Chang, for being there. But there weren't, So we broadened our vocabulary and upped our sensitivity level to each other. That was part of my experience. What about yours?
Probably we can publish an article about this, but do's and don'ts. But I've been lucky. We have 10 members. We have 2 more members here attending today. I have been learning a lot from all different people with the different backgrounds. And just like you said, we do use different terms for research. And sometimes we have to really be honest and we have to butt heads. But also, oftentimes, I feel like lucky to learn these things from all different colleagues, because I always say I'm so brainwashed with the social work. so much. I look at everything through my social work framework. I'm so brainwashed. But I've got my colleague from the library and information science and from the architecture business telling me, looking at the refugee issue from different perspectives, like eye-opening. Every time I have a meeting, I'm learning something different. So this is I think it's a wonderful thing happening at OU to see these groups.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So unfortunately, we're at time. If I may, I was going to leave us with 2 thoughts I jotted down here. I think we saw a lot of varied scales and relationships to and interventions with people in place, right? So, I mean, that was wonderful. The second thing is, I think Dr. Fithian is on TikTok, so we can check that out later. She knows what that is. I learned that from my teenage daughters, so it is very popular. So thank you, everyone, for attending this session, for all the questions, to all the presenters and the panel here. We will take a short refreshment break over in the Sandy Bell gallery just adjacent to this space. A few minutes of refreshments, and we'll begin the closing panel here led by Dr. Pilot right at 4:30. So take a few minute break. Thanks, everybody.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Before we start with our closing panel discussions, because I'm going to invite our speakers and moderators up in groups, I want to just remind you that we have a closing reception, because I know we just interrupted a lot of great conversations by calling you back here. So after this concludes, we're going to walk over to the School of Visual Arts right next door. And Todd can lead us, yes, because he's faculty there. And we're going to have a little closing reception, so more snacks and more drinks and just great conversation. And there is an exhibition. Oh, different kinds of drinks. And there is an exhibition on display that relates to some of the topics that we've been discussing today. So I want to thank you all for this amazing day that we've had together so far. It makes me incredibly grateful to be faculty at OU, to realize all of the faculty doing this amazing work across our campus. So thank you to all of our presenters and to our students for your wonderful questions throughout the day, and colleagues. So in closing, we just wanted to give you each a brief moment at the end of the day to share a few of your thoughts after this day. And so I have 3 questions I'm going to pose, and I'm just going to suggest that we start with Simone and pass the microphone down, and you can answer any, all of the questions, or just reflect on other thoughts. They're pretty broad, open-ended questions. So I'd like you to share what you'll be taking away from this day, what you're wrestling with now that maybe you weren't thinking about at the start of the day, and what are you feeling hopeful about? So with that, I'll turn to Simone to start us.
Well, thank you. So I am taking away a renewed appreciation of the complexity of climate change and the contours, the depth and breadth of what we know and don't know. The theme the questions that I'm wrestling with, I think the theme came up in many different talks and in our discussions about political barriers and about the need to address structural inequalities and social structures. And so, you know, the themes, the topics of policy, institutions, power came up, but I still struggle with really having actionable and critical dialogues about capitalism and democracy in particular. And so I just am always thinking about those 2 particular institutions and structures and how we can, you know, engage in actionable research to address those as critical drivers of barriers to adaptation and root causes of climate change. And what am I feeling hopeful about? I think I can be very cynical about language and thinking about particularly like sustainability, like this conversation about sustainability and resilience being buzzwords. And I get fearful that equity and justice will also start to be become sort of devoid of meaning and whitewashed, if you will. But after hearing just how deep equity and justice concerns are a part of different disciplines and how they're driving research questions, and I'm hopeful that they can become institutionalized in ways that are impactful. So that's what I'm hopeful about.
I just do not remember all the questions. Can I? I'm sorry. I should have. I'm sorry. Okay. What will you be taking away from today? Today, I really realized the importance of listening to other people with different experiences. But we can also, even though we have different backgrounds, we can work together and to solve this huge problem on this planet. And what I hope for, not really hope, but I really am determined to really work for those vulnerable people. This really made me, today, all the knowledge I gained made me really, again, determined to work for those vulnerable people, because I realized how certain people are affected by this climate change disproportionately. And we know this as a fact. There's evidence. And if we do not do anything about this, just sitting here and just talk about this, like we talked about this earlier, we have to take an action on this problem.
Hi. So I'm going to try and be brief. I don't, but I think that what I found really useful in all of this conversation is that I think that there is, I come from a humanistic framework, and we don't typically play well in teams. And there's reasons for that. So it was really nice to actually hear conversations across that the same kind of critical frameworks that we use in the humanities are being applied outside of the humanities. But I also wanted to, and I find that hopeful, but I do also want to nuance this conversation about the value of the academy and the conversations that we're having here. And I think that it links together the exact same things that you two were saying, that we want to make a difference in the world, but we have these categories that get generated, and then what do they mean? Well, the thing that the academy is good at is thinking about things deeply. And when we train students, especially in frameworks that value not just practical, technical knowledge, but that value fostering a really critical engagement with core ideas and fostering that kind of questioning mindset of who's benefiting from these things and at the expense of whom, then we're not really ever in danger of having a category pull the wool over our eyes. If every time we encounter a category, whether it's resilience or sustainability or whatever, if we're consistently asking those critical questions of who's benefiting from these frameworks and at the expense of whom, then we can go in with open eyes to these kinds of things. And for me, that's really the value of the academy, is thinking through those kinds of things. And we have to have the spaces to think cautiously about it. So I think that's, for me, an encouraging, that's something that I have hope about, and something that I feel like the work we're doing here really is valuable to the extent that we're getting our students to ask really good questions about the world. If they want to solve problems, they have to start by asking good questions. So I'll stop there.
Well, I have a lot of takeaways. So, the first one is that I really appreciated what Dr. Fidian said about learn the vocabulary is the starting point for an interdisciplinary team, and I think that there's room for improvement for every one of us, and I'm very happy for this experience today, because it basically helped me also understand what are the nuances of some terms, to better also communicate what is my point of view, what are the strengths and weaknesses also of the disciplines where I belong. And this is one. There's also other one, probably, understanding that climate change is bigger and bigger and bigger than I thought, than we think. It's, for me, it's always climate change and density, climate change and housing, but today was, in our discussions, it was climate change and gender, climate change and equity. The aesthetics of climate change, I found it extremely fascinating, and it's also my personal, the thing that I'm wrestling with, because there's an ethical problem for me when I see those images, and it's that's something that I found pretty fascinating, and I'm hopeful about new collaborations, new ways to bring these topics in studios, to share this body of knowledge with our students especially.
So what I will take away from today is that there is a lot of potential for additional collaborations to happen. Obviously, some of us are already on interdisciplinary teams, but there's even more potential, I think. And of course, along with that, often to sustain those collaborations requires additional funding. But relatedly, then, what I'm hopeful, because I learned today, beyond, some of you already knew already, but those of you I didn't, I learned about more of you who are doing work related to climate, and as my primary discipline coming out of meteorology and climatology, just knowing that there's all these different disciplines, working to address climate-related issues is really encouraging to me.
The thing I took away is that I need one of those fancy research bicycles that Dr. Chang.
Yes.
Maybe I could borrow it. I think, like you, I'm a cynic. And the thing that, leaving today, I think there is some comfort in seeing the passion that everyone else is working with in terms of solving these problems. And, in that, I think perhaps there's some hope within all of this.
That's beautiful, so lovely. Thank you to group one of our panelists. I'm going to invite our next group to come up. And that will be Lee Fithian. No, okay, sorry. Not Lee Fithian. Lauren Mullenbach, Randy Pepler, Angela Zhang, Shane Connolly. And no surprises, I will ask you the same questions. All right, so I want to invite each of you to take turns reflecting on what are the key takeaways for you from today? What are you wrestling with that maybe you weren't thinking about at the beginning of the day? And what makes you hopeful at the end of this day? So Shane, if you want to start.
Am I live here? Okay. Today, I guess I'm going to come away from this with a very renewed sense of interdisciplinary research and scholarship and the importance of getting together with groups of folks from different fields. That it's so invigorating and helps us to build awareness of the ways that research and scholarship cross-cut through disciplines, across disciplines. So that's a really big, powerful takeaway for me. What I wrestle with is how we deal with the practical realities of inequity, of disparity, of whether that's socioeconomically driven, racially driven, gender driven, and many other things that can drive these inequities, that we really need to find ways, I think, of bringing our research and our scholarship to the decision makers and the power brokers of the world to help to change existing structures that aren't serving us well anymore. And then what I'm hopeful about, I wanted to say this in the last session, but I thought it might have, a better impact at the end of the day here, but it's that in my new role as director of ICAST, I'm starting to see, I get tons of the research solicitations and funding opportunities coming my way, and it's a little bit of a fire hose of information. But in that fire hose of information, I am seeing many of the hopeful signs of the promotion of interdisciplinary collaboration, the requirement that you build in community partners, the focus on you can't just do this in your silo of your own discipline, but these big problems and challenges that we're facing really will require us to do things like this. So.
Okay. So what I'm taking away from today, as someone who's pretty new to OU, is that there's lots of really awesome people at OU doing research very related to what I'm doing. So it was just really cool to meet new people and hear about all of the cool stuff that is happening just right here. And then what I've been grappling with lately is actually very similar to what you just said about decision makers. And so there was a lot of talk today about community-focused work, and I do community-focused work. And it's really important, but how do we balance that or deal with the tension between really community-oriented grassroots type work and bringing that to people who actually have power. Like there's an amount that we can do to empower communities that we work with, but ultimately policy solutions, changing structures is not solely a bottom-up endeavor, but it's also going to be a little bit meeting with the top. So that's something that I was thinking about today. And then I'm also hopeful about just everyone kind of coming to the realization that interdisciplinary work is important. It's been happening for a long time in a lot of different fields. And so it's kind of cool to see that it's kind of bouncing around to the rest of academia. So that's it.
So the big takeaway for me is actually the same as actually previous panels and everybody talking about the importance of interdisciplinary research. And for me, from a communication perspective, I actually see a huge research gap here in terms of how do we make people from different disciplinaries speaking different language, vocabularies, to better work together and have transactive kind of work out of that. And I see that that's actually a really good communication project that we could work on. And I think something hopeful for me is I remember one of the students asking questions about what the young generation could do. And I was thinking, we are so really trained, just entrenched in our own field. The more you're in school, the more you're only learning about your own field, your own expertise and specialization. But for newer and younger generations, there's actually opportunities to really look outside of your own field to see what other people are doing in other disciplines, and to really have that curiosity to learn about other people's language from early on, so you don't really have our trouble nowadays. We don't really understand what each other are saying. So that's kind of the takeaways for me.
Thanks. Yeah, the power of transdisciplinary teams. I'll just make that 4. You really need to write that paper.
I've got collaborators.
Okay, because I was looking around the room to see who's here. Rachel, I think, would agree with me that the meteorology community, for example, has really struggled with this over the years. They could have benefited a lot from this sort of thing, and they still struggle with it, even though we now have this behavioral insights team in the Weather Center that's trying to do a lot of this stuff. But as soon as you write that paper, I'm going to send it to them because I think this is so important. And the breadth of expertise here today is just amazing. So, yeah, wrestling with, and these, to me, it's almost depressing a little bit. I mean, resilience without gentrification, giving the unrepresented voice in what we're doing, the whole refugee thing. In Norman, we've got this whole new group of politicians that is trying to vilify the homeless. Okay, what are we going to do about that? You know, I think that's another population here that we need to deal with somehow. So I'm thinking about those things, and I need to be more positive, I guess. But what are you feeling hopeful about the fact that there's so many students here today? I think that's fantastic. And I even saw a couple of my own, so I'm really happy that you're all here, whether or not you had to be here or not, right? And we need more artists involved. I mean, I think you guys give us such a great perspective on things, and especially, you know, calling out injustices in the ways that you can with art, I think is really needed. So, thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you all. And I'm going to invite our last group to join me here. Sharon Howsam, Tom Miller, Vanessa, Emma. And am I missing anyone? Just looking around. Okay. All right, you guys have had time to think of a really good answer. All right, Vanessa, you're brave. So I'm going to invite you each to reflect on what you're taking away, what you're thinking about now that you hadn't been thinking about at the beginning of the day, and what makes you hopeful.
Yes, thank you. So a big takeaway for me, I think, is overall just having a deeper understanding of the complexities of climate change and just hearing all of the rich presentations and conversations today, many of which I have never been a part of. I haven't even heard some of these terms before, so I feel super enlightened and just motivated to just process all of this and think more intentionally about, as a planner and someone who works within marginalized communities and community development, what can I do and be more proactive about to be a part of this solution building around these climate issues. And then I feel like I'm wrestling with, how to hold these systems accountable that are really escalating climate challenges, but also not waiting for them. And so I think a lot of the great questions that were raised today were, what can we do in our sphere of influence? What can we do that's actionable? And so just wrestling with, okay, we got to hold these systems accountable, but we can't wait for them. And so what can we do outside of systems to help support the communities that we're working in? And I'm really hopeful about hearing all of the themes of equity in today's presentations. I feel like a couple of years ago that was like not a word that was even spoken, but now it's almost mainstream, and it just makes me feel hopeful that people aren't afraid to speak truth to power and how that's impacting our ability to serve communities and for communities to thrive. And I'm just really hopeful that those conversations are now at the forefront of this work.
Thanks. I'm going to answer them in a different order. One thing that I'm wrestling with that I wasn't wrestling with this morning are the issues about relocation and migration. And I have thought about them before, particularly in the context of Indigenous peoples who were forcibly relocated, many to the state of Oklahoma. But I have not been thinking about them as much lately. And I think it's important in the context of Indigenous peoples and that forced migration and the parallels there to be thinking about those issues again, for me to be thinking about them again. Like Vanessa, I am very hopeful about hearing the thread of equity running through many of, if not all, of the presentations today. Yeah, just glad that that is not an unfamiliar theme. And what I'm taking away is on a personal note. I mentioned that I work remotely and I'm a pretty new employee at OU at the South Central Climate Adaptation Science Center. So I'm just grateful to have met people here and have people who I can be, not that I couldn't have talked to people before, but to actually have human interaction in person with people here at OU today and be able to carry that forward. So I'm very happy for that takeaway. Thanks.
Thank you. I guess I have the same feeling with you. I joined at OU in 2020, so exactly during the pandemic. So it's so exciting to see so many real humans here. And also we have so many great female researchers. That's a great power. So I guess my takeaway notes today is besides the interdisciplinary studies that we all talk about, and then the other is the kind of importance for anchor our data to the ground. That is how what are the practical, no matter policies or design interventions that we can actually make to make the difference for the communities. And it's so important, Vanessa, you are so important that in the position to actually connect with those more like from the clouds, like the data, and then all those modelings, and then to the actual interventions that we can actually take into the community. So it's really important for us to work with like Vanessa and then Chloe, and then also Lauren, about more like community participatory activities in research. And another thing is that we heard about like environmental justice or environmental inequity a lot, but today I learned a lot of what it actually is and how we can do about that. This is very inspiring symposium. And then, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess one of the things I was thinking about in hearing all of us reflect on the value of interdisciplinary work is also that reifies the importance of different disciplines and like what they bring to the table. And so not all of us can be artists, not all of us can be planners, not all of us are activists or geographers. And I think that for me really kind of underscores the importance of like respecting what we each do. In terms of what I'm grappling with, I'm ambiguous about the role of the state in everything that we're talking about, because the state has been so complicit in perpetuating, whether it's like, racial inequities or environmental injustices. And I don't know, obviously the state is more than one entity, but I don't know how to cope with that or how to engage with the state. I mean, Laura Polito, who's a geographer, I think at Portland State University, you'll know, is she there? Okay, a fellow geographer, but she says like pretty explicitly the state cannot be an ally for communities that have been harmed by the state's practices. But then we're also hearing that we need to be impacting policy. So like, how do we do that? I'm not really sure. And then I'm hopeful for the fact that we're having critical discussions about capitalism. I don't know that would have happened like 5 or 10 years ago. It feels like we can't say socialism. So when Tom was like, we need socialist policies, I was like, okay, I'm here. I'm like ready for the day. I'm excited that people are unionizing. I'm psyched that we're having conversations about tech companies and what they're doing. Like, that's why you need people from different disciplines who are critical thinkers. That's where we have these spaces because we have the privilege to be able to say these things without like getting fired. And I'm really excited about all of that that's going on in the university and beyond the university.
Cool. So I have some thoughts too. I think some of the stuff that I was illuminating for me today is hearing about all the trans and interdisciplinary stuff. I have a PhD that was very much supposed to be a transdisciplinary PhD. So for me, this stuff was kind of from the beginning, and I often forget that that's not the case for everybody. And so it's kind of a good reminder that this isn't the language everybody has been speaking the whole time. Some other thoughts that I kind of had that were interesting, inspired by Emma and Simone, is kind of this idea that resiliency is maybe a toxic concept. Back in grad school, there was a lot of talk of resiliency, and I always struggled with this idea that it assumes a steady state when you're talking about resiliency. It assumes there's something to bounce back to. And in a lot of places, the current state is also really, really unequal and problematic. And so there's some really kind of discursive issues embedded in it. And similarly, it allows a lot of homogenization in terms of homogenizing experiences. If you're talking about a whole community and you say resiliency of the community, well, what about the marginalized people in that community relative to those in power in the community? And so I think there's some interesting concepts for how we use the term and what it can do for us. I also was taking away that the way we all have used the term policies has seemed to be quite different. Some people are talking about community policies. Some people are talking about literal building policies. And I'm often thinking nationally. I'm not a community engaged researcher. It's not my area of expertise. And so another thing that I've really enjoyed seeing is that we have a lot of people at OU operating at multiple levels. Because I think, as Lauren brought up, we need all of it. We need people who focus at the national level. I see myself in my research. The goal is really to leverage the state. So take it for what you will. And I think others see their role as being much more on the ground, immediate or more immediate change. And I think it takes all of that. Final thought: I think we did talk about capitalism today, but we kind of danced around capital, and we danced around a little bit of the sway and power of corporations and large investment, and how that is really driving everything, and how that drives the state, right? I mean, I would put the issue less at the state and more the capital that's fueling what the state does. And so I think that's something we all need to keep in mind too when we think about developments and smart developments and cool, flashy urban developments, is where's the money coming from, who's driving this, all of that stuff. And I think Vanessa's presentation highlights the legacies of how that's previously operated in Oklahoma City. And I'm hopeful, again, I think like everybody else, about the great research that's being done here. I think today was really awesome, and I think there's a lot of opportunities for connection and hopefully future work. And So yeah, I guess I'm last, so that's it.
And that was such a great ending comment. And it's also a reminder that we have Saskia Sassen, who is done a lot of work on the role of global capital and wealth accumulation in urban development and as it relates to migration and climate change. She was not able to be with us today, so we have a recorded talk, which will go up on our website as part of this. So we will have someone who begins to address that, but I think we probably need another event. And that is also a reminder that I think the purpose of today was really just to bring together people across OU who are working on these issues and hopefully facilitate the beginning of something. And I really do hope that it is a beginning. So I want to suggest a homework assignment, which is for everyone to make a commitment to reach out to one of the colleagues that you met today, a new person in a different field, sometime this year in 2022, and invite them to coffee or have them come guest lecture in your class or take them to lunch or say, hey, will you read this paper I'm working on? I could really use a different perspective. Because our hope is really that these conversations just started today and they continue for a long time. And with that, I want to invite you all to the School of Visual Arts because they would really like to give you a drink and some snacks. So thank you.